Here we go. Here we go. It is day 2 at the 2024 Rogue Invitational. Today we are going to crown champions for strong men and strong women. On the CrossFit side of the house, they have 2 days of competition remaining, but leaderboard shakeups are possible today. Expect them. The Rogue Iron Game happens now.
A new record and event win for Tia Toomey. Champion.
Welcome everybody. We are at the P&J Live Arena here in Aberdeen, Scotland. It is the 6th year of the Rogue Invitational and the first year that we are international outside the United States. And we're having an absolute blast here in Scotland. This is day 2 of competition, and here is what we have going on. 3 events taking place on the strong men and strong women side of the house, and 3 events are happening for the CrossFit athletes as well. It is going to be an absolute packed day. You're not going to want to miss anything. It's going to be a blast. Champions crowned for the strong men and strong women. And like I said earlier, yeah, some people are taking a bit of a lead on the CrossFit side of the house, but the events today could shake things up. It should be an absolute blast. Of course, I am joined here at the desk by Dr. Bill and Jerry. Good to see you guys as well. We'll have some more CrossFit action happening later, but we're going to kick it off with the strongman. And now with day 1 in the rearview mirror, what kind of stands out to you guys?
Well, it's minimizing mistakes. You don't have to win every event to be in the overall lead, and that's what it's about. It's an overall competition. You can come in second in everything and not have one event win, or you can have event wins and find yourself falling back.
Yeah, and we're coming to a very extremely important event right now. To all these athletes that are chasing these leaders on the men and women's side, this is the event where they have to make it happen if they're going to have any chance of reeling them in.
Yeah, day 1 was great. Let's take a look at how the leaderboard shook out at the end of the first day of competition. We had Mitchell Hooper establishing himself early, being extraordinarily consistent. He had 3 second-place finishes. And then Hathor, so great to see him in his first Rogue Invitational appearance. And Tom Stoltman rounding out the top 3. I mean, we expected Mitchell to be off on a tear, and that's exactly what's happening, Jerry.
Yeah, Hooper's doing what Hooper does, right? He's been consistent, and that's what he was yesterday. He doesn't have an event win. But he's got a huge lead right now because he was consistent on those 3. He's put himself right there each time. And we expect the same out of him today.
And he's established himself as, the guy to chase, but there's somebody making his first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. We've seen him on TV, Game of Thrones and things like that. And Hathor he's not making it easy on Mitchell.
No, Hathor had a really dominant deadlift. We knew he would have a great deadlift and pulled over 1,000 and made it look pretty easy. He had a lot left in the tank. Then had kind of a disaster on the press. I mean, but on his deadlift, he really showed, look, I'm here, I'm back. This is my territory. Great to see that. Unfortunately, I think the medley took a little bit out of him. And then he went to the stones and single clutched every single stone. Didn't even have to lap it. Just stood right up with them and put it on. Dominant performance. Great performance yesterday. Finds himself back in the pack in the 2nd place.
Yeah, and what he did with those stones was ridiculous.
Extremely impressive.
But local boy, Tom Stoltman, I mean, he's still in this.
Oh, absolutely. Arguably, yesterday was Tom's worst day. If you look at the events, he was a little worried about the deadlift going into yesterday. He's had a bit of a back injury strain that he's working through, so his deadlift wasn't his normal, what we would see out of Tom. So, going into today, arguably this is his better day coming today, and he's still in a good spot to reel himself back in here.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about it a bit more later, but these events play well to kind of have a little bit of drama on that leaderboard. So that concludes the men as far as their day one competition. Let's take a look on what happened on the women's side of the house after their first day of competition. We find Inez Carrasquillo occupying that first place position. She had a fantastic events 1, 2, and 3. In the lead right now with 27 points, followed by Olga and Angelica sitting in second and third. So, Dr. Bill, Inez, is this exactly where you thought she'd be finishing after the first day?
Well, not necessarily, but she started with a really good pace. She had a personal best on the deadlift. She'd been wanting to pull over 600 for a long time. She got that, and that really kind of put her, I guess, in a mindset to really come on very strong. I mean, that was a great pull for her. She put everything she wanted put together for that event. Then she went to the second event and had a really fast time, finds herself in the driver's seat, and then got to the stones. Okay, you know, how are these? It's a new set of implements. She had a great run on the stones, finished those up. She finds herself in the lead. I think she's looked great. I think the big thing is that she came prepared.
Yes, 100%. And she's in the lead, but there's a couple of women trying to breathe down her, tied in second and third place for points. That's Olga and Angelica. Yeah,
you got those two tied. And Olga is always tough. Angelica showed at the Arnold how tough she is and how she can reel herself back in. Because same as like we were talking about Tom, deadlift was probably going to be her weaker point, you know, for losing a few points. So today could be a really good day. But this is where they got to make it happen. If they have any chance of reeling in Inez, they've got to make it happen here. And we've got Lucy and Andrea. They're only a point apart that are fourth and fifth that potentially, if Olga and Angelica slip, they could put themselves in the spots.
And the event that could start to make this leaderboard transition happen is event number 4 on the Strongmen and Strongwomen, and that is called the Power Drive. And it's a push, a carry, and a pull. Now, Jerry, again, you've been intimately involved with these events. You know, what about this jumps off the screen at you?
So right away is going to be this big drum they're going to have to push. It looks like a giant hay bale that you see driving around Scotland here. That it's completely different from what we've seen in the strongman side. And you know, all these athletes, they're, you know, everything else is pretty standard. They can train all this stuff in the gym. This is something they haven't been able to train. They're just doing sleds and whatever they can to, like, for conditioning. So we're going to see on a little bit of warm-up they're going to get back there, who's going to figure this out the best. Because you want to get through that power, that drive, pushing that drum as quickly and expend as much less energy as possible, because you still have a 400-pound Husfeld bag and then an arm over arm that you're going to go into already gassed after those first two.
Lots of room for mistakes, and I think that's the exciting part about this. But it's also a lot of opportunity to be able to come on and you know, catch up some ground. And we don't know who's going to come in and steal some candy. Maybe somebody did figure something out and they can push this thing, or maybe their experience with the wheel of pain maybe will help them.
We got a lot of fantastic content coming up today and tomorrow on the Rogue Tailgate Show. Remember, you can get that starting today for $20. You've got VR cameras on field. You've got other multiple cameras that you can control your live stream experience, and all of this content you're going to be able to access for about a month after the Invitational happens. So make sure you go ahead and sign up for that. You'll get to see all of us wonderful individuals and tons of guests rolling through the show all day long. Appreciate you guys. We'll see you back here later on for more of the Strongman, Strongwomen competition. And another huge part of what makes an event like this possible is the scoring. I mean, to make everything happen so precisely so that the leaderboard updates, the fan experience happens, there's a lot that goes into that. And Rogue has partnered with Strongest to bring scoring into the 21st century.
In order to score this with the chip needs to be on an athlete or an instrument that is moving across. My name is Gabe Alborz. I am the scoring lead for the Rogue Invitational. So we have a loop laid out here, and we just have some chips assigned to actual athletes that are going to be competing, and we're going to just test that because we haven't done it. We are at Rogue HQ, their testing facility. We are going to be testing some of the scoring systems and a little bit of workouts later on. Bye. We want to make sure that we, as a team and the electronics, have all run through all the possibilities. So obviously Rogue is here. We've got the folks from Frameworks. They are in charge of all the different electronics and the hardware. And we have Strongest, who take a lead on the software side of things, and they also kind of connect all the different moving pieces. So Strongest is the company that basically developed the entire scoring system. They are the brains behind the entire operation. They have developed the custom electronics and the custom software that connects all of it together and allows folks to see on TV the reps, times, and all that. Throughout the history of Strongest and Rogue working together, we have adapted the scoring system in new ways to score strongman specifically. To my knowledge, strongman competitions have not been scored the way we score them with the electronics and the custom features that we have. So Strongest has been able to develop custom software to take in the data and present it to the public in ways that could be understood. And also it allows us to chip implements so we can get better and accurate readings of the finish times. And this year we're going to be rolling out new features like push buttons that have never been used at the Invitational, and having them here to do all that test is what makes it happen, really.
Man, I mean, first of all, great to see you again, Josh and China. I mean, always a great day. A great way to start my day. But, man, we've come so long from just somebody just standing there with an old gym teacher stopwatch going, yep, you got it. Second place. I mean, that's crazy.
They got reps going. They got exclusive timers. They got leaderboard shifts. It's pretty impressive. But we're not really surprised. Rogue does everything well.
Always top of the line. Now,
we've got 2 days of competition left for the CrossFit athletes. Their first day down. Everyone likes to say, the day 2 is moving day. But now with the first day in the rearview mirror, what kind of stood out to you?
I mean, obviously, Tia going 3 for 3. We expected her to do well, but 3 out of 3 pretty dominant wins is next level. And her and Gabby have a pretty big lead over third. But like you said, moving day, not moving day, there's still 600 points up for grabs. There's a lot of competition left.
100%.
Yeah, I'm super excited on the guy side, too. I mean, Adler right now has a pretty significant lead. He's got, I think, like a 50-point lead or something like that. And he looks really good, so I'm excited to see how he continues to go. I think he's here to prove himself. Obviously, not being at the games this year and getting to compete. I think he's here to prove something.
Yeah, he's hungry for sure. Let's take a look on the men's side of the house, how the leaderboard shook out after 1 day of competition. Just like Josh said, Jeff Adler is establishing himself with a very nice lead. He finds himself in first place. He has got 275 points. Followed by Ricky Garrard and Dallin Pepper in second and third. And Hopper and Smith rounding out fourth and fifth, and plenty of opportunity for things to shake out today. But like you said, right now, Josh, Jeff Adler is the man.
He's looking good, man. He's looking really good, looking strong. And I think a lot of these workouts that are coming up are going to play to him, too. So I think the boys behind him have some work to do.
100%. He's been so dominant, and, but as there is so many times, some of the greatest stories are actually what's happening outside of first place. In China, we find ourselves in spots second, third, fourth, and fifth, set up for a great day of competition and drama here on day 2.
Absolutely. Only 15 points separate second through fifth, and obviously there's going to be a lot of movement on the leaderboard today. The person I have my eyes on for today is definitely Dallin Pepper. He made a huge splash taking the event win in North Sea Tiger, which had machine, barbell, gymnastics, grit, and the first workout of today has all of those things. Machine, barbell, gymnastics, and you got to put your head down and go to work. And I see him doing very, very, very well in this workout and starting off day 2 hot.
Day 2 is always fun. Day number 1 establishes some positions and sets up stories for day 2, and we're going to have an absolute blast. On the women's side of the house, now, hopefully you're sitting down. This is going to be a huge shock. But Tia Toomey's doing very well. Here's how the leaderboard looks at the end of the first day of competition, kicking off day number 2. Tia Toomey, relatively consistent with 3 first-place finishes. And then we've got Gabby Magala and Laura Horvath finishing rounding out the podium right now. And it's in 2 and 3. So happy to see Gabby Magala doing well. But Josh, come on. Tia Toomey, man, 3 for 3. What's going on?
Was there ever a doubt, though? Was there ever a doubt? I think that we all saw what happened last year. Tia, took second place to Laura by a very small margin after coming back from having a baby. So I think Laura this week, today, really specifically, he needs to have a great day, and she's going to need some help. She's going to need the champ, or she's going to need Tia to have a couple slip-ups, and in my mind, I don't know if that's going to happen or not.
Yeah, that's a tall order. But hey, as you two both know, crazy things happen all the time. And even if, let's just say, you're not going to run down the champ, you can still establish yourself as a threat. And right now, Gabby's doing fantastic.
Gabby, man, she is rolling. She had 2 second-place finishes, a 4th-place finish on workouts that were so different. She's like, endurance, check, no problem. Skill burner workout, no problem. Shoulder stamina combined with leg strength, I got it. She's literally showing everyone how well-rounded she is, and I am totally here for it. I honestly can't wait to see her continue her fire of a weekend and keep it going.
Well, we're going to kick off day number 2 with an absolute bang with a workout that is almost borderline mean. Let's go ahead and check out
rude.
CrossFit event number 4. This is called Hunting Haggis. And you've got, if you're familiar with CrossFit, there's a classic workout called Jackie that's got rowing and thrusters and pull-ups, but the thrusters are with an empty barbell, and you only touch the rower once. Now we've got 2 1,000-meter rows. You've got heavy thrusters, 2 sets of 30, and you've got some log muscle-ups mixed in there. This is absolutely dirty. And Josh, I know that you were instrumental in programming these workouts here. So what was going on with event number 4?
We want to definitely come in with something classic, right? Every year I feel like as in Rogue, we definitely always have a classic workout. That's something that reminds us of back in the day, early OGs, as you are, Sherwood. And so, but these athletes now, they just, like, giving them a normal Jackie just wouldn't do it justice, right? They would move really quick.
Leave them hungry.
Yeah, right. They wouldn't. It wouldn't be enough for sure. And so I think that up and down ladder, adding the 135 load, which is pretty significant,
aggressive
for a thruster, and then taking away a normal barbell and putting a log up just makes sense. And then why not end with a 1K row at the end, right?
Oh man, This potentially, like I said yesterday, I really liked event number 1, but I was leaving myself open. This could change my mind as to something that occupies my favorite spot.
I really, really hope 5 athletes finish that second set of thrusters and walk over to that rower at the exact same time.
Because that's so mean.
To sell their soul to the devil, man.
They're going to burn it down.
That's what we want. That's what the people want. The athletes, I'm sure, do not want that.
I'm sure one of those athletes is hoping to get a 20-second recovery row before they have to start hammering.
Oh,
but I do not.
It's going to be a blast. So thank you, Josh. Thank you, China. We got a lot of good stuff happening. You're not going to want to miss it all. And as I said earlier, you can get yourself the premium package. Watch the tailgate show. We'll be here all day. Strongman, Strongwoman, great guests rolling through. $20 starting today, so make sure you sign up for that. Get to control some your cameras in the field. Have your own experience. It should be an absolute blast. We're going to have CrossFit Event 4 coming up very shortly, but before, we're going to leave you to enjoy a nice little get-to-know-you package from Mr. Chandler Smith, who historically does very well on the second day of competition here at the Rogue Invitational.
That's always been my passion growing up. Separate from any specific modality is the idea of, like, how fast and how strong can I get. One of the things that's super important to me is taking advantage of opportunities that are given. I look for those opportunities and I work for them, and absolutely no-brainer. If you get a chance to show up, you go and you show up and love. When I got the call, I knew it was one that I was absolutely going to pick up. Think about, like, soldiers or folks who wrestled or folks who look like me, and getting the chance to represent those groups helped start me and guide me along my journey. And so any way I can play that role in someone else's journey is important, and it's an opportunity I'm never going to say no to. Throughout the 6 years of the Rogue Invitational, it just feels like being part of a very exclusive group and brotherhood. It's something I cherish a lot, and it's made it the most special event on the calendar for me every year. I think across the board, I've done a lot of the stuff that Rogue represents. It's about the fans, and there's been times where I've been able to connect with the crowd. I've done a decent job of representing it, and hopefully I can do that again this year. Looking at my career in a vacuum, I was a Rogue Invitational athlete more than anything else. You've trained hard, everything can hit at once, but there's always some time where those moments hit me, and I'm excited to see where that hits me this year.
We were at your house watching this on TV.
Oh, great.
Oh, sitting on the couch. What would we say?
Okay.
That's what.
Can anyone stop Tia? The three-time Invitational champ looks to continue her dominance in Scotland. Day 2 of the 2024 Rogue Invitational starts now. Second day of competition here at the 2024 Rogue Invitational from Aberdeen, Scotland, inside P&J Live. Thanks for being with us, everybody, as we get set for event number 4 in the CrossFit competition. It is Hunting Haggis, presented by Crocs. I'm Sean Woodland alongside former affiliate cup champion Adrian Conway, and we got Kiki Dixon down on the competition floor. We're going to kick things off with the women, and after day 1, we're 3 events in. We're only a third of the way through the competition, but what has stood out to you so far?
Well, Tia was Tia. Gabby was great. Laura did some damage control, and I think we're going to have a tight race on that podium.
We have a jam-packed schedule here on Saturday. All the divisions will be in action. Of course, we're starting with the CrossFit competition. The Strongmen and Strongwomen have 3 events today, and we will crown champions tonight. There's 3 CrossFit events as well, and we're also going to have the Legends out today. That should be a lot of fun. Women's overall standings, as you heard Adrian say, Tia was being Tia. She won all 3 events. She's the first woman to ever win all 3 events to begin the Rogue Invitational, and she now has 15 career event victories. Gabby McGowan, she has been impressive. 275 points, just 25 back at Tia Toomey, and it's Laura Horvath who has a 5-point lead on Brooke Wells for the 3rd and final spot on the podium. Event number 4 is Hunting Haggis, and if you were watching earlier and you heard Pat Sherwood talk about this event on the Iron Game show, this is borderline mean.
It really is mean. It's a 1K row to start, 30 thrusters at 95 pounds, 20 log muscle-ups, and that log is 4 inches in diameter. They're going to finish with another 30 thrusters and a 1K row, which is just a brutal way to finish any event.
A different implement there with the log for the bar muscle-ups. What are your keys to this event?
Yeah, the keys are going to be pause, don't stop. Those thrusters are going to be forced almost to be broken up because they're going to be segmented in 10s as they advance the bar. You want to make sure you don't spend too much time resting there, and then pace early and send late, Sean. So that first 1K row can be a trap. You've got to stay in control there, and then you're going to have to send it to have success on the back half.
First of 2 heats, one of the athletes we'll be paying close attention to, Alex Gazan.
Alex, high-capacity athlete. She has a big engine that she has been focused on continuing to develop. I really like her here with the log muscle-ups. Now, we'll see how she's able to navigate them today. As it's, there's not a lot of athletes that have exposure to being able to train this in the outside of the Rogue Invitational, which makes it unique. But historically, she does really well in an event like this.
Here are your lane assignments for Heat 1. 10 women out on the competition floor. I mentioned Alex Gazan. She is in lane number 4. Down in lane number 8, that's where Danielle Brandon's going to be working right now. 15th place overall after 3 events. Her best finish was a 7th in event 1.
Yeah, and Danielle coming off of a struggle last night with those back squats. She was one of the only athletes that actually had to re-rack her bar to the rack, and I'm excited to see her. She's very well-rounded, and I know she's going to be hungry this morning.
Stand by.
Heat 1 of Hunting Haggis, presented by Crocs, is underway for the women, and we start with that 1,000-meter row, and there's Danielle Brandon getting herself situated and getting right to work.
This is where we talk about early in this event to start the day. Emotions are going to be all over the place. They had great momentum yesterday, or maybe they had a start they didn't enjoy. They can't come out too fired up here on this 1K. Got to remain in control, save what energy you can in your legs and upper body, even though, of course, that's demanded of them on this rower, because they got a lot of work ahead of them.
There is Alex Gazan making her 2nd appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. Had a great showing in 2023 when she finished 5th. Coming off a 7th place finish in the CrossFit Games.
This takes so much discipline, Sean, to just be able to sit there and stay at a pace that you've probably already established with your coach or established in your warm-up. because you feel fresh right now. They're coming off of clearly just warming up in the back. This is the first event to start the day. So you'll notice these athletes all watching their monitor right there in front of them, which will tell them how fast they're going, and they're just trying to stay in a particular zone.
There is a shot of that monitor, 2-minute pace. I think that's Danielle Brandon we're looking at. No, that's Sydney Wells. Took a guess.
Yep. But yeah, so it's right around that 2-minute pace. That means she'll get off this rower right about the 4-minute mark approximately for a 1K. And the trick is for you to feel your very best to get to the barbell, but not be out of shot at competing for a top spot in the event. What makes this hard is that you don't really get an opportunity to see much of what your peers are rowing. You can try to get a glance at what their splits are, but a lot of these women in the back were probably being a little nosy with each other, like, hey, what are you thinking about rowing out there? They're paying close attention in the warm-up.
And if you think they're trying to peek up onto the Jumbotron to see those shots that we're showing you, because those are being played in the arena here, they're directly underneath the video screen, so they do not have an angle to see any shots at anybody's screens.
If you've been in the CrossFit community for a while, you understand that this workout has similar demands as a traditional benchmark called Jackie, which is a devastating test in itself. Much more sprint-based, where you're only going to get on the rower one time. You're going to have some thrusters with an empty barbell and then pull-ups. But this design, this is Rogue Invitational at its finest. We've got heavy thrusters, and we're going to do 60 of them. We've got a row, but we're going to go through 2,000 meters, not just one. And then, of course, the muscle-ups couldn't just be regular rig muscle-ups. These are going to be done with a log 4 inches in diameter, something very difficult to replicate in practice for these athletes out at their local affiliate.
We're a little past the 3-minute mark right now, 3 minutes, 12 seconds. You can see the clock in the background behind Amanda Barnhart. She's putting the finishing touches on her 1,000-meter row. And just about all the judges' hands are in the air as their respective athletes are getting set to finish the first part of this event. First of 2 heats here in event number 4.
They're about to finish the warm-up, Sean. That's exactly what this acted as for a lot of these women. They weren't trying to do anything glamorous here because they understand the most separation they can create is going to happen on the barbell and on the log.
Amanda Barnhart, 13th place overall. Coming off her best finish of the competition last night when she took 10th in event 3.
Amanda, historically, one of the most powerful athletes in our space.
Well, Amanda Barnhart is going to be the second woman off of the rower. And Taylor Williamson was first to the barbell. She's at the top of your screen in the black shirt and long gray pants. Now Dana Perrin next to her at the top of your screen. Onto the thrusters as well.
Again, they're working through 30 of these. They're going to have to squat all the way below parallel. Again, hip crease, like the back squats yesterday. Hip crease below the top of the knee, and then they have to extend the arms all the way at the top, bar overhead.
And they'll move ahead every 10 reps. You can see the hash marks on the floor. And it is Taylor Williamson who is your leader now. She's through 14 of those thrusters. They got 20 reps, so 1 rep for every 50 meters for the row. And now 1 rep for every thruster. At the 50 rep mark, that's when they'll move on to the log muscle-ups. And there is Taylor Williamson, comes in 17th place overall. Got to this event out of the qualifier. She had a 4th place finish in event 2. Someone we're used to seeing in the team competition. And now there's Alex Kazan, who's on the back half of her set of 30 thrusters at 95 pounds.
And while the athletes have to advance the bar every 10, they're not forced to drop there. They could hold on, they could transition overhead, they could transition with the bar in the front rack. So as we watch athletes drop and pause, that's their rest that they're intentionally taking to keep their heart rate low so they have a better chance at success when they turn around and face that log for the log muscle-ups.
There's Danielle Brandon through 46 of those 50 reps she needs to hit before she gets to the bar muscle-up. So just 4 reps remaining for her on the thrusters as Gazan moves her barbell forward as she's now going to head to the log along with Taylor Williamson. Dana Perrin as well is done with her 30 thrusters.
I think we'll see a lot of this, Sean, the transition being a little slower here as they wrap their mind around what they're going to have to do to get their bodies around that log and on top to be able to lock out their arms at the top. And I think we'll really get a good idea of how confident they are after we see a first rep or 2 on their way to 20. They have to complete 20 here. Wow, impressive. Dana Perrin being one of those athletes, Sean, that's never been to the Rogue Invitational before. I'd imagine that's got to be one of her first opportunities to do a log muscle up there like that.
Taylor Williamson right next to her failed one. This is the first time she's probably dealt with an implement like this.
Alex looking very efficient here. You'll notice that she actually had her thumbs wrapped around the log. It's rare to see athletes be able to grip it that way. That could be an advantage for her.
20 reps here at the 70 rep mark. That's when they'll go back to the barbell for 30 more thrusters. And Alex Gazan is through 8 of her 20 reps.
Okay, so thumbs on top now. She's got more of a false grip. Again, you're going to notice most of their hands, they're trying to keep as much of their hands on top of that log as possible. If they're able to link reps together, like we've seen Alex Gazan do here a couple times, it's really important for them to come down with control. You're going to see most of these women opt for single repetitions at a time, one at a time, a short break. Again, one of the keys here was pause, don't stop, anticipate the rest, and try to stay fluid.
There's Paige Semenza, who comes in 12th place overall, looking to work her way into that second and final heat if she can get inside the top 10. She's only 5 points back of Maddie Sturt for 10th. Alex Gazan has 6 reps remaining. Danielle Brandon, who has been just chipping through this with singles, is starting to gain a little ground. Semenza also in second place. Emma Tall doing pretty well. And Emma McQuaid starting to creep up. Danielle Brandon trying to rebound from a last place finish last night in Braveheart that featured that heavy back squat.
And this is definitely the longest break we've seen Danielle take. She chalked up her wrists and her hands, of course, to make sure that she's got as much grip on top of that log as possible.
And now Alex Gazan is done. She'll move back to the barbell. 30 more thrusters at 95 pounds, 43 kilos, and then a final 1,000 meter row.
We talked about how evil this workout is, written format. She just entered the most evil part of it, Sean.
Well, this morning at our production meeting, we were sitting around the table talking about how well she was going to do, and as you mentioned her name, she literally walked in the door that was 10 feet away, heard her name, and said, "What are you talking about me? Is it good? Is it good?" We said, "Yes, it's good, Alex. We think you're going to do well in this event." And so far, she's proven us right. Now, Danielle Brandon is going to be the second woman to the barbell.
Danielle, with the movement quality that she can exhibit with the barbell here in this front rack position, is going to stay very fluid and very efficient with the thrusters. So it's going to be on Alex to really have that grit and fight down the stretch here to keep her off.
Now Paige Semenza is the third woman to start her final set of 30 thrusters. And you talk to Alex Gazan's coach, Justin Kotler, and he just cannot say enough good things about Alex. Really has high expectations of her and doesn't think that she is anywhere near her full potential yet.
Yeah, she certainly has much room to grow, and yet she's accomplished so much in our sport in her few years of being an elite level competitor.
Emma Tall in the all burgundy next to Alex Gazan is on her thrusters. Amanda Barnhart towards the top of your screen just picked up her barbell, and at the bottom of the screen, that's Emma McQuaid. And at the 100 rep mark, that is when Alex Gazan will proceed back to the rower for the final time. A 16-minute time cap here.
And these athletes can't go quite full send on the thrusters because they know what's looming, a 1K row, just like they started this event, but it's going to be extremely different on the back half. When we see athletes sit down on that rower, if any of them get there closely around that same time window, it is going to be an absolute battle through the finish.
Right now, Gazan has a 6-rep lead on Danielle Brandon as Alex has 2 reps now, 1 to go, and she's finished and will move to the rower first. So final 1,000 meters for Alex Gazan here. She looks to pick up the win in heat 1 of 2 in event 4, the 4th of 9 events that these athletes will face throughout this weekend. So Gazan with 130 points coming in. Just 5 points back of Maddie Sturt for 10th.
You'll notice Emma Tall she was trying to find that rest position there with her hands on the bar, stretch her lower back. The pressure these athletes are feeling through, again, we talked about bracing last night, but through their midline, trying to find space to breathe. But while that 95 pounds bears down on what feels to be your soul, it is extremely uncomfortable, and now they got to go really send it on this row. Now Gazan started her row at 11:42. Emma Tall sat down at about 12:17. Significant lead for Alex.
Amanda Barnhart's on the rower, and here come Danielle Brandon on the right side of your screen and Paige Semenza in the middle. 5 women onto their final 1,000-meter rows, and Danielle Brandon took a little time getting herself situated before she started pulling on the handles. 120 reps is when Alex Gazan will be able to get up off the rower and head to the finish line. They get a rep for every 50 meters. Emma Tall right now 16th place overall. Best finish was an 8th place in the opening event.
Already seen an increase in speed compared to what we saw for those opening rows. Even after all the work they did, that shows the composure and the pacing that they started to open with around that 2-minute pace. And now Alex is trying to settle right around a 1:54 pace. And I'd imagine that it will only gain speed, Sean, as she nears the finish line.
Now keep an eye on the judges. They will move their hands every 50 meters to let our scorers know to add another rep. Now Taylor Howe, bottom of your screen, getting set on the rower. We only have a couple women still out on the floor. We still have a couple women back on the bar muscle-ups, one of which is Taylor Williamson, who was one of the first women to get to that implement, and now she's heading back to the barbells. Taylor just completed her set. Sydney Wells is also stuck on the bar muscle-ups. There is Taylor Williamson.
And that's the thing about the log, Sean. It can start one way and go very wrong very quickly, depending upon your exposure to it and also how you pace out those 20 reps. It's so different than a traditional bar muscle-up, which all of these athletes on the competition floor have high mastery of. They could do 20 in a row, many of them. But this significantly changes everything from the way you hold the log to the way that your body has to move around that 4-inch in diameter. Makes it challenging.
This is the first time that Sydney has competed at the Rogue Invitational, so she has not competed on this implement before. Same with Taylor Williamson. Now Dana Perrin is on the rower. Alex Gazan is, I got 200 meters to go here.
Yeah, and this is where just from a mindset perspective, I'd like to see her increase her stroke frequency, which means, hey, get the paddle to the rower a little faster here, Alex. There's 10 women watching you go. I know you're suffering, but you got to sell out right now. We got to send it. Every second's going to matter once the next heat takes the floor.
Now, Emma Tall has managed to gain some ground here. She's got 200 meters left. Probably not going to be enough to catch Gazan, who's going to sprint her way across the finish line once she gets to 120 reps.
139 split right now, Sean. She's cranking it. That's what you want to see in the finish right there. She's battling and fighting.
Well, Gazan is off. She's going to win the heat right around 15:39 unofficially. 15:39.01 seconds for her. And now Emma Tall, who has put on a huge charge here, fighting with Amanda Barnhart And Tall is going to be off first. Amanda Barnhart's cranking away. And that's the time cap. So only 2 women are going to finish unless Emma Tall did not get across the finish line inside the buzzer. We'll have to wait for her official score, but we do know that woman, Alex Gazan, is going to be your heat winner, 15:39.01 seconds. I'm glad she heard you talking about her this morning.
That's right. Hopefully we gave her some motivation. She walked in at the right time, I guess, but we liked what she had historically as an athlete. We knew what she brings in from a mindset perspective, and she typically does really well when she's got to pull and hang. So today it was the log, later it'll be the ropes. I think that she's probably excited for what is to wait for her opportunity-wise with gaining some points.
And again, not sure if Emma Tall made it before the buzzer, but she did get through the entirety of the reps. Looks like she's going to finish second in the heat.
And it was Alex Gazan early and often. She got off the rower third there, but that was intentional. She knew she could get off toe-to-toe with the rest of the women in this heat. But it was her being able to navigate these log muscle-ups, pace the first thrusters just right, and look at the fluidity there, the awareness. She dropped down into singles as she built fatigue, and then, of course, it was her grit and tenacity here on the back half of these thrusters, and, of course, that 1K row. She had a strong flex coming in, representing for the underdogs here today, start day 2.
Alex Gazan takes heat number 1, 15:39.01 seconds. Emma Tall does not get across the finish line, and Amanda Barnhart barely missed finishing up her row. Paige Siemens is going to finish in 4th, followed by Danielle Brandon in 5th place. Second and final heat coming up next. And you talked about Gabby McGowa, and she has been impressive. Unfortunately, she's being overshadowed by the perfect performance from Tia Toomey.
Yeah.
But 2 seconds and a 4th so far for Gabby.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gabby came out and really, it's as close to a flawless run as you can almost hope it as a CrossFit athlete. You want to show that you're well-rounded. Yesterday, we test so many modalities, and she showed up great in every one of them.
Lane assignments. For the second and final heat, Gabby McGowan will be working out of lane number 5. Tia Toomey, your overall leader, will be in lane 6, and it's Laura Horvath in lane 7, who did some damage control last night. She's got 210 points, has some ground to make up to catch Gabby McGowan.
That's right, and she's focused here, Sean. Historically, she loves to climb. I like her chances to be able to navigate this log, maybe better than a lot of the other women in this field. I think we're going to watch her really closely in this event to shine a little bit here this morning.
Laura Horvath started the competition with a 4th place finish, then she took 3rd in event 2. Then last night, in the Braveheart event that featured that wall walk complex that had 2 wall-facing handstand push-ups for every rep, that's where she fell back a little bit. Finished 14th. Damage control event for her, but so 14th in that event. Pretty good for Laura Horvath.
Yep, yeah, we like it. I think from that perspective, it gave her momentum coming into day 2, knowing, hey, there's going to be a lot of opportunity for points on the board. Still got 6 scored events left, and I know that was probably the event that I was going to struggle with the most.
It was Brooke Wells in lane 4. She's right now 4th place overall, just 5 points back of Horvath for 3rd. Heat 2 underway. Only one woman was able to get through the entirety of the work in heat number 1, and that was Alex Gazan. 15:39.01 seconds is the time to beat. 1,000 meters to start on the rower.
We can expect a bit of more of the same from heat 1 here in this opening 1K. I will be interested to see if some of these women come out with a touch more of an aggressive opening split. Last heat, it was about 2 minutes per 500 on average, so they got out off around the 4-minute mark.
20 total reps for the 1,000 meter row. They get a rep for every 50 meters.
All right, and we're already seeing the GOAT here, Tia Claire Toomey, rowing somewhere between a 155 and a 158 thus far. That would put her off approximately 6 to 10 seconds faster than heat 1 average. Which, Sean, we consider overall work being done in this event, and so many women getting time capped at the 16-minute mark in heat 1. You think 6 to 10 seconds, that's not very much. And I'll tell you what, on a rower, that's the trap, because you get lulled into wanting to go faster, and it really doesn't gain you much advantage, specifically if you're not going to go unbroken the rest of the event. So these women, again, showing composure, self-control. They could go much faster, but they know it's not time yet.
Kiki Dixon is the 4th member, or 3rd member, I should say, of our thinking strongman with 4 people. Third member of our broadcast team. She's down there on the competition floor with more on Brooke Wells. Kiki?
You know, sometimes I do feel like 2 people in one spot, Sean, so you're right about that. All right, you guys. I was able to connect with Brooke. She actually had no idea that she was in 4th. She's not much of a leaderboard stalker, if you will. With that said, she's super excited to be this close to the top after what she considered to be a poor execution yesterday on Event 2. Clearly it wasn't that bad if she's sitting in 4th, but hey, I get it. She's looking forward to today. She's never done log bar muscle ups, unfortunately, but she does hope that they'll go well, isn't entirely sure what to expect. She said that either way, she'll be giving her all, doing what she can to fight into the top 3. While she might not be too certain about what to expect today, she did mention that Sunday should be a great day for her. So guys, I think we're going to want to keep an eye on her, no doubt.
Brooke Wells, just 5 points out again of 3rd place. So if she just beats Laura Horvath by 1 spot in this event, she's going to erase that deficit. Coming off a 2nd place finish is Brooke Wells last night in Braveheart. Has a little bit of momentum here.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear that she's not a leaderboard stalker. You know what I mean? Like, she's not looking at that between events or between days. I think that's really challenging to do in today's world with social media and all the ways that you could see where you're placed. I think that shows some maturity for Brooke, though. I appreciate that, and I think it probably helps her keep her mind and her feet focused where she is. It's a great tactic as an athlete.
Take a look at Laura Horvath rower. She's on about a 1 minute 53, 54 second pace. She and Gabby McGowan are towards the front here on this initial 1,000 meter row.
Oh yeah, here we go. All those hands. Another thing is we can anticipate the women making their way to the barbell. Again, they're going to do 30 thrusters. They will advance every 10, but they don't got to drop the bar necessarily, Sean. So one of our big focus here is pause, but don't stop. They've got to anticipate where they're going to rest and where they're going to drop the bar, and that's where we're going to see the race really begin.
Emily Rolfe is also on the lead pace, along with Manon Anganese. But it's McGowan and Horvath who continue to lead. They look to be the first 2 women to the barbell. And there it is. Horvath and McGowan off at the same time, followed by Manon Anganese, and now Tia Toomey will get to work on her 30 thrusters. 30 reps at 95 pounds, 43 kilos, and then it is on to the 20 bar muscle ups on that 4-inch diameter log.
This thruster, these women have to squat all the way down, hip crease below the top of the knee, and then press out at the top. They do a great job at remaining fluid. The smoothness that they go from the top down is what's really indicative of how light that load is for them. And I mean light as in relative. Because they're so strong, it's light for them, because it is not a light thruster.
Tia Toomey now starting to put some pressure on Horvath and McGowan. Toomey through 16 and counting of those 30 thrusters. Now she's tied Horvath for the lead. McGowan's a couple reps behind. Emily Rolfe sitting solidly in 4th.
Well, and here's what's interesting about these thrusters, Sean, too, is that you can afford to push them more, meaning that you can get your body into a position where you're uncomfortable and you're suffering more if you have confidence in your log muscle-ups. If you don't have confidence, you have to overpace these so you're more focused and more fresh for that next movement.
Gabby McGowan, first woman done. Hung on late. Now 20 bar muscle-ups on the log. Laura Horvath's done, and Tia Toomey is finished. The top 3 women in the overall standings, top 3 women in this heat right now, and all chasing Alex Kazan's time of 15:39.01 seconds. So McGowan, an early no rep.
And what made her come down there was that her whole body came over the log. She's not allowed to support herself with anything but her arms. Her belly can touch the log, but she can't fold over or use her elbows.
Gabby McGowan starting to struggle here. Now Toomey is in the lead. She's 2 reps up on Laura Horvath. Toomey's already won the first 3 events. If she wins her fourth, she'll tie Laura Horvath for the longest event winning streak at the Rogue Invitational.
Tia's doing a great job right here, just delegating herself to single reps. But watch, we talked about pause, don't stop. She is creating great rhythm through the up, through the swing, through the down. She's staying on the mat. I mean, it's like she's a machine.
Gabby McGowan has gotten herself sorted and looks to be getting through some reps here. Now, Ariel Lowen, we'll keep an eye on her. She's in lane number 8, right side of your screen. She's moved herself into 3rd. At the 70 rep mark, that's when these athletes will head back to the barbell for 30 more thrusters.
Ariel, another one of our athletes who has some great experience here in understanding how to use this log to her advantage. Notice that she stays behind the log with her feet on the pad, and that delays her kip swing. So when she swings her hips forward under that log, it's going to help her actually come over the top. She does a great job of using her whole body, not just her upper body.
Haley Adams is on the right side. She has yet to get a successful rep, and she has never done this before in competition.
Right. And what we're seeing out of Haley there to the right is that she's really used to being able to use that violence and speed in her hip extension to come over the top. So she's trying to use her lower body as much as she can, but you can't go quite as fast. The log will slip you right off.
Well, Tia Toomey is now done with her 20 muscle ups, back to the barbell, and she's a minute ahead of Alex Gazan's pace right now.
Wow. And we know what feeds her, Sean. It's the awareness that she's accelerating away from the rest of the field. It only allows her to build more confidence in her choices, even be a little bit more risky on movements so simple like this in the thruster. She's focused on burying the field.
Now, Laura Horvath now has 4 reps remaining. She's the closest one to Tia Toomey, who may get done with these thrusters before anybody even joins her on the barbell. She's got 20 to go.
I'll tell you right now, this particular event involves a lot of self-talk. And there's a lot of ups and downs that we see. From the left, where Gabby's struggling to kind of chicken wing her way over the log muscle up, to the self-confidence Tia's created in herself to have such a positional in the lead. And then it's the same with the other ladies. Ariel and Laura now battling rep for rep on these log muscle ups.
And now Ariel Lowen is going to be second to the barbell. Now, Lowen came in 5th place overall with 185 points. She's just 25 back of Horvath for 3rd. And now here comes Laura. But with a strong performance here, and what's happening right now with Gabby McGowan, it's not inconceivable that Ariel Lowen could find herself inside the top 3.
And this is where you've got to really seize the moment if you're Ariel. Understand where you're at, your opportunity. Fight and scrap for every point. This is where the event really takes a turn. Again, it's focus and execution on technique through the log, and now it's grit, tenacity, and your ability to suffer here on the back half.
Well, Maddie Sturt is now onto the barbell. Sturt came in 10th place overall. Best finish with 8th place last night in Braveheart. Meanwhile, Tia Toomey is going to head back to the rower. And she is now still a minute ahead of Gazan.
Yeah, Alex did not actually start her row at all until 11:42.
Gabby McGowan in the white top has gotten through those 20-bar muscle-ups and is on to her final set of 30 thrusters. We have a handful of women still back on those bar muscle-ups. Haley Adams has gotten 4 reps. Brooke Wells is through 10. Rolfe is through 15. And Danny Spiegel has a couple left to go.
Haley still trying to navigate those log muscle ups. Again, tough and very frustrating. You know, it's a technical limiter. And so she's out there, her body feels good, she's ready to work. That was a great rep. And so now she's had success. She's got to dial that and figure, how do I replicate this? How can I do the same thing to finish this whole set and get to the thruster bar?
Well, Tia Toomey has a 250-meter lead on Laura Horvath and Ariel Lowen. You're going to get a rep for every 50 meters. So at the 120 mark is when Toomey gets off the rower and heads to the finish line to win her 4th event, assuming that nothing goes wrong here for her. Just assaulting this competition.
I mean, I look at the body language, her focus, and the way that she's attacking, even the power that she drives away from the rower, and she is not interested at all in this race being close whatsoever. She could easily be coasting here with the lead that she had buffered.
Laura Horvath is doing her best to try and stay close, but I don't know if Toomey's going to give her any room here.
It's a very loud but silent statement Tia's trying to make right there, because she knows something about Laura. She's a phenomenal rower. The paces that Laura is capable to hold for long periods of time, or even on the back half of a workout like this after all that other work, is very, very high. So Tia's doing her best to make sure that Laura's not going to build any kind of momentum even towards the score that she's already been able to set.
Toomey is in the back half now of that 1,000-meter row. About 450 meters ago. Now Ariel Lowen is in 3rd. Now Gabby McGowan is getting going here.
Sees the line at the end of the tunnel as we officially have 3 minutes remaining.
15:39.01 seconds is the time to beat from Alex Kazan. She was the only woman to finish the entirety of this event inside the 16-minute time cap. And Tia Toomey is just inching closer now to winning her 4th straight event. Only one other woman has ever won 4 events in a row at the Rogue Invitational, and it's Laura Horvath.
Tia with the hand up. I know that Ariel and Laura are relatively close in time and space here on this rower. They've got to be able to, I'm not even sure, I'm trying to see if Ariel's trying to get some glances at Laura's rower over there.
Got Matt Hoffman, one of our great camera people over there, getting that shot for you. There you go.
Hey, there we go. That's the 152. Laura holding steady. Let's see where Ariel is. Okay, 155.
Yeah. Great work, Matt.
Man.
Those guys down the floor, man, they're unsung heroes. Working hard all day. Appreciate it.
Brooke working through her thrusters here.
Yeah, Brooke Wells, who came in 4th place overall, as Tia Toomey's going to win her 4th event in a row. Absolutely demolishing the time to beat. 14:25.3934 seconds, pardon me. Beats Alex Kazan by more than a minute.
Is this perhaps the first time that we've seen her look tired?
I was just going to say, that's the first time she's come across the finish line and actually looked like she worked hard.
That's right. So what we thought about this event was what was true, which is that it would even make the fittest come to a knee.
14:25.34 seconds to win her 4th straight event. Ties the record set by Laura Horvath. She's got a perfect 4 for 4 here at the 2024 Rogue Invitational. Laura Horvath looking to be the next woman to finish up.
Wow.
And she will get in.
She demolished that last row, man.
Now, Laura trailed Gabby by 65 points in the overall standings, so she's going to have to beat Gabby by a significant margin here in order to make that up, but she is going to take a significant chunk out of it, courtesy of this event. Now, here comes Ariel Lowen, who could wind up inside the top 3.
Great execution there by Ariel. One of the biggest separators there was, of course, the way she navigated those log muscle-ups.
A shout out to the family.
That's right, gotta love that.
But Maddie Sturt, your leader on the floor. She's got 50 meters left. And Sturt is done. And she will get in inside that 16-minute time cap. 4 women in Heat 2 finish up. Tia Toomey.
Wow.
The only woman to go sub 15 is Gabby McGowan, is going to surrender maybe a spot inside the top 3. We'll have to see how the rest of the scores factor in here. 4 straight wins for your 3-time Rogue Invitational champion. Laura Horvath will finish in second place in the event. Ariel Lowen will take third, and Alex Gazan is going to earn a fourth place finish out of heat number 1.
And I'll tell you what, we expected to see a tight race, and boy did we have that anticipation coming off those rowers, but it was right here that Tia was able to create some great separation. Of course, Gabby struggled early with those log muscle-ups, was able to adapt and figure it out late, but Tia was able to create such a buffer by a steady single rep execution on the log, and then she showed that grit, tenacity, and capacity, of course, that she's got on that back half. And this is the first time that we've seen the champ a little bit winded.
Tia Toomey, another 100 points. Laura Horvath will take second place to pick up 95. And Ariel Lowen will earn 90 courtesy of that third place finish. Alex Gazan with another solid performance takes fourth. And Gabby McGowan is going to wind up in 8th. Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon.
Okay. Tia, we meet again. 4th event win in a row here at the Rogue Invitational. This one looked like it made you work a little bit. What was the biggest demand with this event?
Yeah, just that back end row. You didn't want to do it, but you had to. Thanks a lot, Xvila, Josh, and Katie.
All right, you have competed at the Rogue Invitational every year. What do you love about this event the most?
Except for 2022. But I think just the fact that it brings all the athletes together. Rogue provides such a great opportunity for not only creating a great event, but also giving the athletes the opportunity to earn more and make this dream a reality. And, you know, it's, I think, the only event that I've ever been to that literally give you an invitation. You don't have to pay a dime to be here, and, you know, it really goes a long way.
Rogue doing things right. How has this experience been different necessarily in Scotland versus in Texas?
Well, I think for one, this beautiful floor, you know, they've really been able to, I feel like, create that outside vibe with the turf, which I feel like resembles the Texas field. But then this floor here, that brings back memories of 2019 back in Columbus, Ohio. So I think not just that, but also the crowd. I think everyone has really turned out for us here, and they're just really getting behind us, you know, and I think it's because it's the first, you know, international comp that's come over from the US. It's a big deal, and thank you so much, Scotland, for making us feel welcome.
It's a big deal. You're a big deal. We're going to let you go catch your breath. Thank you so much, Tia.
Newsflash, Tia Toomey is winded.
It's breaking news, man.
Something you don't see very often.
Hey, it's the first of 2 days that we've seen her look like that, but still, man, doing what she does best.
4 straight for Tia Toomey. Ties the record set by Laura Horvath. And I'm guessing she's not done. We're certainly not done. Men, coming up next in Hunting Haggis. Stay with us as the 2024 Rogue Invitational continues. Day 2 of competition at the 2024 Rogue Invitational continues from P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. And it's time to go hunting haggis. Event number 4 is presented by Crocs. Glad you're with us, everybody, wherever you are tuning in from around the world. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway. And we got Kiki Dixon covering things down on the competition floor. Been a pretty exciting battle so far on the men's side, man. It is close.
Oh, it's close. But I'll tell you what, Jeff Adler came to play with a 2-5-1 finish, man. He made a big statement on day 1.
It's jammed behind him as Jeff Adler has opened up a 50-point lead on Ricky Garrard for first place, courtesy of that event win last night. Ricky Garrard sits in second place, but not by much. I mean, there's 8 guys within 40 points of him. So not a lot has been decided through 3 events. The only man who's really separated himself is Jeff Adler, and he has a chance to pick up some big points here in event number 4, which again is hunting haggis, presented by Crocs. And it's like Jackie's evil monster cousin.
Yes, yeah, monster cousin is right. It's quite evil. 1K row, 30 thrusters at 135 pounds for the men, 30 log muscle ups, 30 thrusters, then a 1K row to finish.
One man we'll be watching here in this first of 2 heats, Justin Medeiros, who comes in 12th place overall, but has momentum. He finished second in Braveheart last night.
Yeah, and he's got some good momentum. Justin Medeiros, again, one of our most well-rounded competitors. We know that he's a 2-time Rogue Invitational champ. The 2 times he's been here, he's been able to take the victory, and I really like how well-rounded this particular event is, and it reflects a lot of his skill sets.
There's Justin, who's getting some equipment set. The lane assignments, Justin Medeiros will be working out of lane number 5 in the middle of the floor, trying to work his way inside the top 10. And as I mentioned, he's got a little bit of momentum. He finished second place last night in Braveheart. Well, another guy to pay attention to in this event, Bjorgvin Carl Gudmundsson. He'll be in lane number 16.
Yeah, BKG, a legend in our space, an active competing legend in our space. One of those athletes, Sean, who is a bit of a silent assassin. Just kills the competitors with consistency, as he's done throughout his entire career. Perennial CrossFit Games athlete, perennial Rogue Invitational athlete, class act, but really high level of fitness. And there's not any one thing that stands out in this event that will give him trouble, as we know so much of it is going to evolve around your ability on the back half to have that grit and tenacity. So it's all about really how he can navigate the log muscle ups.
This is the 5th time he's been at the Rogue Invitational. His best finish was in that virtual event in 2020 when he finished second to Pat Vellner. 1,000 meter on the row here, and they'll get a rep credited to them for every 50 meters.
Now, when you think about moving a stationary erg like the rower is, men typically are taller, heavier. This allows them, because they're going the same distance, to row probably around a 10 to 12 second split per 500 meter faster than what we saw the women. So there we go. We got Medeiros rowing a 150, between a 150 and a 147. So these guys are going to get off somewhere just after that 3:30 mark and be ready to attack those thrusters relatively fresh. But again, they're going to be pacing this early and sending it late. So that latter row is going to look and feel very, very different than the one coming out the gate here.
George's Caravis is towards the front. There's Sam Quant. 15th place overall with 110 points.
Another man who lets his fitness do the talking. Not a man of many words, Mr. Quant, but he does let his fitness do the talking for him.
Sam Quant made his CrossFit Games debut in 2016 when he took 16th.
Man.
And he was the youngest guy competing that year, at 20 years old.
And he won double DT. That's what I'll never forget. That barbell, he's out there, deadlifts, hang cleans and shoulder overhead, demolishing the field.
And a couple years prior to that, he skipped his high school graduation to go compete at regionals.
No big deal. Don't need to walk at graduation.
All judges' hands in the air as their respective athletes are inside the 250-meter mark.
We saw this with the women. It doesn't matter how the order that you get off the rower, right? Because this is non-decisive. This is just accumulating some fatigue. This is like the curveball on the event where you're like, hey, we're just going to get them just a little tired, throw off their focus just a little bit for these next two movements that wait. So they're all pacing again accordingly, trying not to panic or worry too much as the other hands go up or other men start to remove themselves from the rower, and stick to their own game plan.
You saw Heinrich Happelainen in that last shot we were showing you, clearly staring at Bjorgvin's monitor. See where BKG was. Sam Quant is off. Georges Karabas is off. And Saxon Panchik was one of the first men at the top of your screen to get to the barbell. 30 thrusters now at 135 pounds. About 61 kilos on the barbell. So at the 50 rep mark, that's when they head back to the log that you can see behind them and perform 30 muscle ups.
Again, we're seeing every barbell's hitting the ground. We knew they would drop and take some rest. 30 reps is a bit too many for these athletes to go unbroken, knowing especially they got to get to the log coming up next.
And Justin Medeiros is starting to push his way towards the front along with Jona Koski. Bjorgvin Karl Gudmundsson just now getting to work on his second set of 10. Medeiros is already through 20 of those 30 reps. He's in the middle of your screen in the blue shorts, no shirt.
Yeah, Justin does a great job, Sean, at moving well. He makes sure that his heels stay down as much as he can, his hip crease is below the top of his knee, and look at his cycle rate. He flashes those elbows straight, but he only really pauses at the top if he needs to show his judge a little bit extra time there to make sure that he's getting clean reps.
His third appearance at the Rogue Invitational. He's won the prior two times he's been here. He's got 4 reps left before he'll head to that log for the bar muscle ups. And now Medeiros is through, and he will be the first man to head back to the rig. He's in 12th place overall as Justin Medeiros with 150 points. He's only 70 points out of a spot inside the top 5. He's got plenty of time to make up that deficit as Jona Koski is to work on his muscle ups as well.
And you'll notice Jona and Justin both have opted for maximum pads under their log, and this is going to minimize the amount of jumping that they have to do. They know they're going to do many sets. They're not going big and doing several linked together reps. So that allows them to just stand tall, put their hands on top of the log, and then to also do the muscle up right away. So there's no jumping needed. You don't need to jar your body or accelerate your heart rate. The movement's already hard enough for itself. So wise choices by those guys, setting themselves up for success.
2 of the top 3 on your screen right now. Medeiros on the left, Jona Koski on the right. Jake Crouch currently sits in 3rd place, and Bjorgvin Karl Gudmundsson was knocking out multiple reps at a time. He's starting to creep up.
Yeah, if athletes know that they have strong enough grip to keep their hands on top of that log, that's what's going to open the window for them to be able to link together multiple reps.
And there is Bjorgvin Karl Gudmundsson.
Ah, yeah. So notice how he lowers himself to the log, Sean, before he goes down. He lowers his chest, then he extends his arms to drop under. That's what's allowing him to keep those hands on top. It's a really wise choice by BKG. Again, another vet move by him.
Justin Medeiros continues to lead. 16-minute time cap. We're past the 7-minute mark.
There we go. Black shirt, middle of your screen. BKG still racking together multiple reps at once. This is going to create a huge advantage for him on these athletes that got to the log just a touch earlier but are opting for singles.
Justin Medeiros now through 15 of those 30, so he's halfway at the 80 rep mark. That's when he's going to head back to the barbell. Jay Crouch is on the right side in the light blue shirt. Currently sits in third place, fighting with Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson for second. Behind Medeiros, Noah Olsen has also made up some ground.
Yeah, Sean, what you have to notice about Justin, though, right here in the middle, if you notice, he's almost twisting and twerking his body a little bit to get over that rig at this point. A lot of fatigue's building. Even Jay Crouch has a little bit of the same thing. It's called a chicken wing. And what that means is that there's something happening as you swing over that log that's forcing you to go left arm, then right arm, instead of both arms at the same time. And that's, of course, what can happen here. Unlike a bar, their hands aren't wrapped around this thing. They're not secure enough to be able to get away with that for 30 reps.
That's the first time we've seen Medeiros fail a rep here. Now Bjorn Gudmundsson and Jay Crouch have tied him for the lead. 9 reps remain before it's back to the barbell.
Yeah, optimally what they'd be able to do, Justin wants to keep both hands equally positioned on the log. A lot of times it looks like his momentum is forcing him to one side. He wants to sit up, both arms at the same time. Sprague fails a rep off to the right of our screen there.
Jay Crouch and Bjorn Gudmundsson have now passed Medeiros for the lead. About a rep ahead of him.
And this is, of course, the little difference in the event for the men than for the women. The women did 20 reps here. So it makes a very different challenge. And we see many of the men opting for singles just like the women did. BKG really being the only one to string together several reps, and that was early. Now it looks like he slowed his pace just a touch.
Gudmundsson's got 3 left. Crouch has 2.
Wow, moving through those so smoothly.
And Gudmundsson goes unbroken on those final 3. He's going to be the first man back to the barbell just ahead of Jay Crouch.
And this is where I think Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson is going to be very hard to beat in this type of situation here. He's got a lot of that grit, a lot of that tenacity, what we talk about building here in the final stretch of this workout through these 30 thrusters and 1K row.
Jonakoski was the 3rd man to start his final set of thrusters, and now here comes Justin Medeiros. And look at the pace that Medeiros is putting on here on that 135-pound barbell. Looking to regain that lead pretty quickly,
wow.
And he's got himself right back in the fight.
Yeah, that was a big set to open with. You talk about pause, don't stop. That was not a stop, Sean. He just took a brief moment, dropped the bar. He's right back to work.
The 110 rep mark is when they'll move back to the rower. All these men have 20 reps remaining.
Notice the space that BKG separates from his bar. He steps back. That's the kind of body language you want to minimize. You want to stay on top of that bar. Try to keep your body on top of it. Even if you got to bend over and put your hands on your knees, it's going to get you back to work. It keeps you urgent. Yeah, stay right there. Stay close to the bar.
Crouch and Koski are your leaders now, with 14 reps remaining on this set of 30. Crouch is into his final 10. He's on the right side of your screen.
And this is exactly what you don't want as an athlete, Sean. You don't want to have to go through an onslaught of a meter-for-meter race on the back half of any chipper with a 1K row. And that's what's looming for about 3 or 4 of these guys.
Crouch has 4 left. Medeiros and Koski fighting for second behind him. And if you were with us earlier watching the Iron Game, Josh Bridges said he'd love to see 4 guys or 5 guys get to the rower at the same time, and he might get his wish right here.
He's about to get his wish right here.
And there goes Crouch. Koski will be the next man done. He's at the top of your screen in the white hat. Now he's heading to the rower. So Crouch gets about 5 good pulls in before Koski starts, and now here comes Justin Medeiros. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, who was one of the first men to the barbell along with Jay Crouch, has fallen off the lead pace here. 1,000 meters to close us out. And Gudmundsson is going to make his way to the rower.
Yeah, great job getting it done. Took some longer rest periods in the middle than he probably wanted to, but that's what happens as fatigue accumulates. Jonakoski, right on that rower, silently just been creeping on the leaders there on the top of your screen with the backwards hat on.
I'll get a rep for every 50 meters, so 20 reps here on this rower. 130, that's what they're looking to hit. on the scoreboard on the left side of your screen.
And what you can expect here is these guys initially sit down, and you'll see it even in Yona's body language, is like he's trying to find a rhythm early. They just got done with all these different movements that were not the row, and now their body needs about 1.5 to 2 minutes to settle into the rhythm of their rowing stroke and also settle their heart rate a bit. Then we're going to see the intensity continue to creep up for them.
Now Noah Olson is onto the rower. There's Justin Medeiros pulling about a 156 pace. Oh, look at Jay Crouch at 144.
Yeah, pulling with great power. Jay's doing a great job there, leaning forward with his chest, putting his chest right on his thighs.
Jay Crouch is staying ahead of Yonakoski. Sorry, Adrian.
No, you're good. I'm just going to say it's a hard thing to do to gauge someone's speed by only watching their body. People can look like they're pulling effortlessly and be rowing a 135. So it's one of those things that can be very misleading until we get good shots of their monitor. But Jay's just pulling with simply more power.
There's Yonakoski at about a 153.
As well. He's got about 500 meters to go.
The first of 2 heats here. Inside 2 minutes left to go before we hit the 16-minute time gap. Jay Crouch is getting closer to that 130 rep mark, 1 rep for every 50 meters.
And this is another consideration. We've mentioned it. We'll mention it several more times. But Jay's not just racing the guys to his left and to his right. There's a whole nother heat that has now had an opportunity to strategize, watch how these men executed the log muscle-ups. So that has to remain on their mind, both Jay and Justin. It's not just they're going head-to-head against each other. There's going to be a lot of spots and points for our opportunity for points.
There's Justin Medeiros coming off that second-place finish last night. Next to him, Jay Crouch. He's inside 250 meters to go. He had about an 80-meter lead on Yonakoski last time we checked in. Crouch, he's also coming off his best finish. He took 4th last night in Braveheart. There is Yonakoski. Koski also had his best finish of the competition in Braveheart. He took 10th. Jay Crouch, 150 meters to go. Now inside 100. And 40 seconds to go before we hit the time cap.
Wow, there's going to be a lot more guys get capped than I expected coming into this.
Now Crouch has been able to maintain that 80-meter lead. Final couple pulls for the man from Australia. Jay Crouch is going to take heat number 1. (15:34.71 seconds for Crouch. Now Justin Medeiros has got to hurry to get himself across the finish line, but right now, he and Yonakoski fighting for second. Medeiros may have just overtaken Koski. He did not. Koski over the finish. 5 seconds to spare. 15:54.27 seconds. Medeiros sliding in. I don't know if he made it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is heat number 1 of the elite men, and congratulations to your...
Doesn't look like Medeiros was able to get across the finish line, but how about the effort from Jay Crouch? 15:34.71 to take heat 1.
Great execution there by Jay. And this was the telling story here, the log muscle-ups. Neither man did these the best in the field, but they did it well enough, and part of it is navigating. BKG, though, we saw him come and link many reps together, and that allowed him the opportunity to get to that barbell first. We talked about grit, tenacity, and while he's got those things, he was not able to keep Jay Crouch and Justin Medeiros and Yonakoski at bay. They all started to continue to close the gap. But it was Jay Crouch that was the first one to the rower, and he did not relent, being not just the first one there, but also holding on to the fastest pace. And he was able to hold off Yona all the way through the end. Great start of day 2 for Jay.
2 men get inside that 60-minute time cap. Justin Medeiros just missed, but it's Jay Crouch at 15:34.71 seconds. And Yonakoski held off a late charge from Medeiros to finish at 15:54.27 seconds. So 1 heat remains in what has been a pretty exciting event so far today as we kick things off on day 2 of the 2024 Rogue Invitational. Jeff Adler, your overall leader, with everything inside the top 5 and coming off an event win last night.
Yeah, and I think that's bad news for the rest of the field, right? I mean, the momentum that he was able to create yesterday and the diversity that exists within the events that presented themselves. I mean, we went long, we went complex, we went really heavy with a high gymnastic skill, and Jeff remains on top now with a great buffer. He's going to be hard to catch.
Lane assignments for the second and final heat. Adler, your overall leader in lane number 6. Ricky Garrard, he currently sits in second place. He's 50 points back of Adler, though. He'll be in lane 5. And keep an eye on Dallin Pepper in lane number 7.
Dallin executes an event just like this very, very well.
Dallin Pepper, 3rd place overall. And just throwing this out there, of course, he and Jason Hopper are tied in points at 220.
They got to be going back and forth with King of the Echo Bike. They got to do the same thing in overall points, I suppose.
Only 2 men in Heat 1 finish this event inside the 16-minute time cap. Jay Crouch and Yonakoski.
This being our 4th heat of this particular event, I don't expect to see much change here on the initial row. A lot of gaming going on, meaning that men will be looking left or right, but ultimately they've got a preset pace, or they've discussed, hey, what most averages are going to be. But we can see right here already, this is a pretty significant starting pace compared to what some of our earlier heats were. I mean, the men were rowing approximately a 150 on average in that first heat. So Jeff will get off a little bit earlier if he sustains this, but he might slow it intentionally too on the back half.
It's pretty much dead even between all 10 competitors here. There's Ricky Garrard, who started off the competition with a come-from-behind win in event number 1, edging out Adler by 0.2 of a second at the finish in that quicksand event. Let's talk keys to this event. A lot going on here. How do you be successful?
You're right. There is a lot going on. And what we're witnessing right here is you want to pace early and send late. There's going to be 2 very significantly different row paces and strategies that we practice, so they got to conserve here. And then it's pause, don't stop. And a lot of that is in reference to the thruster and the log muscle up. You want to take rest before rest takes you, meaning that you need to do it intentionally and not be forced to stop because you're so tired.
See Dallin Pepper checking out Chandler Smith's rower, seeing what pace he's rowing. All these guys staying pretty even here. They're going to get a rep for every 50 meters, so 20 total reps before they get to move on to the thrusters.
Yeah, and we mentioned Dallin coming into this being his skill set, his movement quality. We saw what he could do when there's pressure on line yesterday in event 2. And now we're going to get a chance to see him showcase his ability to thruster that 135 pounds. I'm really interested to see how he navigates the log muscle ups.
And Dallin Pepper currently in 3rd place overall with 220 points, but tied in points with his frenemy Jason Hopper. For more on Hopper, let's send it down to Kiki Dixon.
Thanks, Sean. Yeah, I was able to catch up with Jason on his way in today. And like you said, given that he's just outside the top 3, I asked him what his plan was for this particular event. He mentioned that historically, based on his past Rogue Invitational appearances, he hasn't done so hot with the log muscle-ups. He is a bit concerned that they'll trip him up, but his plan is to just stay in his lane and not get caught up in what's going on around him. He wants to get through them and then charge it. His final thoughts were that, he's looking to survive event 4 and then thrive in events 5 and 6. And I think that's something that we can all relate to, right? I mean, some days we're just trying to survive so we can make it into the days where we thrive. But I got to say, Sean and Adrian, you two are thriving up in that commentator's booth. I hear you.
Well, thank you, because I feel like I'm just trying to survive up here.
Brother, you got some long days, my man.
Hey, I'm not complaining. It's been a blast.
We talk about CrossFit being generalist, man. When you get to cover the multitude of sports that you get to do, you're doing it just like that, man. Very well-rounded.
It's been a lot of fun. Jason Hopper, king consistency when it comes to the Rogue Invitational. The past 3 times he's been here, he finished 7th every single time. As now Jeff Adler is going to be one of the first men done with his 1,000-meter row. Ricky Garrard is there, and Dallin Pepper. And Jason Hopper's done too.
Yeah, and I think we can expect more of this right here between Garrard, Adler, Pepper, Hopper, rep for rep. Over about the next 4 minutes, we're going to get a real good idea of how we're going to make our way back to this thruster bar after these 30 and then those 30 log muscle ups.
The 50 rep mark is when they'll head to that log that's 4 inches in diameter and knock out those 30 muscle ups. There's Jason Hopper, who's towards the front, along with Ricky Garrard, Brent Fikowski.
Ricky does a great job at staying really tall in the bottom of his squat, and that's going to help him save energy in this movement called the thruster. The higher you can keep that bar in your throat, the taller you can keep your chest, the easier it is for you to lock out overhead with less effort from the legs.
Well, Adler's already through 20 of his 30 reps. Ricky Garrard right behind him, and Brent Fikowski hanging in third, trying to hold off Dallin Pepper. Brent Fikowski at the left side of your screen in the gray shorts and no shirt, retiring from individual competition after this event. He's got 185 points, 8th place overall.
Brent being called the professor is someone to certainly keep our eyes on, even with a movement like the log. Sometimes he brings new techniques that we haven't seen before, new pacing strategies, but high-level self-awareness from this athlete throughout his entire career has allowed him to excel in many different events and competitions.
He made his CrossFit Games debut back in 2016 after a couple years of extremely close, heartbreaking calls, as Jeff Adler's heading back to the rig, and he'll start his 30-bar muscle-ups.
Let's see how Jeff chooses to attack these. If he's linking them together like we saw from BKG, he does. He starts with a couple linked together here.
That's a bunch of Canadians leading the way here. Adler, Fikowski, Cornway, and Vellner all towards the front. Ricky Garrard is in the mix on the left side of your screen. Garrard is trying to hold off a whole bunch of people. He's in second place with 225 points. But he's only up on 8th place Brent Fikowski by 40.
Adler still chipping away with some doubles. Ricky doing the same thing, stringing together a couple sets of 3 there.
Ricky is taking the lead at the 80 rep mark is when they'll head back to the barbell.
Ricky has a really nice understanding for the swing under the log. Watch how nothing particularly happens extremely fast for him. The faster that it happens on the way up, the more your fingers slip off the top of the log. He does a good job at just being really smooth from under all the way on top, not being too fast in the middle. It's going to ensure that his grip doesn't get overly fatigued.
Jay Crouch has the time to beat, and if you're wondering, he got done with his bar muscle-ups at 9 minutes 45 seconds. Garrard is now halfway through his set of 30. Imaero's starting to move up as well. He's down in lane number 9, right side of your screen on his haunches, chalking up his hands.
Yeah, I love this movement so much because it's so unknown to so many of these competitors, Sean. We've mentioned it, but it's like you got to go to the woods somewhere to find a log that you can tri-bar muscle-ups on with this diameter. Now you could, unless you got some kind of, someone to make a unique design for you. Most of these guys have not practiced on anything like this unless they were here last year.
Pat Vellner on the right taking a break. He's your defending champion, 6th place overall, only 30 back of Dallin Pepper for 3rd place.
Guard in the driver's seat. Adler's just a few reps behind.
Only 3 men have won the Rogue Invitational Championship. Matt Fraser's one of them, and the other 2 are here competing. We've already seen Justin Medeiros go, and Pat Vellner's your 2-time champ, along with Medeiros. There's Chandler Smith.
The anticipation now.
He's still looking smooth over there. Lincoln reps together too. He's going to hold on for a 3rd here in this set.
Well, Jorge Fernandez is towards the back of the pack right now. Fernandez is on the left side of your, pardon me, he's on the other end of the floor. You're going to look at Sam Cornway and Brent Fikowski, but Fernandez is down there in lane number 10 on the far right side. 9th place overall, and he's a guy that got in on the online qualifier.
That's right. And that's always something notable. I mean, you finished day 1 again, with the very large scope of fitness that was tested yesterday, and you're top 10 at the Rogue Invitational. That's a great day 1 for someone who came in through the queue.
Ricky Garrard's going to be the first man back to the barbell, and he's got about a 20-second lead on Jay Crouch at this point in the event. Crouch scores the time to beat at 15:34.71 seconds.
Ricky Garrard, though, already moving those thrusters with one more rep for Adler.
Ricky opening with 6 reps there. You wonder if he's got the approach to do 5 sets of 6 to get to his 30. If he's open to switching that up as he feels the heat from Adler joining him here.
Yeah, got right back to work once he saw that Adler was creeping up on him. And Ricky went with a set of 6 and dropped it. And now he's through his first set of 10.
Well, you know what's on Jeff's mind, Sean. It was that he led that run the entire time and yesterday morning, and that Ricky snatched it from him.
You heard the crowd start to cheer, and that's because on the left side of your screen, Pat Vellner has worked his way into third in this heat. And here comes Brent Fikowski along with Dallin Pepper. Guy Maiero's top of your screen getting belted up. And Jason Hopper and Jorge Fernandez still back on the bar muscle-ups. And as you heard Kiki say earlier, Hopper expected to struggle at this point of the event.
This is where we know Mr. Vellner can shine too. We talk about grit, high work capacity. He's able to find his way off that log, and now he can really put his fitness on showcase here.
Well, Vellner's got 20 reps remaining. He's through his first set of 10. At the 110 rep mark is when they'll head back to the rower. Ricky Garrard's still leading though, with 10 reps left. Adler's got 14 left. Dallin Pepper just bit off a significant chunk.
Nice. We talked about the difficulty in these thrusters. Ricky doing a great job again, staying really tall on the bottom. It helps him breathe. There's so much discomfort associated with this movement because it bears down on your soul. Literally, you're trying to breathe and you hold it in that front rack position. After already 11 intense minutes of work, it is not something these guys look forward to coming off those log muscle-ups.
Yeah, Ricky's doing a nice job of just watching what Adler's doing and not letting him get too close. But Adler's closed the gap, but Ricky's going to widen that again if he can finish this set, and he does. So Ricky's going to be the first man back to the rower.
Which will be big. It's almost harder to close the gap on someone on a rower than it is on a run on flat ground. You can't run them down. It's not the same. And Ricky's going to have a significant lead here and some great momentum.
And he's still ahead of Jay Crouch's pace.
And we got Dallin Pepper now right on the heels of Jeff Adler.
Well, Adler's going to get to the rower. Now here comes, as you mentioned, Adrian, Dallin Pepper.
15-second head start over Adler, so if he can maintain his current pace, he will.
Pepper trying to take a look at Adler's screen. The 3 of these guys are right in the middle of the floor. And now Brent Fikowski gets to the rower. Pat Vellner's done. There's Guy Maiero's upper left-hand part of your screen.
Wow.
His final 1,000-meter row.
Let's go, Guy.
Jorge Fernandez is working through his thrusters. 15:34.71 seconds is the time to beat. 1 rep for every 50 meters. The number they're trying to hit on the scoreboard on the left side of your screen is 130.
Well, Mr. Bridges, you had a wish, and that wish was, I want to see an absolute slugfest down the stretch on this 1K row, and we're getting every bit of that as these guys are going to be scrapping for every rep through these 1,000 meters.
Adler already pulling at a faster pace than he did on that initial 1,000-meter row. He's about a 1 minute 44 pace. But Ricky Garrard is maintaining his lead. He's got about a 100-meter lead on Adler. Dallin Pepper currently sits in third, and Fikowski, bottom of your screen, the light gray shorts, black knee sleeves, in fourth.
Yeah, this is one of those moments, again, you don't necessarily know what others are rowing, and that makes it that much more difficult. You've got to be willing to ride your personal threshold. So what that means is that if you're trying to hit that rower and you get comfortable with the pace, but you know you can speed up, you have to choose to, if you want to look back and say, I wish I would have done a little more. You don't want to be able to say that. You want to say that you left it on the floor.
Jeff Adler has a comfortable 50-point lead over Ricky Garrard right now in the overall standings. But what's important for Garrard is that he has a whole host of men breathing down his neck, so he can give himself a little bit of space between them and himself if he can hang on for the event win here. So So less than 2 minutes to go. Dallin Pepper, meanwhile, is keeping the pressure on Jeff Adler.
Yeah, these guys, it's going to come down to the stretch here. Hand up for Ricky Garrard.
Ricky Garrard inside 250 meters.
He is on pace to finish this first. Can he do it in under 15:34? Judges handing it.
Oh, hand up for Pepper, and immediately after, hand up for Adler.
Ricky Garrard putting the finishing touches here on this 1,000-meter row, looking to lock up his second event win of the 2024 Rogue Invitational. We got a great battle behind him between Jeff Adler and Dallin Pepper. Pepper, you can see him continuing to look at Adler's monitor. I don't know if Adler's been peeking over at Pepper's.
I don't know either. I wonder how loose their foot straps are, though. How fast they're going to get out of that row and sprint to the finish is the question. Did they think ahead?
And now Ricky Garrard is done, and he's got to get himself across the finish line. And Ricky Garrard, second event win at the 2024 Rogue Invitational. Now the battle for second, and it's going to be Dallin Pepper out first. Pepper, look out, here comes Adler. And Dallin Pepper barely hangs on. 0.3 of a second. Adler almost reeled him in. That was a great race.
Wow.
And now Brent Fikowski's going to finish.
Wow, Brent coming out of nowhere on that final stretch. I love it.
Great result for Fikowski, who currently sits in 8th place overall. But how about Ricky Garrard? Another event win. Jake Crouch is going to slide down to 4th. And Ricky Garrard gets some breathing room.
Oh, look at this finish. Dallin almost caught sleeping there. Jeff tried to run him down at the end. What's ironic is I don't even know if Jeff knew Dallin was right there with him rowing rep for rep that entire time. Jeff's attention a lot was on Ricky. So I almost feel like he's like, oh man, I didn't even know Dallin was getting me. Oh my gosh.
Dallin almost got caught there. If you had about 5 more feet,
yeah.
Adler would have chased him down. But great, another photo finish involving Jeff Adler.
Oh my goodness.
Well, let's talk Ricky Garrard, because he was out front from the start here and really did some solid work on that log.
He did. I mean, we knew a lot of the other things that took place before this were timekeepers, but it was Ricky's ability to open up with big sets on the log compared to the field. Look at how he had a relaxed swing. He was able to keep his hands on top. It was a smooth transition. And he really just got himself into a point of control on this. In fact, he was able to create such a buffer into these thrusters and through the 30 repetitions that he was able to casually make his way to the rower, look left, look right, have some awareness, and he still put the pedal to the metal down the stretch, but he knew he had it locked down. Another event win for Ricky Garrard.
Second of the 2024 Rogue Invitational, third of his career, and he is with Kiki Dixon.
Ricky, congratulations on another event win this weekend. What did you like about this event?
Nothing except the log muscle-ups, but that was tough. But yeah, happy to get the win. I knew I could make my move on the log muscle-ups, and I really wanted to get a big head start for the thrusters in the row, and yeah, just managed to do it, so I'm stoked.
Speaking of those log muscle-ups, what were you doing in training to prepare for those?
Just trying to simulate it. We didn't have a log specifically, but we had like a metal bar. And yeah, just got pretty big hands, so helps.
Yes, it does. Congratulations on this event win.
Cool, thanks guys. Appreciate it.
Ricky Garrard pockets another 100 points, picks up his second win of the 2024 Rogue Invitational. Individuals are done, but we still got plenty of action to come today. We're just getting started. The legends are coming up next here in Aberdeen, Scotland. Stay with us, everybody. It's time to pay homage to some of the athletes who helped put this sport on the map. It's the legends taking the floor here at P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. Margot Alvarez and Chris Clever there, along with Becca Voigt-Miller. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champ Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon's down on the competition floor. Annie Sakamoto and Sam Briggs.
Whose idea was the kilts? That's what I want.
I think it's great.
Whose idea was the kilts? You know how it goes in a group of athletes like that. It was someone's idea, and then the rest were coerced into doing it as well. And now we have a party. I love it. I still got to make sure I get one before we head out of here.
Well, this is when you know you're getting old. Is when the people that used to watch as individuals are now quote unquote the legends.
It's true.
And you remember their early careers.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Look, I get nostalgic every time I get an opportunity to see all these humans and anywhere I run into them. But when I get to watch them take the floor here at the Rogue Invitational, it makes me think of what got me into CrossFit, man. I literally watched these guys back in 2010 and beyond and studied them when I found the sport. Man, it's amazing.
Of course, Tanya Wagner being team mom and helping Annie Thorisdottir with her kilt. Fun fact, Tanya Wagner was my first ever broadcast partner back in 2012 at the Central East Regional.
Gotta love it.
Just one of the nicest human beings you're ever going to run into.
They're not throwing down in the kilts. That was just for intros. Got it. Okay. All right. Ooh. Ben Smith. This will be his first time as a legend. He's a legend rookie. I'd imagine there's got to be some hazing that took place for Ben.
And Chris Spieler, a guy who was an absolute pleasure to watch compete. People loved him because I think everyone had a little Chris Spieler in them, whether it's you're too small, you're too big, you're too whatever. And Chris proved all that wrong. Really had some fantastic moments at the CrossFit Games. You remember the dog sled back in, I think it was 2011, where he moved that thing, putting his head almost on the ground?
I absolutely remember. No one more inspirational than Chris Spieler in my career growing up in the sport. I mean, he lives not far from me and was also a great mentor for me as a coach. CrossFit Level 1 seminar staff. He taught me almost everything I know.
Josh Everett and Miko Salo. Miko, the first ever European Games champion. Here's the thing. This is all fun and games when they start, and then they get into it, and the competitive juices start to flow a little bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is a group of people who you don't have to encourage to find intensity. They're going to find it on their own. Simply put some type of a measure beside them, which could be a group of friends to their left and to the right, and they're going to throw down.
Look at your boy Hackenbrook. He kept the kilt on. Here's the event.
Yeah. Oh, and it's going to be fun. You talk about my boy Hackenbrook. Whoever's teamed up with him better have their mind right for this. It's going to be 60 cow row, 30 power cleans, 60 burpee over bar, 30 sandbag box step overs, and then finish with a 60 cow row. Now, they can break this work up however they'd like between the two of them, and we get a 12-minute time cap.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Tommy Hackenbrook on the left side. He's the only man left in the kill. Good job, Tommy.
Yeah,
what was it like being on a team with that guy?
Oh my goodness, man! You can guess it was amazing. It was amazing, and what I mean by that is Tommy. I remember him by being the second fittest man in the world, taking second to Miko Salo back in the day. And these guys revolutionized the way the sport was played. They took training to a different level. They did Tommy on an erg like the rower. Look at him
peek at the monitor.
That's exactly the example. A quick story about my journey is that he always knew I wanted to qualify as an individual, Sean. And I taught a seminar in Cookeville. And so I was with Rich, and he was like, yeah, man, you better go and learn from Rich and do some stuff with him. And I was like, cool, I did. And then I got back, and he was like, hey, did you work out with Rich? And I was like, I did work out with Rich. And he's like, did you beat him? And I was like, no. And he was like, see, you got a lot of work to do. And I was like, well, I already knew that. He's the fittest man in the world, Tommy. I knew that. So then every day he just asked me, he'd be like, hey, AC, was it good enough to beat Rich, though? And I'd like, no, probably not. So he's a competitor at heart, man. Division I football player, loves humans, and loves CrossFit.
Yeah, he played under Urban Meyer at Utah before I think Urban went to Florida, right? Yeah.
Yep.
There's Kristen Holta.
Also a Legends rookie. First timer. We're used to seeing her grace the floor as an individual competitor, and now she gets to step in and have a party with some of the athletes that paved the way of the sport. Historically, an athlete with a tremendous engine, Sean. Like, again, rowing in a workout she'd love, because she could just flip that switch, man, and grind. A lot like the athlete to her left, our right, Sam Briggs, also known as the Engine with the Don't Weaken Rogue t-shirt on, man. Just an absolute unit.
There's Josh Bridges, who helped program some of these events and has had some really memorable moments. Of course, when you think back to Carson in the tennis stadium, the moments he had there in push-pull, the celebration, winning Murph.
Yeah. You talk about passion. Like, there could be nothing going on, and this dude walks in the room and you like feel his presence because he's just so fired up about life and anything. But on a competition floor, man, if he ever got close to finishing a workout with some good momentum, the whole stadium erupted and felt it.
We're now under the 30 power cleans. They can split these up however they want.
Yeah, I mean, look, we got this is like a classroom setting out there, man. It's amazing. Spieler cycling.
Chris Spieler cycling that weight.
I love it.
Paired up with Dan Bailey, winner of the 2011 Open.
Mr. Bailey, a sprinter at heart, turned CrossFitter.
Had one of the cooler moves at the games when he was in the hurdle event, and he goes over the hurdle and the glasses come off and he grabs them midair and puts them right back on his face.
That's right.
That's fantastic.
I fortunately enough was in that heat and not on camera when he did that. I was like, oh man, I wonder if I'm in the background of this one. Nope. And I was like, that's probably a good thing. He was significantly ahead of me.
Tanya Wagner and Annie Thorisdottir, I think, are our leaders right now in this heat.
2009 Games champ, Tanya Wagner.
I think when she won the games in 2009, she said she used her prize money to buy a new refrigerator.
As
how things have changed.
Yeah, you can buy a few with that now, what they win.
Hackenbrooks ditched the shirt.
No shirt and kilt. That's going to make for some great content, I'll tell you. Margot Alvarez cycling. And it looks like Tommy and Margot are almost using ghost reps. So what that means is that, hey, they didn't have a partner, so they're working almost like a team of three. When Ben works, Tommy works. So they're just working together. This is exactly how you do this thing if it was a workout at the park or at the affiliate. Like, hey, you don't got to have even teams. You mirror that guy, you mirror that girl, you're going to get a great training session in nonetheless.
I remember Tommy Hackenbrook, I think it was 2012 when he went unbroken in that final team event on Karen.
Yes.
To close things out, each member of the team was a six-person team back then, had to do one benchmark workout. He did Karen at the end, I think went unbroken the whole time.
That's right. It was a very epic experience. Very epic.
Annie Sakamoto, a Masters competitor. She's a Masters champion at the CrossFit Games.
That's right.
And pretty much every story I can tell about her is not suitable for air. So.
Hey, we get a different side of Annie on the broadcast team. She spends a lot of time with us back here.
One of my favorite people, man. She's awesome.
Oh, man, she's amazing. And the whole family made the trip with her, so it's really cool to see everyone out here enjoying their time with her. Sam Briggs, the Engine. 2013 CrossFit Games champ.
I remember that. I think it was 2015 or 16 where she competed at regionals. She was in the Atlantic Regional. She competed on a broken foot and still qualified.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And one of those events, I think they had a really long run on an air runner.
Yeah, I think that would have been 15, I think. Some long chipper, it had a mile on an air runner, and it was like the first time we had to do an air runner.
Nico Salo and Josh Everett on the step-ups.
Yeah, Josh Everett right there in the middle of the screen, too.
Yeah, 30 reps here they need to complete. Everett had that memorable celebration back in 2009 on the deadlift ladder.
Becca Voigt working through her step-ups. 16, Sean, total CrossFit Games appearances. Like, just, she's built and made with something different than the rest of us. Because the durability to be able to train at intensity and maintain fitness through your years, like, man, what an example of like exactly why we do what we do in CrossFit.
Well, you talk about, everyone has that fun conversation about your Mount Rushmore of CrossFit or your Hall of Fame, and you got to consider putting up here just because her up there, just because of the longevity that she has had in the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we consider, like, just like any other sport, the evolution of this sport has been so steep, like the curve and what people are capable of and the nuances and the shifts and the changes, and she's been right with it every step of the way. And I think, yeah, that's what's most impressive.
Ben Smith, the 2015 CrossFit Games champion, working with Hackenbrook and Bridges. Comes from an extremely fit family.
Yes, to say the least. Oh yeah, rep for rep, just alternating. I love it. Again, turn the 2-man workout into a 3-man workout. You go, I go.
Well, the thing is, too, is most of these people, you walk into your gym, wherever you are, and you probably hang with your best person.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. I mean, look at that. Full send by Kristen Holta on this row here.
60 calories they need to complete here. Kristen Holta.
Yeah, look at
ripping that thing.
And look at it from a technical perspective. Look at where she's at. Pulling with her hips, saving her legs, not really flexing the knee much. She just did a bunch of step-ups. She's using the muscle group that's fresh. That's called being a high-level competitor and knowing what you got and how to use it.
It looks like all the teams just about have made it to the rower. Margot Alvarez is wrapping up her team's step-ups. She paired up with Chris Clever. Hackenbrook taking a break.
Oh, man. Now, yeah, the race is on now.
The Holta and Becca Boyd Miller coming in close. Or coming in first, I should say.
They get first beers after the event. First beers. They get to have the first. They get to crack the first Rogue beer after the Iron Game beer.
Tanya Wagner and Annie Thorsdottir are across. Good to see Annie Thorsdottir back in action.
And I love it. Just the encouragement. This is the community side of things, right? It's like, yo, we just throwed down. We were trying to beat you. We were trying to beat you, but hey, good job. Good job.
Tommy Hackenbrook just got off his rower. Tommy Hackenbrook had 3 sacks in the 2005 Fiesta Bowl when Utah beat Pitt 35-7.
Phenomenal. What a great game to have a great game.
Yeah. It was the Oregon State Offensive Player of the Year at Mountain View High School back in 1999. The guy's an athlete.
Oh, yeah.
Sam Briggs and Annie Sakamoto were done.
Hey, there they go. A lot of grays there for old Josh and Miko, which is a blessing, right? Opportunity. It's a lot of wisdom there. Josh Everett, too, very high-level Olympic weightlifting coach, still does strength conditioning. And, man, he's known for that split snatch, Sean. He doesn't drop down into a full squat snatch like a lot of the community that we see now. It's like if you give him any option, he's doing the split snatch.
Spieler and Bailey are done. Dan Bailey recently becoming a father.
And not just of one, but twins. It's funny, Dan, in a conversation, he was like, I was like, man, how you doing, man? He's like, oh, man, you know how it is. newborns, man. And I was like, no, Dan, I don't know how it is. I don't have twins, brother.
You're getting both barrels, buddy. Margo Alvarez and Chris Clever are in, and that's going to do it for our first Legends event. And now, of course, we have to have the...
You have to, man.
Look at the Legends group photo.
Look at this squad. And it's unique because only Katie and Bill could gather this type of, you know, human beings together for an event like this. I mean, it's amazing.
And this whole community and fans of the sport really owe all of these athletes
that'd be good.
some gratitude for what they did early on the days of the sport, putting it on the map, being great ambassadors for the methodology.
Yeah, you're right, Sean. I completely agree, and I think it can go ignored, especially if you're new to CrossFit and you might not recognize these faces. I would encourage people to get online to research some of these names, to look up the history of the sport. Who won the games from the original time all the way through now? It's because they paved the way. They built the momentum for so many brands. They built the momentum for so much media coverage and the interest that now has become this Rogue Invitational.
So great to see the Legends out there on the competition floor. Kristen Holta and Becca Voigt Miller take the first event. Nice to see Miko Salo paired up with Josh Everett. That was a lot of fun. Still have plenty to come today. Strongmen, Strongwomen coming up next as day 2 of the 2024 Rogue Invitational continues. So keep it right here, everybody.
The 2024 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Rogue. Don't weaken. Goruck, the official footwear and ruck for the 2024 Rogue Invitational, and Concept 2, innovating and manufacturing the world's best ergometers since 1982.
Champions will be crowned here for the Strongmen and the Strongwomen as we kick off the second and final day of competition at P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. Thanks for being with us here on day number 2 of the 2024 Rogue Invitational. I'm Sean Woodland with Kristen Rhodes and Lawrence Chalet. We have half the competition remaining. Event 4 is Power Drive. That comes up next, presented by Mod Tub. 3 events left, Kristen. Still a lot of points out there, but you got to think these athletes are really starting to think about what is on the line here in Scotland.
Correct, yes. Today on the line in Scotland is the largest prize purse ever in the history of Strongwomen. I believe it's well over $120,000 at this point. We have a lot of contests left. We're still going to see a big shakeup of points today. The top 5 women are all vying for that top crown today.
Well, let's talk about what is on tap for today. We do have 3 events left in the Strongman and Strongwomen competitions. We're going to start with Power Drive. After that is the Yoke Escalator, and then we're going to close things out with the circus medley. All these events are going to be an absolute blast to watch. As far as the overall standings are concerned for the women, it is Inez Carrasquillo who currently sits on top of the overall standings by 4 points over both Olga Lashuk and Angelica Jardine. Lucy Underdown is just 3 points out of a spot on the podium, and Andrea Thompson is just 4 points back. Day 1, that belonged to Inez Carrasquillo. She was impressive.
Inez came out yesterday. She pulled a 605-pound deadlift. She came out. She absolutely destroyed the grip and press, smoked right through those 3 log presses, and impressed everybody with the stones because she came in thinking that maybe that wasn't going to be her best event, and she ended up winning the whole thing on the stones. She was very, very fast.
Now, Lucy Underdown had an impressive performance in the deadlifts, and this is the final event yesterday, and that's really where Inez announced that she is a legit contender to win this entire competition.
She's definitely looking good. She's in top shape, and it looks like her head's in it, and I'm really excited to see what she does today.
And Laz, this is going to be a fun one to watch. 3 different things out here that these athletes need to get through.
Yeah, this is a really interesting event. We've got the Power Drive to start with. You're going to have to push this implement all the way down that course, and really, it's about how much you can kind of keep your legs for the future events, because that Power Drive can zap the leg power. Really important they pace themselves, get this one right.
Kiki Dixon is the 4th member of our broadcast team, and she's down on the competition floor.
Guys, this Power Drive is a new implement for our strong men and strong women. It was made in Texas, so I guess it's true. Everything's bigger in Texas, right? 600 pounds for the ladies, 750 pounds for the guys. It's around 4 feet wide, 4 feet in diameter. You know, I thought it'd be cute to try and push this thing, but it went nowhere. Laws, Kristen, I need your help. Help me.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to be interesting to watch this. This is a new event for the athletes, so I am excited to see how it goes.
And one of the things that makes that so hard to push is they fill it with sand, so you can't really get any momentum on it. And once you stop, it kind of rolls back on you.
Yeah, you can't create that speed.
And on this event, I believe our athlete today that is going to come out and just absolutely smash this is going to be Olga Lushchek from the Ukraine. She's very, very powerful. She's very quick transitions. I know she has a very high strength endurance element to her competing, and I'm excited to see what she does on this one.
She's such a consistent athlete, isn't she? Always there or thereabouts.
Very, very much so.
Athletes will be going head-to-head here, but this is not an elimination-style event. Best time is going to win. So Donna Moore and Sam Beliveau will be up first as we work our way from the bottom of the standings to the top.
Now, the interesting thing with this is the athletes that are going first, all the other athletes are going to be watching. Because it's a new implement, they want to try and pick up tips.
That bag, where do I take it? Oh, there.
Sam's still asking for some clarification on exactly where she needs to take everything.
Sam is driving hard. Donna struggling on the top end of the screen there. Sam about halfway through with his power drive. She's got to make sure the whole of the power drive stays in that triangular box. You can see there.
Sam is really driving. She's moving.
You can't kind of stop short because that sand kicks back and throws the power drive back. She needs to make sure it's all in. Is it in? Let go. See how it rolls back there? You almost want to push that fraction further. Now we move on to the Husafell sandbag carry. Replicating the historic stone from Iceland. Carry this all the way around. Donna still struggling with this.
And now Sam is going to be the first woman to the sled.
I'll tell you what, Sam just got straight into that. No setting herself. She was quick. Now she gets some extra chalk. This is such an interesting event. Rogue have really put together an excruciating challenge for our athletes here. Taxing the legs, taxing the cardiovascular system, taxing the grip, the hands, everything. Their bodies are going to be screaming at the end of this one, Kristen.
Oh, absolutely. Right about now, she's hoping she's just about done. She's trying to breathe. The lactic acid's kicked in.
Well, Donna Moore has just completed the first half of that 20-foot Husafell bag carry. Now, one of the rules that they have in the pull here is you've got to stay seated on the platform.
4, 3, 2, 1, and
Oh, how close was she to the finish there?
Sam Beliveau, that's
and I think we're going to see
very close.
A lot of athletes finishing like this.
Yeah, 470 pounds on that sled. That's 213 kilos. And Sam Beliveau really needed a strong performance here, and she got it. Didn't finish inside the time cap, but got really close. That's going to be a good score for her.
Look how hard she's driving there. Good body positioning, keeping her hips low, driving hard with the legs, kept pushing, made sure that that rollback wasn't going to come past the box. And she was rapid on this Husafell carry. Did Sam impress you there?
I'm just sitting here watching her. I'm super impressed with how well she did on everything. I knew she was going to be really good on this event, and she really came out and she showed that she's here.
She's a great athlete as well.
She is a great athlete.
Fit, fast, so close to finishing.
Yeah.
Didn't have the best day one, did Sam Beliveau. She had 2 tenths and an eighth, but that's going to help her move up the standings.
Well, she came out today and said, I'm still here.
All right, let's talk keys to this event, because as we mentioned earlier, a lot of these implements, at least 2 of them, maybe these athletes haven't seen before.
Right, and then in this event, you really have to be adaptable, because when you start to push this power drive, you've never seen it before. You have to, on the fly, figure out what you're doing, and this is a true test of endurance and speed and just getting through this thing as fast as possible. Quick transitions, work hard, work quick, and try to breathe.
It's an interesting one to train for, because the athletes probably don't have a power drive to train with at home, so they'll be using sleds, yokes, they'll be using cars, anything they can kind of just push to mimic that movement. But until you get used to that rollback of the sand in there, you don't really know what it's going to feel like and how much it's going to take out of your legs.
Right, because you can't exactly replicate that at all in training, because I guarantee you no one has this at home. Well, pretty
See the
good
weights of all the
guaranteed.
implements on the bottom left-hand part of your screen. So nothing light out there.
No, nothing light. On the power drive, they have 600 pounds. The Husafell's 250, and the sled drag's 470 pounds. Some good weights.
And you've done plenty of arm over arm type pulls, these type of events in competition before. The surface can also have a huge impact on these type of events, not just the weight, but how rough the actual ground that you're pulling on.
Right, because is there any grab on the ground? Is every time you move that sled, is it catching on something? Oh. And also with the arm over arm, it's also a grip thing. So if your grip starts going, it also makes it really, really hard to keep that thing moving.
Yeah, we saw with Sam, she tried to jump straight into that arm over arm. After a couple of pulls, she had to go to the chalk, get her hands chalked up again to just make sure she's got some purchase on that rope.
Yeah, just a little bit of extra grip.
Well, part of the delay here is because the judges are measuring how far Sam Beliveau pulled that sled to get her official final score.
Got to make sure we get all the measurements correct.
I mean, in this event, inches can count.
This is going to be a tough one. I mean, that's 2 athletes gone, both fitter athletes as well.
Absolutely.
And neither of them managed to finish. Sam within a couple of inches.
I mean, this event just really is going to test your strength endurance, and it's a lot of. What am I trying to say? It's really just that endurance. It's just trying to breathe and just trying to power through this, and you can't really think about it. Your body just has to keep going.
Yeah, there really is no place to hide.
No, you can't. Definitely no place to hide.
You kind of don't really want to stop either. You just got to get it done, then you can lie on the floor dying.
Yeah, don't worry about breathing till you're done.
There's no real recovery time in the time frame that you have. So it is give 100%, get it done, and then as we saw with Sam at the end, you just lie there and try and get some oxygen in.
Melissa Peacock and Hannah Lindsay will be the next 2 athletes out. Peacock coming in 8th place overall. Lindsay's in 7th.
Next up, our athletes in heat number 2. Put your hands together.
Peacock had back-to-back 6th place finishes to start the competition and 9th in the Inver Challenge to close out day 1.
I definitely expect to see good performances out of these 2. You can see the intensity on Hannah's face right now. Just thinking about getting through this thing. And you have to be thinking as an athlete right now, you haven't touched this yet. So you don't even know what to expect when you get your hands on this and you start moving.
It's where we always talk about adaptability being important in this type of sport. You've got to be able to figure things out on the fly, on the field of play.
Right.
Heat 2 underway. And Hannah Lindsay.
Hannah's got a good technique there. She's kind of moving her hands, kind of resetting each time, but it's keeping that sand going over. She's not allowing it to come back and push back. And she's going well.
Now Lindsay's going to get it inside that red box. Got to make sure it doesn't roll back on her. And she ran into that problem. Lindsay had to give it an extra push. As now Samantha Peacock and Lindsay get to that 250-pound bag. At the same time, 113 kilos, they have to carry it out and around that red pylon.
Now Melissa has gone for a sideways carry on this bag, but she's holding on.
Lindsay now just getting that thing hoisted up.
So both athletes going for this sideways pickup. They're allowed to do that. Do you want to talk through maybe why they're doing that? With the sandbag, they're kind of going around the side.
Around the side. Yeah, it's definitely longer on that way. You can kind of get your arms more around it. More grip. You get more
keeping it off the legs as well.
Right. Definitely pulling a little higher.
Now both Peacock and Lindsay onto the sled pull. 90-second time cap here. 470 pounds, 213 kilos.
Hannah Lindsay getting some big pulls. Melissa a little bit quicker.
You just see Hannah reaching, just try to get a big long pull on each one as far as she can, leaning all the way back.
Are we going to see our first finish?
The final
5 seconds.
Peacock has got to get a couple more pulls.
She's done it.
I think she got it. Got to hit the buzzer.
She remembered to hit the buzzer.
But she did finish 1:30.33 seconds, so that's officially over the time cap.
And this is what we're talking about, is just you breathe at the end.
I mean, Melissa is one of the fittest athletes of our 10.
Absolutely.
And you can see how much this has taken out of her. Hannah Lindsay also just on her back. This event is brutal.
Now, Melissa Peacock got off to a really good start, and it was the bag that really made the difference here in this heat. She got right to work, was able to hoist that thing up pretty quickly, whereas Lindsay struggled with it.
Yeah, absolutely, Sean. She was very quick at getting this bag up, got her hands around where she needed to be. And the good thing is, because it's a set distance, she knew she could kind of eke out that distance without having the perfect position. And just remembering, I think she was just outside the time in the end, like you said, but what an effort there by Melissa Peacock. Both
Not only do
athletes.
they have to worry about all that equipment out there, when you're taxed beyond your capacity, then you got to remember to hit the buzzer. Lindsay limping a little bit here.
Yeah, I know Hannah's got some pretty bad knee problems, so I imagine that probably didn't feel very good on her knees.
Do you think that event feels good on anything?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
There's one more look at Hannah Lindsay, and she had to give that thing one more push just to make sure it was entirely in the red, but this is where she struggled a bit.
And we spoke about it at the start. The legs are already blown up at this point. So you start fumbling, you start making mistakes. You've got to carry that sandbag all the way around. And then you can just see in her face here.
The agony.
She is giving everything for this contest, but her body is feeling it.
And you notice they both picked up the Husabel as a sandbag versus a Husabel, which normally you'd pick up the big part at the top, the smaller part would be at the bottom. They both scooped it up like a sandbag, which is... Yeah, here comes Andrea.
Andrea Thompson.
She's looking focused.
Rebecca Roberts will be out next.
So Rebecca Roberts is an athlete I think is worth looking at on this event. She did very well on the Wheel of Pain at the Arnold's a couple of years ago, which is similar to the push that we have at the start here. And she's tall and rangy, which is always good for an arm over arm, and picking up those sandbags.
Right.
She could put in a good time.
And being taller, she's going to move longer distances with each push. There she goes. There she goes.
Choosing to go with that one hand at a time. This is what we saw Sam Beliveau do.
Her height, being able to push at the top of that, is allowing it to keep rolling much easier than the shorter athletes that are hitting it in the middle.
Yeah, you see the shorter athletes are having to kind of hop it along, and she's able to just push it.
Andrea's
there she goes.
Working hard to get this
almost
finished.
There.
And Thompson is now through. Roberts has the bag. Oh, slips out of
big
her grip.
mistake.
See, now she's picking it up like a Husabel, but it's on her legs.
Yeah, it's
so different
down.
strategies.
She needs to be careful that she can hold on to this. If this slips, she's got such a strong grip, I think she'll be okay.
Yeah.
Roberts is through.
Now this is where Rebecca could really pick up some time. She's got such long arms, long legs, and such a powerful grip. Andrea doing well to get through on that sandbag. She's not a fan of those type of events. Now she needs to dig deep, pull hard, use that leg strength. Rebecca
moving quick.
I think we could see our first finisher here. Rebecca is going well.
She's about halfway through that pull. There's one more section of the
She's got 20
field
seconds
to
to finish. Needs to dig deep.
Working.
Needs the points to really pull herself back into this competition.
Everything's on fire.
Two more big pulls. Might do it. One more.
Roberts
Let's go.
is gonna get it.
Come on. Now
There's
remember
the
that
pull.
buzzer.
Hits
She
the
does.
buzzer.
First finisher in Rebecca Roberts.
Andrea.
Struggling.
1:22.12 seconds for Rebecca Roberts, and Andrea Thompson is just trying to get that thing as far as she possibly can. But a great effort from Rebecca Roberts.
You remember
First woman inside the time cap.
Huge effort there by Rebecca.
Oh.
She is built for that event, but you can see even Rebecca absolutely exhausted at the end there.
And despite the mistake on the bag, able to make up for it with that pull. And this was perfect.
Yeah, this is where her size and her height really was an advantage. A lot of the other ladies having to push a little bit lower, and they have to re-push every single time with that sand kicking back. She managed to just keep it moving over nicely. And then onto this arm over arm, using those long arms and legs for a huge distance on each pull.
Such a big difference.
And look at that lying there, but she knew where the buzzer was.
Let's go down to Kiki Dixon with Sam Beliveau.
Sam, that looked like it hurt. How was it?
It looked just like it looked, guys. First of all, thank you, Scotland. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for welcoming us to the group here at Rogue Invitational. We're super excited to be here, and I hope you guys are quite entertained with us suffering. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. We appreciate you being here with us.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Sam Beliveau, who had a great opening run, wasn't able to finish, but got really close. And now Angelica Jardine and Lucy Underdown will be out next. And Angelica Jardine currently tied in points with Olga Lashuk for second place.
Yeah, these are two of our big hitters. The deadlift world record holder versus the Arnold Strongwoman Classic winner. Powerful athletes. Let's see how they cope with this.
Stand by.
She's ready to go.
Underdown doing a good job of keeping that thing moving. And Angelica Jardine is just chewing up some ground now. She's slightly ahead of Underdown.
She looks like a linebacker over there. She does not stop moving.
Both athletes are done with the power drive onto this sandbag.
250 pounds in the bag.
Get it high off your legs. There you go.
It's 113 kilos, and it's a total of 20 feet.
They're both very close. This is a good battle. Neck and neck with the sandbag. Who's going to get onto the arm over arm first? Both athletes not quite in their square.
Angelica's got to go back for a second time to move that thing as Lucy Underdown gets right to work on the pull.
Now, Lucy's got a good amount of time to get this done. She's moving really well. Nice technique on this arm over arm. Good use of the legs. Stretching forwards, using the arms. And she is flying with this.
So 122 from Rebecca Roberts. That's the mark to beat. And
she's going to do it.
Underdown has got a really good shot of beating that.
Oh, there we go.
Final pull is going to do it.
She's done.
And she'll hit the buzzer.
And let's see how Angelica does.
Around 110.64 seconds for Lucy Underdown. That's the top time.
Now you see Angelica now having to start wrapping that around her wrist. The grip strength is going there. That's what happens. The forearms pump up. The blood in there is just burning. So she's trying to wrap it around so she can still keep pulling.
Well, Jardine's not going to finish. Underdown will has your top time. So she's looking to move into the top three with 2 events remaining.
That's going to do Lucy's chances the world of good there. Solid lead with only 2 athletes to go.
Final heat coming up next.
Lucy was so solid on this power drive. She just never stopped moving, pushing at the top. Quick on the Husavelt transition.
They were neck and neck up until this point.
They
Both
were.
athletes didn't quite make the sandbag go into the square, and Angelica had to go back a second time to make sure.
Meanwhile, Angelica Jardine did great with the power drive.
Huge effort there.
Yeah, she just powered right through that.
And that was the problem. As you can see the bag, she had to go back one time and then again to move it.
Oh, so she was warned. She didn't move it, and then she came back and moved it.
Well, in the rules, that bag is not allowed to touch any part of that red tape line.
That's
it had
correct.
to be completely off the line.
I know some people watching me saying that's a strange rule, but that's what the athletes were told.
Right.
And you have to stick to what the rules are.
The final heat now is Inez Carrasquillo and Olga Lashuk will take the floor. Carrasquillo, your overall leader with 27 points. Lashuk is only 4 points back of her. And we've only seen 2 women so far finish inside the time cap. Rebecca Roberts.
And I've got to say, I've been so impressed by Inez this weekend so far. She's always had potential, but often makes mistakes. So far, her execution has been perfect. Can she keep that going into power drive?
See the focus and intensity on both of these ladies' faces right now.
10 seconds.
And Olga's such a consistent athlete. She's always going to keep applying that pressure to the others.
Stand by.
And Olga has, 8 years of competition experience. Drive, come on, move.
Inez,
move.
Come on, Inez.
Getting stuck a little bit here on this thing. Lashuk going with that.
Yep.
2 hands at a time.
Just attacking it.
And trying to keep it in her lane, too. And she's got to keep it, that's the thing, keep it inside the red.
One more. I think that's good. There we go.
She should be there. And now onto the bag for Olga Lashuk as she looks to make up some ground on Inez Carrasquillo.
She's in.
Carrasquillo's got the bag.
This is where she can make up some time now.
And Lashuk working her way back, and then she'll move to the sled. This is big for Olga.
Olga in the lead, going into the arm over arm. But Inez is catching up. She's not far behind as she sits down, and she's actually gone slightly ahead with the first pull.
The time to beat right now is 1 minute 10 seconds by Lucy Underdown.
Both athletes attacking this arm over arm. This is really close. Olga just ahead at the moment. 30 seconds left. Both of these athletes could finish this. I think Lucy's time looks like it might be safe.
Pull.
Now, Lucy Underdown's going to win, but Olga Lashuk could lock up a second place finish. That would be huge for her.
And she's got to remember the button. She does.
Carrasquillo's got it. She hits the buzzer.
Close.
So it's 1:15 for Lashuk. And Carrasquillo's just a second behind her.
So close.
And Inez Carrasquillo, she came back fast at the end there.
Well, things are going to get a little tighter on top of the overall standings as we head into the final two events.
You see her just driving and pushing. You know she never changed her foot placement. She just hopped that thing all the way down.
Kept working all the way. Inez wasn't so good on the power drive, but she came back well through the Husafel carry and the arm over arm. And I think that's a second and third place finish there. We will get official scores.
Well, Lashuk had to make up 4 points on Carrasquillo for first, so it looks like Carrasquillo will still be in the lead. Underdown's going to add 10 points to her total with her second event win of the competition.
And this ladies contest just continues to be exciting.
Let's go down to Kiki Dixon.
Lucy, congratulations, another event win. You were able to watch a few athletes get after this event. What were you able to learn from them before you hit it?
I think it was just learning that it was going to have to be a bit more paced than I thought it was going to be, because that power drive push is disgusting. And that sled, although it's not got any weight on it, it's deceptively really, really heavy. So I just knew not to panic and just do what I do.
You guys have a couple events remaining. So far, what has this experience been like for you?
Oh, it's been absolutely amazing. The crowd has been so supportive. It's like the best event that we could ask for, like to be on this stage and sharing the stage with so many phenomenal athletes. It's been incredible.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Lucy Underdown at 1:10.64 seconds picks up her second event win of the competition. Olga Lashuk is going to shave a point off Inez Carrasquillo's lead on top of the overall standings, and Rebecca Roberts keeps herself in contention with a fourth place finish.
That was just really a true test of their strength, endurance, and a true test of grit and pure determination to get through that. You know, like Lucy said, it looked like that sled just wasn't moving on that turf, and you just have to keep driving, keep pushing, and just knowing that it's going to get there, but just keep working.
Lucy Underdown, for the second time, picks up the event win. We're going to crown champions later on, and things just got a lot closer on top of the overall standings. Men coming up next in Power Drive. Stay with us, everybody. 3 events remain for the Strongmen on the second and final day of competition for them at the 2024 Rogue Invitational from Aberdeen, Scotland, inside P&J Live. Event number 4 is Power Drive, presented by Mod Tub. Thanks so much for being with us here on this lovely Saturday in Scotland. I'm Sean Whitman with Kristen Rhodes and Lauren Chalet. And Laws, on the men's side of things, the 2 guys on top of the overall leaderboard got there in much different ways.
Very much so. I mean, Mitch Hooper doing what he does, that consistency, but Hafthor, just moments of absolute brilliance. The pressing still letting him down, but 2 event wins yesterday, and he has some very good events to come today.
Let's check out the overall standings coming into event number 3. It is Mitch Hooper with 27 total points, leads Hafthor Bjornsson, who's won 2 of the 3 events by 5 points. Tom Stolman, he moved up the leaderboard after event number 3 yesterday. He's only 2 back of Hafthor for second place, and Evan Singleton sits in 4th, followed by Tom Evans, who also won an event yesterday. Day 1 was pretty exciting, starting with the return of Hafthor. First time here at the Rogue Invitational.
Yeah, the newbie here to the Rogue Invitational, but Hafthor starting off the deadlift, doing what he does best, proving he's the best deadlifter on the planet currently.
Now this was a bit of a surprise. Tom Evans in event number 2 picking up the event win.
This was such a good performance. Thomas Evans has done very well on similar events in the past, but to execute as well as he did and take the win, he will be over the moon. And then, yeah, we finished with the Inverstones yesterday, and Hafthor blowing us away with what was an incredible performance. But it's Mitch Hooper who leads with his supreme consistency. 3 second places keeps him on top of the table.
Power Drive, presented by Mod Tub, is event number 4. 3 different implements, Laws, that these athletes need to deal with.
Yeah, we've got the Power Drive into the Husafel, and then the arm over arm.
Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon.
Guys, while this might be a new implement for our strongmen, we've seen it before with Rogue. They brought it out at the 2019 CrossFit Games. It's made a couple of appearances, but just to put it into perspective, in the 2019 CrossFit Games, they had 2 athletes on 700 pounds, a male-female pair. Strongmen come in, they bump up the weight to 750 pounds, and they've got to push it. Sean, I feel like since we're the CrossFitters, you and I should be able to have 2 on 1, and we'll have Kristen and Laws on their individuals. Go head-to-head, maybe? Any takers?
Yeah, I don't like to lose that badly.
I'm happy just watching, to be honest.
That's weights on these things, as you heard Kiki mention, 750 pounds, 340 kilos on the Power Drive. The Husafel bag is 375, and the sled is 650.
So the one advantage the men have is they've been able to watch the women go earlier, and they can kind of figure out a little bit of technique, because this is a completely new event. Pavlo Kordiak here really attacking this Power Drive. Looks like he's just ahead of Tristan on the far end. Got to make sure it stays in that box. We saw a couple of the women making mistakes, didn't we, Kristen? We've got to make sure each implement is put into the individual boxes without touching the lines.
Correct. Yes, you saw some of the women have to go back and move some of their Husafel bags off those red lines.
Kordiaka got hung up a little bit on picking up that bag. He fumbled it on his first attempt, and now he's got himself going. Here comes Tristan Hoth on the bottom of your screen. So Kordiaka has about 50 seconds now.
It's interesting because Kordiak will be used to carrying that from max distance, not a set distance like this. So he's probably just into the habit of trying to make sure everything is perfect. Whereas speed is so important on this, it might be better to just attack it and do it as quick as possible.
Kordiaka working at that 650-pound sled, 295 kilos. He's ahead of Tristan Hoth. Top time out of the 10 men will win the event. So this is not like a head-to-head elimination style event.
Pavlo Kordiak well bit for this, but the grip has gone. We saw this earlier. He's got to keep moving. He's trying to wrap that rope around his arm so he can get some purchase and keep pulling with the legs.
About
legs
12
and back.
seconds left. Kordiaka's got a chance if he can hurry.
He's gone now without wrapping it.
Maybe one more pull for Kordiaka will do it. And
yes.
He's in, hits the buzzer, gets inside the time cap with a couple seconds to spare. 126.95 seconds for Pavlo Kordiaka.
Good performance there from Pavlo. I mean, Pavlo is known as one of the absolute fittest strongmen on the planet, and he is exhausted at the end of this Power Drive. Maybe could have picked up a little bit more speed on the Husafel carry. He was just a little bit hesitant, made sure he got the bag as high as possible, didn't want to make a mistake of dropping it.
Yeah, if you drop it, you're wasting precious seconds.
Let's talk keys to the event here.
Again, about adaptability. A lot of these men have never seen this power drive before, and you really have to adapt on the fly to be able to move this thing down the field. Endurance and speed. I mean, quick transitions, working hard, working fast, and on the arm over arm, if your grip starts to go, you know, you start to adapt on how to get that sled down that field.
Second of 5 heats. Coming up next is going to be Bobby Thompson taking on Luke Stoltman. Thompson had a really good start to the competition, finished 4th in the deadlift, but since then the 7th and the 9th.
Bobby Thompson and Luke Stoltman, they are powerhouses. They love pressing events. I mean, Bobby loves a deadlift. Luke was one of the fastest athletes in his younger days. He's put on a lot of size in the last few years. Let's see how his conditioning is. He is a fast athlete. You need the conditioning in this one as well. Let's see how they look. They'll both have been watching Pavlo and knowing his time is a solid time to beat.
You know, and as an athlete, when you're getting ready to start these events, in your mind is you're like, just get to the finish line. Whatever it takes, no matter what I have to do, I don't have to breathe till I'm done, you just get it done. And you really have that focus.
I used to try and think, okay, I know this is going to suck, but it's only going to suck for 90 seconds.
Exactly.
Which winds up feeling like an hour when you're actually in it.
Unlike the poor CrossFit athletes that have events going on for ages.
Well, Luke Stoltman's making his 3rd Rogue Invitational appearance. He's finished 8th both times he's been here.
Luke's moving really well at the top end of the screen. Bobby's not too far behind though. Luke really quick
Luke
on that power drive.
12 seconds. And now on to the Husafell bag. 375 pounds, 170 kilos.
He's moving.
Luke is rapid on this event. He's moving really well.
Stoltman onto the sled. He's got a minute to get that thing taken care of. Thompson is around making the return trip.
Bobby finishes.
You have to sit first. You heard that judge yelling at him.
Yes,
down
yes,
first.
no, well
Yep.
picked up. Athletes must be sat down. They cannot stand on this arm over arm section. Luke Stoltman going well. Bobby's catching up though. Bobby's slow and steady, wrapping that rope around his arm. Not the best grip on Bobby Thompson, so he's just making sure he gets wrapped around and then uses that leg strength. Luke using the same tactic now. The hands have blown up.
Forearms are on fire.
He's creeping closer. He has 20 seconds now to close that distance between the sled and the platform. Bobby Thompson continues to chew up some real estate with every pull.
Good pull there from Luke and a big pull from Bobby. He's got 10 seconds to try and close this gap. He needs to work. I don't think we're going to see a finish from these two, but they need to get every inch they can.
Pull.
One more pull.
One more.
Whoa.
And that's it. So neither Thompson nor Stoltman able to finish, but that's how close they got.
That was tremendous effort from both athletes. Look at them both lying there in agony.
You can just tell this is a brutal, brutal event.
Well, Luke got off to a great start. He was shot out of a cannon on this thing.
Luke on this power drive, he was so quick. Really attacking this, moving the hands every single step. Powerful drive using those big legs.
Oh yeah, his feet are slipping.
I'm not sure that's the best footwear, I think, on this AstroTurf. You want something with a little more grip.
He's also very wide. You notice Luke drove with his feet a little bit closer together.
Bobby has an issue where he's got metal in his toe, where he can't push like a truck pull position, where you'd kind of have the foot and toe, the knee in line with each other. He's got to turn his foot out, which is massively detrimental to efficiency.
Yeah.
But he did well to come back.
He did
Both
good.
athletes' hands blowing up on this arm over arm. You can see the thickness of the rope there, and once the arms build up with blood, you just can't close those hands. It hurts so much, and unless you've experienced it, you just don't know.
Well, and that's another thing also, the thickness of the rope. I mean, an inch and a half versus 2-inch rope can make a huge difference in terms of grip and how fast your forearms are filling up with blood and how easy or hard it is to hang on to that thing.
Absolutely.
Matthew Ragg and Thomas Evans will be the next 2 men out. So Pablo Cordiaca is the only guy to finish this thing so far, and he did it in 1 minute 27.95 seconds. Matthew Ragg, 5th place overall with 16 points. He's only 4 back of Tom Stolman, the 3rd. Thomas Evans, who had his best finish in event 2 where he won, and then probably followed that up with a 10th place in event 3 to kind of stunt his momentum, hoping to regain that here.
Yeah, he had
in
a
event 4.
little pull in his bicep on the stones, and you can see that bicep is heavily strapped up. It's not going to bother him on the first part of this medley, but when it comes to the arm over arm, that's going to hurt.
Yeah.
He's a tough man, though. He will block out that pain. Huge title on the line. As you mentioned with the women, the big prize money on the line. They've got to keep fighting.
And you just made a good point, and that's the thing with these kinds of events, you just block out the pain. You don't think about it. Your body is just going, and you are moving until that sled hits or until that buzzer goes.
Adrenaline is a hell of a thing.
It really is. You'll feel the pain later.
Yeah.
Right.
But for now, we block it out.
Yep.
Well, Tom Evans should be used to doing stuff like this. He's a former offensive lineman in American football.
Yeah, this power drive should be good for Thomas.
Played his college ball at the University of Richmond and actually was in training camp with
Matt
the Green
Ragg
Bay
is actually
Packers.
ahead on the power drive.
Yeah, Matt Ragg doing a nice job.
And he's going for the sideways pickup.
Evans has gotten that into the box, and he'll get to work on the bag as Ragg is now making the return trip on that lap.
Matt Ragg going well here. He's a huge man.
Evans having problems with that bag. They've got to carry on their front. I don't think Evans is going to be able to get that thing off the ground. This is disappointing for him.
Yeah, if that bicep's really hurting, you need some of that bicep strength to squeeze and lift that sandbag.
Evans is going to call it as Matthew Ragg now is going to try to finish up the remainder of the sled pull.
He's going for shorter pulls. I think he can utilize more of that back power as well. He's kind of using his legs, but not utilizing the back as well.
Some of the others we've seen really pull, lean super far back to get that full.
Yep.
10 seconds to go, so it looks like Cordiaca is still going to hang on to the top time at 1:27.95 seconds. We'll see how much distance Ragg can cover here in the final seconds.
That sled is very deceptive. You'd look at that and you wouldn't think that it would be that hard.
Yeah, it's only got a few plates on there, but we saw it is absolutely brutal.
It's 650 pounds, 295 kilos, so
even empty, that thing is huge.
Well, as there's such a large square footage of it touching the ground, it's not like a small surface area.
Right.
So, yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, no, you're bang on.
Matthew Ragg did a great job there on the power drive. And had a little trouble with the sandbag, but as you mentioned, Laz, I think it was probably just the technique here.
At this point as well, you're so tired. You know, his hands are hurting, the forearms are pumped up, the legs are pumped up. You're just trying to give everything. Technique goes out the window because you're not thinking clearly. You're just desperate for this 90 seconds to be over.
And then Tom Evans, who did pretty well on the power drive, just did not have
such a shame after that fantastic win yesterday in event 2. So these are two fantastic athletes, and I think we may be able to see another finish. Tom Stoltman, perfectly built for this type of event. And Evan Singleton is an aggressive, powerful athlete. Fast, explosive, tremendous grip.
And Evan Singleton has 19.5 points. He's only a half point back of Tom for 3rd place, and he's only 2.5 points back of Hathor Bjornsson for 2nd.
And he is very much still in the hunt.
Singleton's been really consistent so far this competition, 2 fourths and a fifth. Here we go, and Tom Stolman attacking.
He's going
early
well
on.
with this.
Moving quick.
The tall athletes are built perfectly for this event. Having that long wingspan, you can just scoop up this sandbag.
That was about exactly the same speed as his brother.
He's gone for a low pickup. He needs to just squeeze tight and finish it, but the long legs and the long arms will really help when it comes to the arm over arm. He can cover huge amounts of distance with one pull.
Well, Singleton finally got that bag hoisted up. Now here comes Stoltman on the pull. Singleton making the return trip back. Pablo Cordiaca has the top time of 127.95, and Tom Stolman's got a really good chance to beat that.
Got to just keep working hard. The grip is still holding tight. He's moving well. Big, powerful pulls. Stretch forward, use the legs.
He is not slowing down.
2 more big pulls, and we'll have a new leader. One more.
One more does Tom Stolman, and he's going to take over the top spot in this event. 105 for the Albatross.
He's so happy with that. Now, Evan Singleton needs to keep working hard.
Singleton's got a chance to finish. Got 15 seconds.
He's getting close. Come on, Evan Singleton. 2 more big pulls. You can finish this. Real big pull in and might get there. One more. Come on.
5 seconds for Singleton. Now 4. He's in.
Does it inside the time. Oh, he didn't.
He had to touch, so he wasn't close. That time is going to be adjusted. He may have gotten capped.
It looks like he just missed out on touching the sled to the front.
Tom Stolman, though, at 104.81 seconds. I mean, that looked effortless. And then no problem with the bag, despite the fact that he held it low. Grip holds, and then he just tore through that sled.
Yes, absolutely. That is the fastest time we've seen so far. Tom Stolman pulling himself back in. After that deadlift, he's been very consistent with his performances.
Yeah, Singleton had to do some extra work here. He's got to keep that thing in the entirety of that red line, so he had to put the shoulder in it. And now you can see his sled is just about 5 inches short. You got to make contact with the platform. He hit his buzzer early, so that score that he put up on the scoreboard, that 128, most likely is going to be adjusted to a cap.
So we're going to have Hafthor Bjornsson, another athlete built similar to Tom Stoltman. Got the long arms, the long legs, and I've seen him excel on all these type of events individually. I cannot see him, as long as he's got the conditioning, I think Hafthor is going to absolutely blitz through this.
Let's send it back down to Kiki Dixon.
Guys, I had a quick chat with Thor before, getting to position, and he said there's a lot of things in his mind that he's running through his mind of how he wants it to go. But he said there's some unknown variables like this power drive. He's never pushed it before. So he said overall, he's just going to be adapting on the fly, and we'll see how that lines up at the end with what he was hoping for and how it goes.
Hafthor Bjornsson versus your overall leader, Mitchell Hooper, the Moose. Your overall leader, 27 points, hasn't finished anywhere other than second place in an event, but Hafthor, one of the taller athletes out here, should be built perfectly for at least the first part of this.
For all parts of this, I've seen him destroy people on arm over arms, and he's had world records when it comes to Husafeld type carries. He's exceptionally good at all these. However, this is about speed, not maximum distance, and Mitch Hooper is one of the fastest athletes out there.
The Moose versus the Mountain, final heat for the men.
Mitch attacking that drive really fast. He could be ahead of Hafthor on the power drive.
He is, and he's ahead of Tom Stolman's time.
And Mitch is the first to the sandbag.
Hafthor has the power drive done. Hooper taking some time to get that bag.
And Hooper is
off the ground, and he's making the return trip. He's still ahead of Hafthor.
Hafthor finishes the sandbag as well. Now Mitch needs to try and stay ahead because Hafthor is exceptional at these type of events. He's got so much power.
Well, Mitch got about 2 or 3 pulls in before Hafthor did, and he's about half a sled length ahead of him right now. But
look at those pulls from Hafthor. He's closing in. Mitch needs to try and stay ahead. Hafthor goes ahead on this pull. Mitch gets back in front. This is going to be close.
Dead even right now. Trading the lead back and forth on every pull. Hafthor's back in front here. 104.81 is the time to beat. Looks like Tom Stoltman is going to win the event. Hafthor's right there. Hafthor's going to take second. He's got to hit his buzzer.
He does now.
And now here comes Mitch Hooper. And he's in.
He's not finished yet.
He wasn't in. He's got to make it a touch.
He's got to make it touch.
Score is going to get adjusted. Now Hooper's in.
There we go.
122 for him. And looking like that might be a 3rd place in the event, depending on what happened with Singleton.
Look at this replay from Thor. So he wasn't the quickest on the power drive, and he wasn't the quickest when it came to the sandbag, but he started to eat up the distance when he got onto the arm over arm. Mitch Hooper went off like a rocket, but this is where Hafthor pulled himself back. Every single pull, you could see him closing. Eventually he got ahead, and he made sure not to make a mistake at the end there. Mitch Hooper just stopping just short. Had to re-pull. Look at this aggression.
But this is where he got the lead.
Yeah,
this was impressive.
This was really impressive. Really attacked that power drive hard. Maybe it just took a little bit out of the legs towards the end. New event for all these athletes, but it's Tom Stoltman who is the fastest time, and he will be over the moon to get an event win.
Well, Tom Stoltman and Hafthor Bjornsson now are only going to be separated by a point in the overall standings. Mitchell Hooper should hang on to his lead, but it's going to shrink heading into the final 2 events. But right now it looks like he's going to take 3rd place in that event. That's unofficial. A great battle between the Mountain and the Moose to close us out in event number 4.
Pablo Cordiaca did very well on that one as well.
That was a great showing for Pablo. He was in 9th place coming in. Should be a top 4 for him. So 2nd straight finish of 4 or better for Pablo.
Exciting event. Definitely one I would rather be watching than doing.
I agree.
And we had 2 guys push that buzzer early, so they're going to get that figured out. And while we wait, let's go back down to Kiki Dixon.
Tom, congratulations on your event win. What was the biggest surprise about this event?
You know, you have to be fit and fast coming to this competition. I changed my coach only 4 weeks ago, and the belief he's given me, my fitness has improved dramatically. I'm here to show people why I'm one of the best in the world. So, yeah, but this event was it's just a credit to my hard work. You know, I know there's a lot of fast people here, but I didn't take my foot off the gas. I was consistent, and I won the event, so I'm buzzing.
Yes, you did. The power drive, you seem to unlock the power drive. What was the secret there?
Just keep going, use my body weight, and just keep pushing it. It was lighter than I thought, so that was good. But yeah, like I said, just keep driving through the line and just make sure I finish it, and that's what I did, and I finished it the fastest time, so I'm happy.
As you should be. That got you a W, no doubt. We have 2 more events remaining on the weekend. How are you feeling about your performance thus far this weekend?
Yeah, I'm very happy. You know, obviously my deadlift's my biggest weakness right now with the injury I've had, but I knew every single other event I'd be competitive in, and that's what I'm doing. And you know, winning this event for me was a massive confidence booster as well, and 2 great events coming up.
Thanks again, Tom. Congratulations.
The Albatross, Tom Stoltman, picks up his first event win of the 2024 Rogue Invitational. Hafthor Bjornsson is going to finish in 2nd, followed by Mitch Hooper. Pablo Cordiaca with that 4th place finish, and Evan Singleton is in 5th. Now, these are unofficial because I don't think Singleton's score has been adjusted.
That's a big win there for Tom Stoltman. You can just see the confidence coming back to him. To get an event win here, that means a lot to him. And it's hard, you know, we're in Scotland, in Aberdeen, and the big, tall man from the local area has taken the win. You can see every single event, the confidence grows, and now he's a real threat. He's got some good events to come.
Tom Stoltman giving the hometown fans something to cheer about here as we're through 4 of the 6 events for the Strongman. Action continues. We're going to take a break, but more to come here on Saturday at the 2024 Rogue Invitational. Day number 2 continues here at the 2024 Rogue Invitational as we are inside P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. You certainly don't want to tug on Superman's cape, and you definitely do not want to pull on the devil's tail, and that is event number 5, presented by Yeti. Women are going to be up first here. Overall standings coming in, Tia Toomey has been perfect, 4 for 4. If she wins this event, she'll set the record for most consecutive event wins at the Rogue Invitational. Gabby McGowan still sits in second place. Alex Gazan, courtesy of her performance in the last event, moved up 7 spots and now sits in 7th place overall with 215 points. Devil's Tail, just 2 movements, not a barbell in sight, Adrian.
That's right. It is 2 movements, and they are going to be quite devastating as we find some redundancy within these movements. We're going to be doing what's categorized as a single-arm devil's press. They're going to do 21 of those things, 2 separate occasions. The unique thing is they got to do 21 in a row, Sean, and that's going to definitely tax the body in a unique way, and it's separated by 3 rope climbs each round. So 9 total rope climbs will certainly be a dictator in this workout.
Keys of the event.
The keys here, they, how can I say this? We got to pin the sear. It's not just the up, but it's also how you go down. The sear's the type of dumbbell they're going to use. From the top of the movement, they're going to have to press that thing straight down between their legs to start the next rep. The sooner they can do that, the more advantage they will have on their competitors. And less is more, and what I mean by that is how they get up and down the rope. The less touches or less pinches that they have to make, the faster they will ascend and descend.
Emma Tall has a chance to do really well in this event. She's coming off her best finish of the competition, took 7th place in event number 4.
Emma Tall is someone who has a great history with climbing ropes at a high capacity. I remember her doing alpaca redux at the CrossFit Games. It's a particular event that involved a lot of legless rope climbs coupled with a lot of grunt work. And Emma Tall, I don't think, will struggle with the weight at 70 pounds with this single-arm dumbbell devil press. And I know that she can navigate the ropes well, so I think that this will be a good one for her.
Taylor Williamson will be working out of lane number 9. She got into this event courtesy of the online qualifier. She's an athlete that we have seen do extremely well in the team competition, standing on top of the podium, winning affiliate cups. But right now, she's in 17th place overall after an 18th place finish in event number 4.
Yeah, and Sean, with Taylor, she qualified for the Q. We know a lot about her. We know the one thing that we do know about her fitness is that maybe she doesn't have the same amount of experience as most of these women. In fact, just fractionally, because she's used to a team. But her work capacity is still extremely high. And we look at these 2 movements, albeit the single-arm devil press, a bit unique in regards to competition exposure. It's simple. And when it's simple and it involves going up and down a rope, we really like what Taylor Williamson has in regards to her workout history and where her capacity lies.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Heat 1 of 2 underway in Devil's Tail. We start with 3 rope climbs.
Devil's Tail, event number 5. Our athletes working on 3 rope climbs. Then they're going to make their way over.
Watching the athletes pinch the rope with their feet. This is going to be key. We talked about less is more here. They clamp that rope with their feet so that they actually don't have to do much climbing with their hands. When an athlete climbs the rope with efficiency, they simply hold onto the rope with their arms just to be steady so they can move their legs up for the next clamp.
Devil's press with the left arm, 3 rope climbs.
Well, Alex Gazan and Emma Tall, I believe, are on their 3rd and final rope climbs. They're in the middle of your screen. Tall is in the long light blue pants, and Gazan is in the gray shorts, and they're going to be the first 2 to move to that dumbbell, and Taylor Williamson's done as well.
Oh yeah, these women having no problem, Sean, essentially jumping that dumbbell right over their head to lockout. Now what we're looking for in regards to the standard for this single arm devil press is that they can lower it with 2 hands, but at no other time can their hands touch their body or the dumbbell until it's locked out overhead. And on the ground, it looks a lot like a traditional burpee. Their chest has to touch while their thighs touch, and then they can get up and get the next rep started.
24 rep mark is what they're looking to hit on the left side of your screen before they'll head back to their ropes for their second of 3 sets of 3. 70 pounds on the dumbbell, about 32 kilos. advancing every 7 reps. And as you mentioned earlier, all 21 have to be done with the same arm here.
Yeah, and that's certainly a unique challenge. I think a lot of athletes are familiar with devil press. Rarely is it standardized that, hey, you're going to do 21 consecutively on one side and with such a weight as 70 pounds in that one arm.
Emma Tall is your leader right now. Next to Alex Gazan, the first 2 women to get to this portion of the event. 21 reps on the right hand.
Talk about momentum. What Alex Gazan was able to do for herself today in event 4 already sets her up for a positive outcome here, just because she knows these 2 movements aren't any that she should struggle with. So I think that momentum's going to carry right into this event here for her.
Tall and Gazan have 7 reps remaining as they moved into the final station. Taylor Howe and Paige Semenza are swapping 3rd place right now. There is Alex Gazan, who, as we mentioned, moved up 7 spots from 14th place overall into 7th, courtesy of her 4th place finish in event 4.
Alex doing a great job at one of our keys here, which is pin the sear. She puts her both hands right on the dumbbell, pins it right just in front of her foot so she can get to the next rep. You see her here pacing herself out, though, taking some time between reps.
Emma Tall, meanwhile, is done, and she's heading back to the rope for her 2nd of 3 sets.
What's interesting here, Sean, is that the grip on that right arm is completely fatigued after doing 21 unbroken on that right side. Now, these women do get to use their legs for these climbs, but the way that's got to feel in your hands is completely foreign, with one arm completely almost feeling useless, I'd imagine, after doing all those reps.
A 7-minute time cap here, so we're already halfway through the allotted time. Emma Tall on her 2nd of 3 rope climbs here in this set. Alex Gazan is on the rope now. Semenza and Wells are back as well. Danielle Brandon working her way back to the rope, and Taylor Williamson on the far right side. Taylor Howe is done, left side of your screen, the light blue top.
We just watched some of the athletes struggle at times when those ropes get a swaying. So the rope's not hanging to touch the mat, freely hanging there. Sometimes makes it tough for that first pinch to go down.
Emma Tall back for her 2nd and final set of 21 devil's presses, now having to switch to the left hand.
Just as smooth, Sean. What I was watching for right there on that first rep was, were there any deficiencies in coordination? Was it very obvious that maybe her right arm was her dominant and maybe her left's going to struggle? But no sign of that here for Emma Tall.
Alex Gazan has joined Tall on the final set of devil's presses, now on the left hand. Approaching the 5-minute mark. Now Paige Semenza is done, so 2 minutes remain before we hit the 7-minute time cap. 48 reps is the score that Emma Tall needs to get to on the left side of the screen before she can head back for her final 3 reps on the rope.
Less than 2 minutes, athletes.
Sydney Wells, Danielle Brandon, and Taylor Williamson all onto the final set of devil's presses. And here comes Taylor Howe at the bottom of your screen, and Amanda Barnhart also getting to work in the long dark green pants.
Gazan advances into her 2nd 7. And I think this is commonly where she does start to take a little bit more rest, is in those transition reps from 7 to 14, from 14 to 21.
One of your keys was pin the bell, and you can hear that thing all over the floor just getting slammed into the ground.
That's right.
Here in just a moment, Emma Tall, Alex Gazan, the closest to finish.
Tall has 8 reps remaining.
1 minute, athletes. 1 minute.
Now less than a minute to go.
I will say that's an advantage with the sear dumbbell. That smooth, round surface allows you to just kind of get it right down and not be so concerned with the other formation of like a hexagon-based dumbbell where it might take a corner and have a weird bounce on you. That's a really nice thing about these sear dumbbells when they're out there on the floor.
Tall with 4 reps remaining before she heads back to the rope. Doubt she's going to have enough time to get it inside the time cap.
Oh, I was going to say if she could get to the rope and get one climb, that could be a huge differentiator. I don't know that she's going to get the time.
Tall's going to run out of time, but she does get through the final set of 21 single-arm devil presses. So she gets the farthest in the event. Alice Gazan was 2 reps shy of finishing up that set.
Wow. 48 reps for Emma Tall, and honestly, Sean, not a lot of stopping and slowing for her. I mean, we watched her slower pace just to chalk a couple times between some of the bigger chunks of sets, but smooth on the rope climbs and right to the dumbbell, right to the sear bell.
Emma Tall, 10th place overall. Coming off a 7th place finish in the prior event, looking to keep that momentum here. Takes her heat. She was 3 reps shy of getting across the finish line.
Yeah, and she did a great job, Sean, all the way through Devil's Tail. We knew that the rope would present no problem for her. And I believe it works this way. When you have a strength in a particular event, it helps you lean into the opposite movement more. And we knew the strength also wasn't going to limit her on the sear bell. So this was a really great couplet for her. And she executed at a high level the whole time, not really stopping much. And that still left her shy 3 rope climbs of being able to finish this event.
Nobody finishes inside the 7-minute time cap, but Emma Tall does get the farthest, getting through that second and final set of devil's presses, and just had 3 rope climbs left. Alice Gazan was right behind her, followed by Sydney Wells and Taylor Williamson, taking 4th place in that heat, followed by Paige Semenza and Danielle Brandon. Heat 2. Coming up next, second and final heat. And Emily Rolfe, someone you're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Emily. She's one of the taller athletes in the field. She does climb rope well, especially when legs are involved here. It won't be an upper body capacity limiter. And so I think she's going to get to show her overall strength conditioning.
There are your lane assignments for heat number 2, starting with 3 rope climbs. Tia Toomey in lane 6. She's on the left side of her screen, going for her 5th straight event win.
Sean, we talked about less is more on this rope, and that includes contact time on the way down. Watch how beautifully Laura Horvath right there in the middle of your screen, once she gets to the top of this rope, just gently lets go with her hands, glides down the rope until she wants more friction, regrips, and then drops the rest of the way. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, Laura Horvath's the first woman done with her initial 3 rope climbs, so she's going to get right to work on that devil's press on the 70-pound sear bell, 32 kilos. Gabby McGowan and Tia Toomey are there. Then at the other end of the floor, Maddie Surt and Emily Rolfe.
Through that last set of 21 single-arm sear bell devil's press.
We're already seeing some different strategies be deployed here. Laura starting this event with more of like a muscle snatch to stand that dumbbell overhead, which means her legs never rebend, but now she's starting to jump and receive the bar or the dumbbell overhead with a bit of a power position. Same, going rep for rep with Tia, using the same strategy.
For her off in the driver's seat, she's got a couple rep lead over.
Horvath continues to lead McGowan and Toomey, who are a rep behind. There's been on Anganese on the left side.
Oh, I like it. She's using a step back method, Sean. It's akin to the Josh Everett split snatch. What that allows her to do, stepping back each rep, doesn't force her to stand as fast. This will keep her heart rate lower, and it'll also conserve her some energy. This is a really unique way to get that dumbbell overhead, and I love to see it.
She's 5th place overall coming into this event with 235 points, but she's 40 back of Ariel Lowen for 4th.
Always have to be willing to explore different things. I mean, this is thinking outside of the box here in regards to the way to attack this. And if she's practiced this, this is a great way for her to conserve what energy she thinks is going to be needed to, of course, climb the rope and keep going for these 21 on each side.
Laura Horvath continues to lead here. Just a rep up on Toomey, 2 reps up on Gabby McGowan. Horvath, 3rd place overall. She's got 305 points. 30 back of McGowan for 2nd.
Tia trying to make the move on Laura.
And Laura and Tia, I mean, all of these women are more than aware of this, but this event is really hard to exchange leads with because each rep takes so long. It's not as simple as the thrusters that we saw earlier where each rep takes only a second. So Laura understands as long as she can keep a rep or two in the bank, she's going to be in control here.
Horvath right back to the rope for her second of 3 sets. She's about a half a rep ahead of Tia Toomey, who just made the touch on her first rope climb. Horvath looking for her first event win of this competition. She's only had one finish outside the top 4, and that was a 14th place in Braveheart to close out day number 1 of competition.
The attention to detail on these rope climbs is wild. Their ability to clamp so tightly with their feet, hardly using their hands for anything.
Laura Horvath back to the sear bell, and now 21 reps on the left hand. Tia Toomey's there. Horvath is going to get 2 reps in before Toomey starts.
And that's at least 6 or 7 seconds there on the lead.
Gabby McGowan is now done. The top 3 women in the overall standings, top 3 here in this heat. McGowan's had every finish inside the top 10 so far. Her worst finish was a 9th place in the prior event.
Yeah, Gabby also doing a great job at consistency. She swings the dumbbell back between her legs just slightly before she swings it overhead. This allows her to create more momentum up overhead, but it also will take her a little longer to complete each rep versus the way Tia and Laura are executing the movement. You'll notice Tia takes it right from that dead stop and jumps it right over her head.
A little more than 2 minutes to go before we hit the 7-minute time cap. Brooke Wells is also out there working on her devil's press. As just about the entire field now is on to their final set. And Laura Horvath needs to hit the 48 rep mark. 6 remaining for her. And Tia Toomey has tied her for the lead, but Horvath has been faster on the rope climbs.
Yep.
Laura Horvath continuing to work and continuing to cling to a 1-rep lead over Tia Toomey.
Well, do you think she knows her record's at stake with consecutive wins? That's the question.
Well, they both are tied with 4 straight event wins. If Tia Toomey can pull the win out here, it'll be 5 straight. That's a Rogue Invitational record. And Laura Horvath is done, and she's going to get to the rope first. Now, she has been faster than Toomey here. Toomey's done, and here comes Tia. One rep down for Horvath. She's going to get right back to work. So Tia just closed out her first. If this can keep up for Horvath, she's going to win the event. Toomey chalking up. She's through 2. And now Horvath going to the chalk, but she's got plenty of time to hold off Toomey. These are the only 2 women right now on the rope climbs. 3rd and final rope climb for Horvath here with less than 40 seconds to go. Horvath makes the touch. She's got to get herself across the finish line. And Laura Horvath picks up her first event win of the 2024 Rogue Invitational. Next up, 6:33.76 seconds. Tia Toomey is going to take second. Now, Gabby McGowan right now is in 3rd, which means Laura will shave at least 10 points off of Gabby's lead for 2nd. Gabby McGowan had a 30-point lead on Horvath for 2nd place, and she's going to get time capped, but a 3rd place finish at 90 points for her. And Laura Horvath ends the winning streak.
Wow.
And takes event 5.
What a performance by Laura Horvath. We know she's a home run hitter, Sean. We've seen it many, many times. In fact, this was her act in protecting her event record of 4 consecutive. event wins, not letting Tia come in and claim a new throne with 5 in a row.
8th career event win at Rogue Invitational for Laura Horvath.
Hey,
there
we
was
talked
a no
about,
rep right there.
Right.
That was huge.
Yeah, less is more, right? And we talked about the accuracy. These women all make it look simple, but it's that virtuous pursuit of excellence that they have where those small things go unnoticed until it goes wrong, and that's where it went wrong for Tia. Laura was able to capitalize, continue to hang tightly to about a 1 or 2 rep lead. And because even on this dumbbell, those reps take about 2 to 2.5 seconds, it was just enough for her to have a buffer on Tia, get to the rope, get 1 rep down, and then comfortably cruise to her first win here at the Rogue Invitational. And of course, protect that record and go down as a tie with 4-4 with her and Tia's event wins.
8th career event win for Laura Horvath, the Rogue Invitational. She's with Kiki Dixon.
Laura, congratulations on your event win. The crowd is giving it up for you. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, you know, this is what Europe feels like. So the CrossFit community in the States should watch this because we are coming.
You have a record at the Rogue Invitational of a 4-win streak. Tia has a record of a 4-win streak. Did you know that was up for grabs right here? Was there a little extra motivation on this win?
To be honest, I wasn't paying attention. This workout has my name written all over it, so I just had to execute.
Right now on the leaderboard, you're in 3rd. How closely are you following the leaderboard as you go throughout the weekend?
We're about to change that.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, Laura Horvath.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much.
Wow. Wow and wow. I mean, you talk about getting fired up, Sean. Do you watch the leaderboard? You're in 3rd right now. Don't worry. We're about to change that since Laura Horvath.
I love the confidence from Laura Horvath.
Oh, my goodness.
Who picks up her first event win here in 2024. 6:33.76 seconds. She and Toomey, the only two to get inside the 7-minute time cap. Emma Tall, courtesy of the time she put up, or the score she put up in heat number 1, she'll take 4th. And Gabby McGowan sits in 3rd. Brooke Wells with another top 5 finish for her. Laura Horvath, first event win in the competition, making things interesting now inside the top 3. More to come as the men are up next in Devil's Tail. Stay with us, everybody. Heat 2 for the men in event number 5. Devil's Tail is set to begin here. Overall standings coming in is Jeff Adler, who remains on top of the overall leaderboard, as the top 3 men stay the same as they were going into the last event. He's got a 40-point cushion on Ricky Garrard. Dallin Pepper currently sits in 3rd. Top 3 men have started to separate. Brett Fikowski put himself in 4th place. He's moving up. And Chandler Smith rounding out the top 5. 2 movements here in Devil's Tail, Adrian.
That's right. It's known as a couplet. Devil's Tail is 3 rope climbs, 21 single-arm sear bell devil press with 100 pounds for these men. All those got to be done on one side. They're going to go 3 rope climbs again, then the opposite side for 21, and then a final 3 rope climbs across the finish line.
And we are underway. We start with those 3 rope climbs. You can see your lane assignments. Justin Medeiros in lane number 5. Got James Sprague there on the right side, your defending CrossFit Games champion.
That's right, Sprague, one of those athletes we got to keep our eye on anytime. That's, again, simple work as well as rope climbs. Now we'll see how the 100-pound Sear Bell treats him. We know that he was recovering from pneumonia on his way here. It was something that was kind of up in the air to get James Sprague here to throw down with these guys. He wasn't exactly sure until about 5 days before competition that he'd be making the trip. But here he is, and I like this couplet here and how he can perform.
Heinrich Happelainen on the left side. No surprise he's in the early lead here, one of the taller athletes in the field.
James chipping away at these Sear Bell single arm devil press. Again, from a standard perspective, folks, they got to keep their hand on the dumbbell throughout the movement. Chest has to touch the ground just like a burpee, and then they're going to jump and shrug and get that dumbbell right over their head every time. They're going to do 21 consecutive on one side, and that's really where we see a lot of the biggest challenge, is that they're used to maybe doing this movement by switching arms every repetition instead of 21 in a row on one side.
100 pounds on that Sear Bell, 45 kilos.
We talk
24 is the number they have to hit before they go back to the rope.
That's right. And we talk about pinning that sear, Sean, as one of the keys to success here, and you can hear it. It's like it's that sound, that ting every time they push that dumbbell right to the ground. They don't want to fight momentum. They want to actually use momentum and gravity to pin it to the ground right in the middle of their feet so they can go down and start the next rep.
Yeah, second straight year at the Rogue Invitational that the CrossFit athletes have used a Sear Bell. This is a nice little homage to the Strongman events that we have going on as well. Usually a piece of equipment you see in that competition.
Yeah, it does have a great look to it. And I remember some of the feedback was it didn't feel a ton different than a normal dumbbell, but the way that you move it through space is different, not because of weight, but because of the shape. The fact that the weight is a little bit, the dumbbell in itself is longer. It changes the way that you got to swing it and drive it overhead, especially when you're making it travel such a distance that these athletes are.
Well, Sam Quant's putting a little pressure on Heinrich Happelainen, who's going to be the first man done, but Quant is right behind him along with Jonakoski as well. Koski there in the background, chalking up his hands, getting set for his second set of 3 rope climbs. There goes Quant back to the rope along with James Sprague. Justin Medeiros also done with his first set of Devil's Press. 7-minute time cap here, so we're almost halfway through the allotted time in this event. First of 2 heats for the men. Second of 3 events that they will face today. 9 total events throughout the weekend.
Yeah, we've got to always account for the work that these guys have already contributed to the points that they've been able to build up so far. It's not like they just took the floor fresh and ready to go and rip after this 100 miles an hour. They're really showing fitness through the course of all the events that they get to do.
Well, Happelainen maintains his lead now on the left hand for 21 reps. You got 1 rep in before Jonakoski started work, and here comes Justin Medeiros and Sam Quant in the blue. James Sprague joining them now on his way back to the dumbbell. 21 more reps here, 100 pounds, 45 kilos on the Sear Bell.
Starting to see some separation taking place here. The consistency from the midway point of each one of these sets, Sean, is what we're looking for. From the time of about 10 to 11 reps on that one side, that's where you're really wishing that you could switch to the other arm, but that's not an option. They got to continue to get back down to the ground and jump that weight overhead.
Happelainen maintaining that 1 rep lead over Sam Quant, Jonakoski. Medeiros is 2 reps back. Sam Quant is trying to hold off James Sprague. Saxon Panchik working his way up as well. Now 2 minutes remaining before we hit the cap.
Happelainen still with that slight edge over Medeiros and Koski that are kind of going back and forth. What we saw from the women was that 1 rep can add to quite a difference in separation, especially when we talk about getting up that rope and being able to be in control of the pace of this workout. And so that's where Henrik finds himself there to the left of your screen. Right now, he's in control, but Medeiros is coming.
48, that's the number that Haapalainen's looking to hit before he'll head back to the rope for the final time. He's got 3 remaining. There's Haapalainen. Koski with 4 remaining. Jonah Koski, 13th place overall, but coming off a 5th place finish in the prior event.
Medeiros just took a little bit of a longer break than I've seen him take throughout this entire workout. It looked like he was closing the gap on Koski.
Now Haapalainen back to the rope. 45 seconds to complete 3 reps and get himself across the finish line. Jonah Koski's done as well. Now here comes Justin Medeiros. Haapalainen's got 1 rep remaining on the rope. Jake Crouch is done working his way back. He gets right to work. He's in that blue short sleeve shirt, middle of your screen. Haapalainen's done. He's got to hustle. And he will make it. Heinrich Haapalainen just sneaking in inside the 7-minute time cap. Have to wait for his official score, but it did look like he made it with maybe second to spare. Either way, he didn't make it. So Heinrich Haapalainen did not make it. But he will be your event leader with 1 heat to go. So Haapalainen, I thought he made it. Looking at the countdown, but it was close. A great effort from Heinrich Haapalainen. Pays to be tall sometimes.
It does pay to be tall, Sean. I mean, look, he executed at a very high level, and you talk about the advantage to his height. Hey, we don't throw the tall guys many bones in this sport, but he got one here, and he was first up the rope, and he executed a clean way. He was able to hold on to that pace, which was a blistering pace. What you noticed, even in his final rope climbs, that it took him several more attempts to get to the top or more pinches, and it slowed him just enough so he didn't get across his finish line in time. But Heat 1 winner, Henrik Haapalainen. Good feeling.
Getting the floor reset for heat number 2 as the athletes are making their way out onto the floor. Patrick Vellner currently sits in 6th place. He's the 2-time Rogue Invitational champion. He's got 255 points and has some ground to make up if he wants to work his way into the top 3.
Yeah, he's got some ground to make up, and he can do it here. He really can. We know that he's good historically at hinging, which means like deadlifting if you're not familiar with the term hinging. And what I mean by that is this movement, you're going to have to hinge at the hip and jump that dumbbell overhead. I like this coupled with the rope climb for Pat.
Here are your lane assignments for the 2nd and final heat. Pat Vellner will be in lane number 3, right next to Brent Fikowski. Someone will be watching as well on the rope climbs.
Yeah, we got to watch the professor closely anytime he takes the floor. He's always got something up his sleeve. Oh my, he's already up on his 2nd climb. I mean, I know all these guys are. His transition was extremely fast.
Fikowski's already through 2. Sam Cornway is through 2 as well, and Pat Vellner.
Yeah.
Fikowski, Cornway, the first 2 men off. Hopper's there as well, and just about every man getting done with his 3 rope climbs onto the first set of 21 Devil's Press on the right arm. Brent Fikowski, 4th place overall, 260 points.
Now, we talked about this earlier in the last heat, and even with the women, it's hard to exchange the lead. What we've seen historically is if the athlete's leading after this 21, we haven't really seen any exchanges happen at the top. So we'll get a really good taste at how well and how confident they're moving that dumbbell once we hit about rip 15 or 16 on this single arm.
Ricky Garrard and Dallin Pepper towards the front here, along with Sam Cornway. But all these athletes separated by a rep or two, so pretty even here in the opening portion of event number 5.
All these guys getting on the ground, getting that chest to the ground just like a burpee, jumping the dumbbell overhead. That's what's going to be categorized as this single arm devil press. Standards we're looking for is that their left arm in this set cannot touch their body or the dumbbell until it gets completely overhead. Then they're allowed to use that offhand if they choose to lower it or pin it to the ground.
Yeah, Jeff Adler coming in first place overall, got a 40-point lead on rookie Gerard, who sits in second. And Adler has never finished lower than 5th, and he has an event win under his belt in event number 3, Braveheart last night.
And although it doesn't look like it, I mean, this Sear Bell's 100 pounds, Sean. They're slinging it from the ground overhead as if it's nothing.
Well, Gerard has 2 reps left. Now Gerard is finished, and he's going to be the first man back to the rope, along with Jason Hopper. And Dallin Pepper, here comes Jeff Adler, so still neck and neck for first place. Adler's going to take a second to chalk off his hands. Here comes Fikowski getting to the rope. 6:59.22 seconds. So Hapalainen does get across officially, 6:59.22.
Nice. That's always a good feeling. I mean, hey, he knew he won the heat, but it's a great feeling to know that everyone else got time. Captain, you made it. You made it. You were the exception. Now, what I love about this, Sean, is that I mentioned, I was like, yo, by rep 15 or 16, we had an idea in previous heats. Well, this heat, we have no idea, and everyone's here fighting neck and neck on these rope climbs.
Well, Ricky Gerard and Jason Hopper done at the same time. Now here comes Adler. And Brent Fikowski just closing out his 3rd rope climb. Gerard getting right to work. 21 reps on the left side. Jason Hopper got hit with a no rep.
Yeah, and because again, these reps take a long time. That's costly to get yourself a no rep here. That literally just docked about 3 seconds from you. You can't get those back.
We are hitting the 4-minute
3 minutes left before we hit that 7-minute time cap. Guy Mayeros at the top of your screen, starting his 2nd and final set on the Devil's Press. All these reps, again, have to be completed with the left hand. Here comes Sam Cornway. Ricky Gerard with 14 reps to go. Guy Mayeros, 7th place overall coming in. Had a 2nd place finish in event 2 and a 3rd place finish in event 3. 3 straight finishes inside the top 10 for Guy Mayeros.
Great momentum for Guy coming off of finishes like that. That's what we want to see more of from Guy. Consistency. We know that he's got some outliers, home run ability. It's all about navigating, strengthening his weakness, which right now is his aerobic capacity in his engine. This is what we're looking at right now, Guy. We want to see you continue to move and not stop.
Ricky Gerard, Adler, Pepper, and Fikowski are all pretty even as Gerard's pace has slowed a little bit here. Fikowski into his final 7, Gerard into his final 7. Adler as well as in the last part of this set of 21. All of them have 6 remaining. This is going to be extremely close as we get to the rope, so get ready to watch another sprint to the finish here.
This is where they got to have that urgency. They understand they can gain advantage on each other. If they could just be faster to the ground. It's small things like go faster to the ground, fall down.
Well, Brent Fikowski took a little bit of a break. He's got a couple reps left, but he's right there on the lead pace along with Hopper, Gerard, and Adler, and Dallin Pepper. Hopper's going to be done first. Now here comes Gerard along with Dallin Pepper and Jeff Adler and Brent Fikowski. The 5 guys to the rope at the same time. Hopper's going to get up first.
Got to have clean rope ascents here. Less is more. Pinch and stand. Cover as much distance as you can and clean descend here. Brent's going to use no arms hardly, clamp tight and drop.
51 is the number they need to hit, and Jason Hopper's on his third and final ascent. He's in the middle in the all black, now left side, makes the touch. Hopper's off. Hopper's going to get himself across the finish line, and Jason Hopper picks up the event win in Devil's Tail. Now the battle for second. Gerard is off. Gerard's going to follow Adler over, so Adler got in ahead of him. Now here comes Fikowski and Pepper, so it was extremely tightly packed there. Adler's going to take second, 6:41.69. Gerard 4 seconds after him. Fikowski and Pepper all getting in ahead of Heinrich Happelainen, who will now have the 6th best time. Pat Vellner's going to get capped. Jason Hopper needed that. He took 19th in the prior event. He knew he was going to do poorly in that. Bounces back here with an event win.
Called a shot, and you love to see it. He chatted with Kiki earlier, giving her the update. Hey, I'm gonna try to survive, and I'm trying to thrive a little bit later on. So, of course, we got event 6 looming, an unknown for all the participants. But man, what a finish there for Jason Hopper. Way to stay the course.
He had a couple guys breathing down his neck as he got to the rope for the final time, and he was the first man up on that final set of 3 and was able to hang on to that lead.
He executed at a high level, Sean, but look, I mean, this is what it's all about, being a top-level competitor, dealing with some adversity. Hey, you got to touch your chest to the ground. He didn't question it. He didn't let it affect him negatively. He stayed focused, showed the judge what he needed to see, and he continued, like I mentioned before, to stay the course, which in this event was extremely hard. High level of suffering going on here. These guys knew it was rep for rep. He knew it was going to be a race up the rope. Luckily, he had a buffer. He was the first one there. No reps the rest of the way. It was smooth sailing for Mr. Hopper.
And good situational awareness, looking around, making sure no one was going to chase him down. Jason Hopper gets his 5th career event win at the Rogue Invitational, and he is with Kiki Dixon.
Jason, we talked earlier today. You said, look, I'm going to try and survive event 4, and then I'm going to thrive on event number 5. How good does it feel to call your shot and execute?
It feels good. I was a little pissed about the log muscle-ups. I think my average over the last 3 years have been like 19th on that event, so I've been fuming in the back for the last 2 hours, so I'm glad I came out here and wiped that clean.
You had a battle going on there towards the end. How much more fun is it with that competitive nature and spirit when you have someone trying to chase you down?
Oh man, competition breeds success. I can't, like I said in the games last year, I can't do what I do without these guys pushing me to a next level. And these fans are amazing. I want to put on a show for y'all, so.
Event 4 was grip heavy. Event 5 seemed grippy as well. How's it holding up?
I don't feel anything. My grip is elite.
Oh, shoot. All right, well, we'll take care of that elite grip. Thank you so much, Jason Hopper.
Thank you. Thank y'all.
Well, Jason Hopper mentioned his average finish in that log event was 19th, and he took 19th. His average finish at this event in total is 7th overall. He's finished 7th at the Rogue Invitational all 3 times he's been here, and right now coming into the event, he was 9th. That event win will probably move him closer to 7th. 6:39.53 seconds for Hopper. Jeff Adler with another top 5 finish, and Ricky Gerard is still right next to him. Those two have been attached this entire competition. Brent Fikowski picks up another top 5 finish. He takes 4th, and it's Dallin Pepper in 5th. Heinrich Happelainen, who won heat number 1, winds up in 6th place. We're more than halfway through the 2024 Rogue Invitational, and it has been a lot of fun. Jason Hopper goes from worst to first, calling his shot and picking up 100 points. We will take a break. When we return, action continues with the Strongmen and Strong Women. They're 2 events away from crowning a champ. Stay with us in Aberdeen, Scotland.
The 2024 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by BTWB. Fitness is a journey. Mod Tub, the best value cold plunge. And Crocs. Visit crocs.com/custom to design custom Crocs for your gym.
We are down to the final 2 events for the strong women here at the 2024 Rogue Invitational inside P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. Event number 5 is the Yoke Escalator presented by Rogue. So glad you're with us today on this wonderful Saturday in Scotland, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Kristen Rhodes and Lawrence Chalet. Kristen, we love having you up here in the booth. There's a yoke down there. You are excused if you want to go compete in this event.
Oh, bye. See you later.
Kristen, of course, undefeated in any yoke event. Why were you so good at that?
I was fast. I just picked that thing up and I ran. I was just quick. I looked straight down. I never looked back.
Well, you would definitely be a threat in this event. Let's take a look at where we stand for the women coming in with the 2 events remaining. Inez Carrasquillo, still your overall leader, but her lead has shrunk. Olga Lushuk now just trails her by 3 points. Lucy down, courtesy of her performance in the last event. She moved in to a spot inside the top 3, but she's only 4 points up on Angelica Jardine. Inez Carrasquillo has been extremely consistent, has 2 event wins.
She has been absolutely on fire this whole entire competition. She is the best I've ever seen her look. She has not made any errors. She's come out with 2 event wins. She absolutely smashed the stone medley. And on the overhead press, the grip and press, she did exactly what I expected. She was quick on the farmers, and she absolutely destroyed the log press. I'm really looking forward to her here on this next event.
Now, Laws, this is going to be fun to watch because we're going to have 5 athletes going at the same time here.
This is going to be so cool to watch. Yeah, 5 athletes at a time. They've got to run this yoke as fast as possible and then move on to the 3 implements up these power stairs. This is all about speed.
As I said, 2 heats of 5. The bottom 5 athletes will be on the floor at the same time. Donna Moore, Melissa Peacock, Andrea Thompson, Hannah Lindsay, and Sam Beliveau will be in the first heat. And then in heat number 2, we will have our top 5 athletes. And as I mentioned coming in, Olga Lushuk just trails Inez Carrasquillo by 3 points, and she'll know exactly what she needs to do in order to overtake her in the second and final heat. So this will be an exciting event to watch. But Lucy Underdown has 2 event wins and, of course, won the last event. She has some momentum right now and could certainly perform well here.
Absolutely. She definitely has momentum going to this one after that last event win. She's quick on the yoke. She's very powerful on the power stairs. She's feeling really good, and she's really excited to, show everyone what she can do on this event.
This is so cool, seeing 5 athletes go head-to-head. I think it was Mel Peacock in the top lane. She was off quickest.
Yeah, Sam Beliveau got off to the quick start in the top. Melissa Peacock just finished up the yoke. 600 pounds on that thing. Now it's the 3 weights, 225, 275.
And Melissa flying there on that first weight.
And 325. Remember, they got to hit the buzzer at the top. So Melissa Peacock, she and Sam Beliveau at the far end, they are in the lead.
Neck and neck now on this final weight.
This one might come down to the buzzer.
Oh, they're so tight.
So
Peacock
fast.
to the top. Oh, and that was close.
Oh.
And now Hannah Lindsay's up. Lindsay makes the touch.
Wow.
That was so close.
1/100ths of a second between Beliveau and Peacock. That's how close it was. Hannah Lindsay finishes 3rd.
Our Canadian athletes absolutely dominating this first heat. Donna Moore finishing there.
Wow, what a race between Sam Beliveau and Melissa Peacock. 6/100ths of a second. One more look at how close this was.
Kristen, it's hard to go much quicker than this. Look at this.
That is a photo.
Oh, man.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
Sam Beliveau selling out. She got off to a great start on that 600-pound yoke, only had to put it down 1 time. Meanwhile, Melissa Peacock went unbroken the whole way.
Yeah, Melissa just didn't make a mistake all the way through. Look at the speed on this first implement.
They're so fast. And that's what's so amazing about this competition is it really highlights a little bit of all of the athletes' strengths. And these 2 women just now, they just absolutely flew through that.
Do you reckon our leaders can challenge that? Because that was a fast time.
That was so fast. They definitely have their work cut out for them.
So we'll get the floor reset. It's going to take about 10 times as long to get the floor reset as it did to do that event. Samantha Bellabo just edging out Melissa Peacock, 34.87 seconds. Hannah Lindsay takes third at 39.03, and then it's Thompson and Moore.
Well, let's talk about that yoke. That's a 600-pound yoke. That is a very heavy yoke for, I mean, some of these women are, you know, middle-class competitor, you know, middleweight class competitors, middleweights.
Yes, absolutely.
And a 600-pound yoke is what the heavyweights use. So, and they moved it very, very quickly.
They did. I mean, the ladies' side of the sport just continues to progress at such a rapid pace. You were the best in the world when it came to the yoke. How would you feel about a combination event like this, though? Because you can be the best at one of them, but if you're not good at both, your time's going to slow down rapidly.
Absolutely. You could have a super fast yoke, and if your power stars aren't fast, it doesn't matter how fast you are on the yoke. It's whoever's the fastest to the buzzer.
Absolutely.
Well, while we get things reset, let's bring in Kiki Dixon.
Guys, I spoke with Angelica, and I've got to say, she's just lovely. Her game plan here is I've got to send it all because anything can happen. She was disappointed in her event forward performance, but in the same stroke realized how much she's learning along the way. She said all these outcomes, good or bad, are things that she can take back home with her to learn from. I asked how her experience has been overall, and she did say, hey, it's been a bit overwhelming because there's been a lot of new things and she hasn't implemented in her training, but that she's learning to adapt as she goes and is looking to send it all on these next 2 events.
Thank you, Kiki. Second of 2 heats. And Angelica Jardine is going to be in the far heat from the camera, from our vantage point as we watch them progress from left to right. And Inez Carrasquillo will be right in the middle.
Yeah, those 3 middle lanes, that's what we've got to keep an eye on.
I actually think this whole heat's going to be pretty fast.
I agree with you. Things could be shaken up in terms of the overall after this. Inez hasn't put a foot wrong so far.
Well, let's talk keys to this event because, as we saw, this thing is extremely fast. So what do you have to keep in mind as you're going through this?
I mean, definitely the fast transition, just being super quick under that yoke, move it down there quickly, and fly through those power stairs, because I think that all of these women are going to be very, very fast on this event.
34.87 seconds from Samantha Bellavo. And just 6/100ths of a second separated her from Melissa Peacock.
Yeah, this is going to be a real drag race. It's about speed. You cannot slow down.
Olga Lashuk is the woman who sits in second place with 32 points. She's 3 back of Inez Carrasquillo. And an event like this, where it is so fast, just a couple of seconds can help her make up that difference.
Absolutely, she's very fast on the yoke. She's a very quick, explosive athlete, and these power stairs are not overly heavy, and I see her moving very, very quickly through this.
It's not going to be tough to get someone between yourself and the person you're chasing in order to make up points. That is Rebecca Roberts, who currently sits in 5th place with 21.5 points.
I mean, we've seen Rebecca very, very fast on the yoke. Lucy, Inez, I mean, they're all so fast.
You really cannot afford to make a mistake on this one.
Well, Olga Lashuk and Inez Carrasquillo are the only 2 athletes who have every single finish inside the top 4.
And this is a little different too. We normally don't start where they have to run up to the yoke to get under it. Normally a yoke race starts, you're under it, you're prepped, you know, you're tight, you're ready, and you explode. And this is a little bit different kind of start too than they're used to.
Such a good thing to point out, because normally getting that setup is so crucial. You want that tightness in the upper back, and you're just waiting for that whistle to go. Now you've got to set yourself, so being quick at putting yourself under that yoke is just as important as moving itself.
Well, and it could be beneficial or not. If you don't get a good pick, you know, you might see somebody drop it. Their faces are so intense.
I think all the athletes know how important this event is in the whole grand scheme of the contest.
I was looking forward to this one the most.
Heat 2's underway. Lashuk got herself off to a really good start. She was ahead of Jardine getting into that yoke.
Look at that. They're almost even.
Oh, look at
Carrasquillo. Wow. And Underdown were out front, but Jardine made up some good ground. First weight at 225 going up the stairs.
We have a drag race. Look at that.
Lucy, Inez, and Jardine almost blanket
Yeah, Carrasquillo is just ahead of Lashuk and Underdown. She threw 2 of those 3 weights, and she's going to be the first woman to get her hands on weight number 3. Inez Carrasquillo holding off Olga Lashuk.
Come on.
Carrasquillo to the top. Makes the touch.
Whoa, that's got to be close to our winning time.
35.35 seconds for Carrasquillo. So Sam Beliveau is going to win the event, and Melissa Peacock's going to finish in second. Carrasquillo is going to take, I think, third.
Yeah, and Lashuk in fourth, I believe. So us smaller athletes from Heat 1 taking the win, but Carrasquillo, most importantly, staying ahead of her closest competitors.
I was just going to say that.
Look how close this was all the way through. And Jardine on the top end there, just like a
freight train.
She was blisteringly quick. Not the fastest to set up, but once she got going, she was moving.
They're all neck and neck on this second one.
Inez once again executing perfectly.
She has been on fire all weekend.
Putting together the best run of events I've ever seen from her.
Another top 4 finish for Inez Carrasquillo. And as you mentioned, most importantly for her, she holds off Olga Lashuk, so she will extend her lead heading into the 6th and final event. But let's get down to Kiki Dixon on the competition floor.
Sam, congratulations on your event win. Normally, you guys are competing individually, sometimes maybe as a pair, going head-to-head. How did it impact your performance going 5 at a time?
Honestly, it didn't impact anything. I know what I'm capable of doing, so stay in your lane and do your job, and that's what I did.
What was the biggest challenge with this event?
I think, honestly, the turf was a little bit different from what I'm used to, but that's Strongman, that's CrossFit. We get used to what we're throwing at us, so yeah.
And what can we expect from you for the final event?
I'm not done. I'm going to leave everything on the platform. I want to prove that I belong, and here it is.
We look forward to seeing you back in action. Thanks, Sam.
Sam Beliveau picking up the event win, and it was razor thin, as less than a second separates first from fourth. 34.87 seconds for Beliveau. Edging out Melissa Peacock in that first heat. Inez Carrasquillo picks up 3rd place, and Olga Lashuk takes 4th.
Absolutely. Huge points there for our Canadian athletes, pulling themselves up the leaderboard. But Olga and Inez, that battle continues, and Inez got the win once again against her closest rival.
The yoke escalator does not disappoint. Photo finish between Beliveau and Peacock. Men coming up next. Stay with us here at the 2024 Rogue Invitational. Down to the final two events for the Strongmen as our coverage continues of the 2024 Rogue Invitational from P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. Event number 5 is presented by Rogue. It's fast, it's a lot of fun to watch, and it is the yoke escalator. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Lauren Chalet and Kristen Rhodes. And Laz, this is going to be a blast to watch. 5 men going at a time, 2 heats.
This is such a fun, fast, exciting event. Yeah, as you said, 5 athletes head-to-head. I love that Rogue are making the athletes go head-to-head. It adds another element because you're not just going against the clock. You've got that peripheral of your opponent either side of you. It can force you to make mistakes. It makes it exciting, and we don't know who's going to win.
Overall standings coming in, Mitch Hooper has 35 points. He's 4 up on Hafthor Bjornsson. Tom Stoltman sits in 3rd, followed by Evan Singleton. Only 5.5 points separate Bjornsson from Singleton in 4th place. And if you just looked at the leaderboard results and covered up the names, it'd be very easy to find Mitch Hooper on here.
Yeah, Mitch has been so consistent. He's not been, he has made a couple of mistakes. He's shown a little bit of that. He is human, he's beatable, but he's still putting that pressure on the opponents all the time, requiring them to come up with incredible performances to beat him. And we have seen some incredible performances from the other athletes. But as it stands, that consistency, 3 second places, 1 third place, Mitch Hooper is on top of the leaderboard.
We'll see how he fares here in yoke escalator, and Kristen, I know you want to do this event because of the yoke.
I don't know about this one. The men will be taking a 1,000-pound yoke, 40 feet, and then they're going to 3 weights of power stair, which is 500, 550, and 600, right to the top of those stairs and hit that buzzer.
Well, the yoke it's 900 pounds.
1,000 pounds.
I'm being told 900.
Oh.
But we'll call it 950 and split the difference. How about that?
900, 1,000. It's a heavy yoke carried as quick as possible across the floor. And then it's all about getting those stairs up.
I think once it gets over a certain weight, it just really doesn't matter. It's super heavy, and we're going to have 2 heats here of 5 men. Bottom 10 men going first. Pablo Cordiaca, he's in lane number 4. After finishing dead last in event 1, he's been moving the right way. He's got 2 straight 4th place finishes.
It's important for these guys to keep fighting. There's still lots to play for.
And then the second and final heat will feature our overall leaders, with Mitch Hooper being right in the middle, so he'll be able to see everybody around him.
And I mean, we've spoken about Mitch, we've spoken about the chasing pack in Tom and Hafthor, but do not count out Evan Singleton. Evan is supremely fast when it comes to the yoke. He's exceptional at power stairs. This is an event he's been looking forward to, so keep your eye on him in the second heat.
Singleton just 4.5 points back at Tom Stoltman for 3rd. And look, you can make that up very quickly. If you watch the women's event, only 1 second separated 1st from 4th. 1 second.
Yes, and we had some of our athletes that have been struggling overall coming out 1st and 2nd, so there's lots to fight for.
So 900 pounds on the yoke is what the nice picture on the screen is telling us. The weights that they had to carry up the power stairs, 500, 550, and 600 pounds.
These are very manageable weights, so expect this to be fast. The smallest mistake could cost you. You've got to be rapid on that yoke. Kristen knows all about that, and then it says up those steps as quick as possible, and do not forget to bang that buzzer.
Heat number 1 underway, and it's Tom Evans who got out to that quick start on the yoke. He's going to be the first man done, assuming he doesn't drop it. And now onto the weights. 500 pounds, the first one. And
Thomas
Evans is up to the top. First man to the 550.
Matt Ragg is in 2nd place currently.
A good battle between Cordiaca and Bobby Thompson for 3rd. Evans on his final weight.
Thomas Evans is blasting through. This is a really good performance from him. We've seen some amazing performances from Evans, but also that bicep.
He's got Ragg creeping up.
He's gonna take. Can he finish it off? Yes.
Evans up and over, hits the buzzer. He wins heat number 1. Matt Ragg looking to finish in 2nd place. Drags that over the red line.
Bobby Thompson just finishing there in 3rd. Now Pablo and Tristan struggling on this last weight. Come on, guys. Dig deep now. Let's finish. Tristan Hoth, Canadian athlete, gets it over the line, hits the buzzer. And Pablo has just come to a grinding halt there.
Cordiaca, I think, is going to call it. But more separation in that first heat than we saw in Heat 1 for the women. 41.22 seconds from Tom Evans is going to get him the Heat win.
Look how fast Thomas Evans was out of the blocks with the super yoke. Quick feet, really stable with the implement. Gets across the line and just goes straight into those power stairs.
Evans had a huge lead. Rag was creeping up on him and towards the end.
Yeah, you could see fatigue was kicking in at the end, but he did enough. He got ahead by enough in the early phases, and he did not forget to press that buzzer. We've mentioned it a few times, but that buzzer's so new to these guys. They're not used to it, are they?
Right, you're not used to training and having to touch something at the end. You're just used to training, getting through, finishing, across the finish line, whatever it is, and then that's it. So that adds a whole other element to this competition this weekend.
Tom Evans picks up the Heat win, and he needed that. After winning event number 2, he had back-to-back last-place finishes.
Yeah, his performance in grip and press was unbelievable. But since then, the bicep injuries caused him a few issues, but he'll be happy to finish that one and lead the first heat.
Yeah, he really got out on that yoke super fast.
Let's talk keys to event number 5 here.
So this event, as we've mentioned, it's all about speed, being quick between both implements, going from the yoke into the power stair implements, and then just using that back strength, leg strength, and pulling that weight up as quick as you can, up those steps, making sure you've got the endurance to finish strong.
Let's bring in the 4th member of our broadcast crew. Kiki Dixon is on the competition floor.
Guys, I spoke with Evan Singleton before this event kicked off, and we talked about the fact that he's just 4.5 points behind third. He said that he's feeling good, he's feeling strong, and he knows if he just should perform like he's capable, it should be a good event for him. Basically, keeping it short and sweet, he's going to go out and execute. He did say he is wanting on that podium, and he's going to fight for it. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Kiki, and a big thanks to our volunteers who keep this event running on time. They work extremely hard, work long days, and we really appreciate them being here.
Yeah, they do an amazing job. So much going on behind the scenes. And I don't know about you guys, I love seeing this 5 athletes head-to-head. For Strongman, it's quite rare, and it looks so cool.
Well, it looks so cool, and not only that, like you said, you see the people next to you, it makes you want to go faster.
Sometimes it makes you make a mistake as well. You know, there's lots, it brings different element into it, right, as opposed to you just being out there on your own.
Right.
Well, this crowd is going to get a treat because the 2 hometown boys are going to be in the same heat. That's Luke Stolman and Tom Stolman, and Tom is coming off that event win in event number 4.
Some highlights from some of our other events. Tom Stolman, he's done so well. Deadlift was the real weakness for him in this contest, but since then he's getting better and better. And so far, he's clawed his way back into 3rd place, just 1 point behind Hafthor in 2nd place.
After that 7th place finish in the deadlift, he goes 3rd, and then a 1st.
Yeah, this arm over arm was very, very good.
And 2nd place, Hafthor Bjornsson, and other than a 9th place in that 2nd event, 2 firsts and a 2nd.
He's such an incredible athlete. It's just this pressing that's still holding him back. But we've seen 3 fantastic performances. He thought about a world record when it came to the deadlift. This was the one event that cost him, and then he goes back into the points on the Inver Stones. And then taking a 3rd place finish there.
That buzzer, again.
2nd place, sorry.
Keeps getting people.
Yeah, we've seen a few of the athletes just momentarily forget.
Yeah, something new in this event.
Now this could be fast. You've got Hooper, Stoltman, Bjornsson, Singleton, and Luke Stoltman as well. I'm expecting Tom, Hooper, Bjornsson, and Singleton to be rapid on this.
Tom Stolman only 1 point back of Hafthor for 1st place here, or for 2nd place in the overall standings.
Now, if these events were individual events, I'd have Hooper and Singleton winning the yoke, but I'd probably have Tom and Hafthor winning the power stairs. So we're going to have to watch how this one plays out. Can they get out in front of the lead of the two taller men, and can they maintain that? They're not the highest steps in the world, so the height isn't such an advantage. Sometimes you have higher steps than these ones, where being tall is super advantageous. But maybe Singleton and Hooper, with the steps being a little lower, can get out in front and stay in front.
Saw Evan Singleton getting himself fired up. The T-Rex sits in 4th place overall. Luke Stoltman, meanwhile, in 5th. And there's Hafthor Bjornsson, who, as you mentioned, to open up day 1, won the deadlift event, still had 1 lift to go, and there was, for a second, we thought he was going to go for the world record.
We were keeping our fingers crossed.
Even negotiating with Katie Henniger from Rogue about, hey, if I beat this, am I getting the Rogue record breaker money? I'm not sure if that was on the table, and I don't know if that played into his decision to not go for the record. But he decided to...
I think Thor is here to try and win the overall title as
yes.
well. That's the number 1 focus. Records can wait for another day. This is a massive title. Rogue Invitational 2024. First time in Scotland.
And his first time at the Rogue Invitational.
I made the smart decision to...
Which is insane.
Back off.
10 seconds.
So watch the speed and aggression from Evan Singleton on the closest lane to us.
41.22. That's the time to beat from Tom Evans. And here we go.
Mitch Hooper
out front early.
Evan
and he
Singleton
is
in second, but Thor is at the back there.
Down the track. Now Hooper's going to be the first man to the weights. Singleton is second. Here come the Stoltman brothers. And Hafthor is in 5th.
Hafthor's got a lot of work to do on these steps. Mitch Hooper's got a good lead. Evan Singleton not too far behind. Both moving well. The battle is going to be between Tom Stoltman and Hafthor. And actually Luke Stoltman has gone ahead of his brother here.
And now to the final weight for Mitch Hooper. He's got a chance to win the event. Makes the touch, and Mitch Hooper is going to pick up 100 points. Singleton's going to finish second. That's big for him.
That's huge.
What a comeback for Hafthor, who's ahead of Tom Stoltman, and now Luke is the only man left.
That result could not have gone better for Mitch Hooper. Takes the win in 35.35 seconds. Evan Singleton in second place, 36.98. I said you've got to keep your eye on him. Bjornsson did amazingly well because his yoke was slow, but he brought himself back into the competition on the power stairs, just edging out Tom Stoltman.
Mitch Hooper at 35.35 seconds is going to pick up 10 points, his first win of the competition, and that's big for Singleton in second. He only trailed Tom Stoltman for third by 4.5 points, and he's going to get some help.
Look how fast Mitch Hooper was out of the blocks. Evan Singleton moving well as well. But Mitch is so rapid when it comes to this event. He just literally got himself out in front and managed to maintain it. Evan was getting closer and closer. And as we said, Thor very slow on the yoke, but he really pulled things back on the power stairs.
Mitch Hooper gets his first event win of the competition at a crucial time. And he will widen his lead heading into the 6th and final event, and things are going to get really interesting behind him for the final 2 spots on the podium. So Evan Singleton, that's going to be his best finish of the competition. And Evans, after back-to-back last place finishes, takes 3rd. Hafthor Bjornsson is in 4th, and it's Stoltman in 5th. So Singleton is going to creep much closer to Stoltman for 3rd overall. Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon with your event winner.
Mitch, congratulations on your event win. This is your first event win here at this weekend's Rogue Invitational. How much more fun is it to win?
Yeah, I don't have to get mad at myself and think about what could have been. I've left a couple of points out there this weekend, but consistency is key. And I've proved that time and time again over the last couple of years. So that continues to be my goal.
I saw you watching the replay back. What notes were you taking as you were observing?
My own replay?
When you were watching the replays back up on the Jumbotron, or your own replay?
Yeah, I mean, just trying to glean any information you can. What most CrossFit fans wouldn't know is that every time we do power stairs, it's a different height, it's a different implement. Things change and it's minute, but when it's at that weight, it really does matter.
Yoke or stairs? Which do you prefer and why?
So yoke, I'm extremely blessed and fortunate. I don't train yoke. I don't touch it. I just don't have to. And so anytime that shows up, I know that I'm going to be in good stead. And it's a bit of a banker for me at this stage, so I always love to see that.
We've got one more event to go. How's it going?
Yeah, I don't know how many I'm in the lead by. It'll be a healthy margin. But the night before the competition, my wife sent me a video of our 8-month-old baby saying "Dada" for the first time. And seeing that and thinking about where my life is and what I'm doing and how often I'm competing, the resounding feeling and sentiment was, I can't come here to come second if I'm missing that.
Thank you so much, Mitch.
Thank you.
And nothing's going to motivate you like that. And Mitch Hooper delivers in event 5. He picks up 10 points.
Mitch Hooper, he is a blessed man. Everything is going his way now. That was the perfect result. The two Americans doing him a huge favor, getting in between Thor and Tom and Mitch. So that's put him in a perfect place going into the last event. And I think I called that one with Mitch and Evan coming first and second.
Did.
It's like you know what you're talking about, Laws.
Sometimes.
Mitch Hooper, the Moose, picking up 10 points. And has a solid lead heading into the 6th and final event. Hey, if you want to see more power stairs, stick with us because the CrossFit athlete's going to be taking those on when we return to the 2024 Rogue Invitational. It would not be the Rogue Invitational if we didn't have a duel, and that is what is up next for the CrossFit athletes as they wrap up day 2 of competition here in Aberdeen, Scotland, inside P&J Live. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon's down on the competition floor, and it's the Duel 4 presented by Strongest. And one thing that's great about the Rogue Invitational, we got strong men, strong women, and we got CrossFit athletes. We're going to blend the two here in event number 4 as a CrossFit athlete's going to face the power stairs, and it's always a blast, Adrian, to see how these athletes can adapt to something new that they've never probably used before.
Well, that's right, and that's a unique part about the CrossFit side of things. We're getting strongman implementations, but we didn't even see this coming. This workout was only announced just moments ago, and now we get to find out how they can adapt on the fly.
Now, women are up first. Let's check out the overall standings as we head into the final event of Saturday. No shock that Tia Toomey's on top of the overall standings. 3 wins and a second place finish, 495 out of a possible 500 points. Gabby McGowa sits in second, but only 20 points up now on Laura Horvath, who won the prior event, as the top 3 have really separated themselves from the rest of the field. Laura Horvath with a 100-point lead on Brooke Wells. The duel in number 4 is what awaits. It's going to be fast, and we're going to whittle the field down as we go through it. We're going to have heats of 5 to start. So 4 heats of 5. Then we're going to cut the bottom 5 times. We're going to go 3 heats of 5 after that. We're going to cut down to 10. And then 2 heats, and then finally we're going to have a head-to-head matchup for the win. What are the keys here as these athletes try to figure this out?
You know, it's important to know your race. We talked about them just finding out what this event is. You got to have a clear head and be focused on where you're at, but also anticipate what phase of the race is next. And then you've got to finish the pull, and this is in reference to the power stairs, Sean. They're going to be lifting a couple 100 pounds from stair to stair. They got to stand all the way so that they don't have a bobble or the stairs slow them down.
Heat number 1. 5 women going at a time here. And there is Emma Tall.
Yeah, this is one of our athletes, Sean, who's had a great day today. She's come out. She's been able to have some movements that had favored her, finding herself in 7th place overall. She's been climbing the ladder quick, and now we've got to see how she responds to this pressure-packed environment of this elimination-style event.
Emma Tall coming off her best finish of the competition, a 4th place in the last event to put her in 7th overall. Taylor Howe will also be in this first heat. 18th place overall coming in. Heat 1 is underway. 5 times up and over.
Standard here is the athlete's got to climb over that quickly. It's going to be 5 times. Their both feet have to touch the ground, and then they're free to get back over to the other side.
So Tall and Williamson sprinting to that 160-pound sled. They got to push it across the floor.
To the Zeus ring. Once they get underneath the Zeus ring and past that line,
And now it's Emma Tall, who's going to be the first woman to that 225-pound weight. She's got to get up to the top of the stairs and then make the touch. And Emma Tall takes heat 1. Emma McQuaid and Taylor Williamson are done, and Taylor Howe and Perrin also finishing. So top 15 times. Moving on to the round of 15, the second round.
Wow. That's fast. She came out cooking.
so the top 15 of the dual part 4 will advance to the next round.
Well, we mentioned Emma Tall. How was she going to respond to the pressure? Well, here in the first heat, it was very well. She knew the race, knew exactly where to head next. Look at the leg drive and power that she exhibits here on the sled push. That's where she was able to create the most separation, turns immediately, heads to those power stairs, and then it was the pull and the hops up all the way to finish, touching that buzzer.
Emma Tall, heat win, looking to move into round number 2, and we will get reset for the second of 4 opening heats. Alex Gazan.
Another young woman having herself a day.
Gazan, 6th place overall.
We've got some heavy hitters coming out in this heat. A lot of these women can run, Sean, and they can run fast. I mean, Paige Semenza is one of them. Athletic background, specifically focused in collegiate hockey. We know that she can cover ground. She's going to have a time bounding over these up and overs. It's going to go by fast here.
Paige Semenza will be in the second lane from the left. Really just has to simulate hopping over the boards for a line change 5 different times.
Hey, there you go.
Little taller than your standard dasher boards in an ice rink, though.
That's right.
The height on that thing is about 50 inches.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Heat 2 underway. And Semenza and Brandon out front. Brandon at the far side. You can see her making quick work of these 5 up and overs. And Brandon's done, sprinting to the sled. Semenza's in second, followed by Wells, Gazan, and Barnhart. Well, Danielle Brandon's got to get under the rig, and then she'll make her way back to the power stairs and have to lug that 225-pound weight to the top and hit the buzzer. Danielle Brandon in the lead, and then it's tight behind her in second place. Brandon getting to the top, makes the touch, and it was close, as I think Alex Gazan closed the gap there. We'll have to wait for the times to fill in. We do know Danielle Brandon was first, so she looks to move herself into round number 2.
Man, we talk about thinking outside of the box. Danielle Brandon had a unique approach there, man, especially early on those up and overs. That was really what got her the separation. Check this out, Sean. She's literally executing a touch and go up and over where she keeps her weight leaned towards that large bag, that bale, and that allowed her to have the advantage, slight edge over. Once she got to the weighted implements, that's where a lot of the field was able to start to close the gap. But she did what she had to do to create that buffer, and she was able to still edge out the competition, making her way to that red button.
Gazan and Semenza were really close on that buzzer. We'll have to see how that shakes out as we're now halfway through the preliminary opening rounds here as we get set to cut down to 15. Now Danny Spiegel.
Yeah, we know. Hey, listen, she's had some great success here in these duels, Sean, in years past. She can cover space, she can run, she can jump. And we know the sled is going to be nothing when it comes to loading for her. She's going to get to those stairs and fly.
11th place overall. Her best finish was last night in Braveheart when she took 3rd place overall. Haley Adams is looking to get back on track after finishing 5th and then 6th. She's got 2 19th place finishes and then a 15th in the last event. Leon Anganez, Emily Rolfe, and Maddie Sturt also in this heat.
Yeah, another one. I wonder how many notes they were able to take watching Danielle Brandon do the bounding up and overs. That could come in clutch if people start to mimic that.
Well, unlike past years here in the duel, no one gets a bye.
That's right.
So everybody's got to go through round 1 here. Heat number 3 underway. Danny Spiegel is going to be off first, followed by Manon Anganez, Emily Rolfe, and Haley Adams. 160 pounds on that sled. No problem for Danny Spiegel. Now it's to the power stairs. Spiegel and Anganez, the top 2. 225 won't be a problem for Spiegel. And here come Adams, Sturt, and Rolfe. Spiegel makes the touch and takes her heat. Anganez is in second, followed by Sturt, Rolfe, and then Adams.
And the rest.
Man, these are tight.
The very fast time we're going to find
39.12 seconds is the fastest time from Danny Spiegel, and we'll wait to see who came in behind her. The fourth and final opening round heat coming up. And it looks like Danny Spiegel was paying attention.
That's right. I mean, we knew this was a power-based event. We knew that it had some movements that were going to allow her to excel. And she executed it clean, and that's really all she needed to hope for. She came up and over those the up and over, she executed at a high level, and then of course this sled she was able to actually create just a touch more of a gap. You see her pulling away from a lot of the competitors. Manon Anganez was able to actually start to close the gap once she got to the stairs, but Spiegel was too far ahead already, executing the power stairs to a T. Spiegel still used that step up and over. We're gonna see some athletes start to attack that thing with a jump. I see it in the future coming, and she might need to use that in the heats to come, as they're only gonna get faster and faster as we go.
The fourth and final preliminary heat is out there. And Tia Toomey's gonna be right in the middle of the floor. There's Laura Horvath is coming off that first place finish in event 5.
She's got some momentum, Sean, and we know that she can run through space. We know that she can be powerful and explosive. She's gonna have no trouble with these up and overs. It's all about how clean she can go.
Brooke Wells and Ariel Lowen will be the bookends in this heat. Wells the bottom, Lowen at the top in those long pants, and it's Magawa and Toomey off the same time to the 160-pound sled. Magawa gets out slightly ahead of Toomey on that push. And Magawa is going to be off first, neck and neck with Tia Toomey. Here comes Laura Horvath. And now Gazan, or pardon me, Lowen and Wells. Here comes Laura Horvath. She's going to make the touch right behind Gabby Magawa. I think it's going to be Magawa, Horvath, and then Toomey.
I love it. I love it. The competitive nature of these women, they all finish and they all look extremely annoyed. Like, I wasn't fast enough, Sean. It didn't matter where they finished, it wasn't fast enough. But here's the cool thing. We know the elimination is going to take place based off the top times. So even though they might have beaten one another, the top 5, these ladies all executed to a top of the T. Like, it was a very clean run for almost all 5. They'll all have a chance to advance. We just got to tally the scores. But wow, Gabby really surprised me coming first off the up and overs. And I'll tell you what, she opted for more of a shorter, choppier step here on the sled to the left, as you can see. A little bit of some quicker steps, and it allowed her to get there rep for rep with Tia. And she was able to edge her out, and also did Laura there in that final stretch.
Less than a second separating the top 3. Top 15 move on. So we will take a quick break as they figure out who will advance to round number 2. The duel number 4 continues when we return to the 2024 Rogue Invitational. Round one is in the books, getting set for round number 2 as we continue to review the scores here. Top 15 times from round 1 move on to round 2 in the Duel 4 presented by Strongest. I'm Sean Woodland alongside former Affiliate Cup winner Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon has us covered down on the competition floor. Let's reset what we're looking at here in the Duel 4. Nice mix between CrossFit and Strongman.
It's a really great balance. They start with 5 up and overs, the hay bell. And what that means is that their feet literally have to touch the ground on the other side, and they can go right back the opposite direction. A 50-foot sled push, 160 pounds, and then 4 power stair steps of 225 pounds.
The keys to this event.
Oh man, the keys are to know the race. We just got it dropped on us. We have a deeper understanding. I'll say the keys have even transformed going into round 2. Now you've got to touch the implements. You know how the power stairs feel. So now you've got to be able to execute it at a higher level. And of course, on those power stairs, finish the pull. Athletes are getting a little held up if they nick the steps. And of course, that extra resistance is not a good thing when you're shooting at something for time that's going this fast.
3 heats now of 5 women in the top 15 times moved on from round number 1. And likely that we're going slowest times to fastest times. So you got Amanda Barnhart, Maddie Sturt, Emily Rolfe, Dana Perrin, and Haley Adams out there for the first of 3 heats.
Haley showing off for the crowd there. Another crowd favorite, of course. Everybody loving that Haley's back on the competition floor.
And I think it's also just a sign of how she's enjoying the process and enjoying competing. That's something you probably wouldn't see from Haley Adams before she took that break.
That's right, and it's an important aspect for all athletes in many different ways. Now, we saw some really tight races in the first round, and I expect, Sean, that they're even going to be significantly tighter here, mainly because, like we just mentioned, like they've gotten a run through this already. Athletes have had a chance to manage a new game plan, tweak some things, and now they're going to get to go at a faster rate.
So bottom of the top part is Barnhart, Sturt, Rolfe, Perrin, and Adams. First of 3 heats. We're going to cut down to 10 after this round. First heat of round 2 is underway. 5 up and overs, 55 inches is what they have to traverse as far as the height is concerned. And it's Emily Rolfe and Haley Adams off first, followed by Amanda Barnhart. Rolfe to the sled, 160 pounds, got to push it 50 feet. And Haley Adams is close, and Amanda Barnhart's starting to gain ground. Rolfe is off first, Adams and Barnhart right behind her. And here comes Dana Perrin and Maddie Sturt. 225 pounds, got to lug that thing up those 4 power stairs. Haley Adams gaining ground on Emily Rolfe. Haley Adams got a little hung up. Rolfe tripped, was able to make it first. Adams is second, Perrin third, followed by Barnhart and Sturt.
Woo! Oh my goodness. Talk about ups and downs. I mean, the people were closing the gap. Rolfe had a steady lead. Perrin came out of nowhere. My goodness. Way to finish there by Emily Rolfe, though. She was definitely starting to feel the pressure. Haley was putting it on her from that far lane.
And you mentioned, finish your pull.
That's right.
And I think Rolfe may have gotten hung up there.
Yeah, a little bit. And it's natural to assume. I mean, look, the fatigue that gets built, even in this short working window, after this sled push right here, their legs do not feel like their normal legs, meaning they push past that finish line of the sled push. They turn and run, and they're like, wait, what's going on? Is there a gorilla on my back? Because they feel heavier, their legs feel slower, and then to add to that, you've got to lift 225 pounds now, an extra 12 or so inches each step, and that's where the hang-up happened for Rolfe. Wow, and she was able to still follow through and be an athlete there, even from that kneeling position.
I thought maybe it got hung up on the lip of one of the steps, but it didn't. It was just a slip on her part. Now we're ready for the second heat. Looks like Manon Anganese is out there. One of the Wells sisters. And of course, Tia Toomey.
And what I'll say, Sean, in the final heat of round 1 with Tia, the power stairs gave her a little bit of trouble compared to the other women in her heat. I'd be interested to see her adaptability to how she simply moves that thing up the stairs versus the way that she did in round one, because she was right there the entire time, and that slowed her up just a touch compared to Gabby and Laura.
It's Anganese, Sydney Wells, Tia Toomey, Emma Tall, and Ariel Lowen here in heat number 2. As now the top 10 times will move on.
I'm also interested to see what happens with Emma here. She significantly won her heat the first round out, and now that she's going to be in a tighter field, I wonder if this will push her a little bit faster and create more urgency in her execution.
Well, Manon Anganese has had a pretty good competition so far, coming in 8th place overall.
Yep. I honestly have been extremely impressed in her execution throughout. Very steady, very quiet in a way, right? Not coming out with any event wins, but doing what she needs to do to be in the top 10. Putting herself in a great situation here as we execute through event 6.
Second of 3 heats in round 2. Underway, 5 up and overs. And it's Tia Toomey and Ariel Lowen, I think, who are in the lead here. Toomey's going to be off first. Wastes no time. Lowen right behind her, and it's Sydney Wells and Emma Tall, Manon Anganese in 5th, but she's quickly making up that ground. Toomey in the lead on the sled push. And out of the power stairs along with Emma Tall. Manon Anganese has moved into 3rd ahead of Wells and Lowen. 225 pounds up the stairs.
Yep.
And it's Tia Toomey's going to take her heat. It was close between Anganese and Tall. Wells, and then I think Lowen came in 5th. 8/100ths of a second between Tall and Anganese.
Woo! It is going to be a dramatic way to try to find the top 10 of this round. It's going to be tight. But Sean, like we talked about, Tia came out and she learned something. Even her up and unders, she's tucking her right knee up tighter, right into her chest, and it allowed her to get a slight edge here, which she needed because a lot of the rest of the field really closed the gap here on the sled push to her. Emma Tall, to be specific. And my question in my mind was, how would she attack the power stairs differently? And for the first 3 stairs, she had a much cleaner transition. We talk about finish the pool. She had a little bit of a hold up on stair number 3, but wow, she got it done. Even checking the stairs, she's like, wow, was that one stair a little higher than the rest? But she got the job done, and she'll look to advance here as we see the times play out.
Now, Tia Toomey did not win her heat in the opening round, but clearly improved on that, like you said, Adrian. And nearly got like a running start off of the final up and over. She leapt off the top of that thing, and now we're set for our 3rd and final heat.
And these are going to be the fastest competitors from round 1 at least. Danielle Brandon right in the center. Gabby Magawa set a really strong tone in that last successful heat. Brandon was the one that came out with those touch and go, almost rebounding style up and overs. I'll be interested to see if she carries it into round 2.
Semenza, Magawa, Brandon, Horvath, and Alex Kazan all out there. Final heat of round 2.
She keeps it going.
And once again, it's Danielle Brandon who's got the fastest pace on those up and over. She's going to be the first one off and onto the sled, followed closely by Magawa and Horvath. So Gabby Magawa starting to make up some ground on that sled push. Laura Horvath and Alex Kazan are even, along with Paige Semenza, so it's going to be tight. Here comes Danielle Brandon, first of the power stairs. Magawa and Horvath are neck and neck. And Laura Horvath with a late charge is going to win the heat, followed by Brandon and Magawa, I think.
Wow. That final stair got Danielle with a relatively clean run. She's going to have a couple instances where she'll want to clean that up, but what a clean run by Laura. Sean, we've seen this from her before where it's like she almost methodically starts these duels on purpose. Like leaves a little in the tank. She's like, oh yeah, I'm going to let you guys get out ahead of me, and I'm going to stay just nipping at your heels. And that's exactly what she did. She stayed close enough to Danielle Brandon to be within striking distance, trusting her speed, trusting her capacity. And then once they got to those power stairs, it was the clean run by Laura Horvath. The stairs got Danielle right there, and it was enough to allow Laura to edge her out.
Just a second and a half separating the top 4 women in that heat. And now we're going to cut down again.
Yep. Top 10.
The top 10 moving on to round 3, then it's 5, and then down to the head-to-head matchup for the event win. The 2 rounds down, round number 3 as we move on to the top 10 athletes coming up. So stay with us. Our coverage continues in Aberdeen. 2 rounds are down here in the dual 4 as we wrap up the second day of competition at the 2024 Rogue Invitational. It's another elimination style event. We started with 20, we moved on to 15, and we're getting set to announce the 10 women who will move on to the 4th round. It's a cool blend between CrossFit and some strongman implements that we have there out on the floor. Well, for the announcement of our 10 athletes, let's send it down to Joshy G.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. Love to make it dramatic here at the Rogue Invitational. Here are your top 10 advancing. In first place, Laura Horvath. Second place, Danielle Brandon. In third place, Gabby McGowan. In fourth, Paige Semenza. And in fifth, Tia Claire Toomey. And now, the 5 remaining qualifying spots. In 6th place, Emma Tall. In 7th place, Manon Aganez. In 8th place, Alex Gazan. In 9th place, Ariel Lowen. And the 10th and final spot, Dana Perrin.
Thank you, Josh. 10 athletes just announced of 2 heats of 5 here. Laura Horvath with a top time from round 3, 37.49 seconds. And as you mentioned, Adrian, looked like she attacked that second round with more ferocity than round 1.
Yeah, just a little bit. She's known for that. She likes, hey, I know that I'm going to advance. I'm going to get a feel for these implements, a feel for the order, a feel for my pace, have some clean runs, and then build speed as I go. That's how she's going to find herself posting one of the best times throughout, and of course giving herself a chance in that final heat as long as she can advance.
Spot 6 through 10 will go first. 1 through 5 will go second. It's Lowen, Anganez, Tall, Gazan, and Perrin out there right now, lanes 1 through 5.
I'll tell you what makes it tough about this, Sean, is athletes get within themselves in their head, know that this is a fast race and they want to sprint all out. And sometimes it's better to have a slightly slower run, but cleaner outcome than to go really fast and be slightly out of control.
Alex Gazan in lane number 4, 6th place overall. She jumped up 7 spots after the opening event of the day, and then moved up again after finishing 7th in event 5. So 5 times up and over that 55-inch cylinder. And Gazan's going to be off first, closely followed by Emma Tall, Dana Perrin, and Ariel Lowen. Manon Anganez is going to be the last woman to the sled. Gazan.
Wow. Emma
got overtaken by Emma Tall. Emma Tall is going to be first to the power stairs, followed by Gazan and Perrin. And now Anganez is in 4th. And it's Ariel Lowen in 5th. Emma Tall with 1 step to go, and Emma Tall is going to take her heat. It's going to be, I think Perrin beat out Gazan on the touch on the buzzer. And she did by a 1/10 of a second. Manon Anganez is going to take 4th, and Ariel Lowen is in 5th. So Emma Tall at 38.07 seconds. Looking to move on to the next round. Only 5 women will move on to the next round. Great charge there by Emma Tall on the sled.
Yeah, she did in this round what she's done in the previous 2. She has a unique ability to be right in a threatening distance, and once she gets to that sled, she just starts to chew up the turf, man. She gains ground, she overtakes the lead, and then that puts her in a great situation to be in the driver's seat once she gets to the power stairs. And that was a very clean run on those stairs for her and allowed her to be smooth right to the button.
And Dana Perrin just edged out Alex Gazan on the touch of the buzzer. As now round 2, second and final round, is set to go. Paige Semenza, Danielle Brandon, Laura Horvath, Gabby McGowan, and Tia Toomey.
This is a big, big, important heat. Only 5 are going to advance. They're feeling the pressure here. Let's see who can string it together and have another clean and fast run.
Well, it's big for Laura Horvath because she only trails Gabby McGowan by 20 points for second place. Should be a good battle between Brandon and Horvath right in the middle.
From what we know, Danielle will come off first from the up and overs, and then it will be about the distance Laura can close down the stretch.
Well, Brandon first, followed by Horvath and Semenza. Tia Toomey is in 4th, and Gabby McGowan.
And here comes Laura.
I don't know what happened to McGowan. She's back there on the hay bale. We'll have to keep an eye on her. Hope she's okay. As Laura Horvath is ahead of Brandon going to the power stairs. Semenza sits in 3rd, followed by Toomey. And Horvath makes a touch. He's going to win her heat. Brandon is next, followed by Semenza and Toomey.
Faster and faster and faster every time.
And Gabby McGowan is looking like she's not putting a lot of weight on that left foot. I hope she is okay. Joshua Hicks, who's the head of the medical team, she's going to help her off. But Gabby McGowan, 2nd place overall. Laura Horvath wins her heat.
Wow. Well, and this did start a lot like we expected. Danielle Brandon coming out fast. She, of course, has that rebounding effect there with the up and overs. But it was Laura that was able to close the gap and then take over the lead there. And then again, like we talked about, she starts at a bit of a conservative pace. And each round, she gets to touch these implements. She gets faster and faster and faster. And this was her fastest run of the day, getting the top time in that round.
You can see she knew it as she got to the top. Laura Horvath at the end of event 5. Kiki Dixon said, "You're in 3rd place right now." And Laura said, "Yeah, don't worry, we're going to change that." So far, backing up the talk. We'll have to wait to see what the top 5 times are heading into the next round, and then we're going to cut it down to the final 2. Wait for those scores to be tabulated. And then we'll be back with the next round. The dual 4. Getting closer to concluding here as we are waiting on the final 5 athletes before our head-to-head matchup for the event win. You see the men back in the warm-up area. Jason Hopper there with Brent Fikowski. There's Jorge Fernandez as well.
Yeah, taking lots of notes from what they see from the women, I'm sure. Getting all the coaches' advice, trying to figure out the best way they can mimic, Sean, the implements that they're going to see on the competition floor. Again, it's unique in a lot of ways, but this is common stance for our sport, that we expose ourselves to unique things. Not enough resources to probably have them in the back for everyone all the time to warm up with, so they make do with some high boxes, with some heavy kettlebells, with the sled loaded with who knows what to mimic the exact loading. But they make sure that their body's physically prepared and ready to take the floor. And of course, for this one, they've got to be ready to take the floor fast.
A quick break. When we come back, final 5 take on the dual 4. Stay with us here at the 2024 Rogue Invitational. We're set to make the announcement on the 5 athletes who will be advancing to the next round as the Duel of 4 continues here on Saturday at the 2024 Rogue Invitational. We started with 20. We're about to be down to 5. Let's send it down to Joshy G.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here are the athletes moving on to the semifinals. With the fastest time, Laura Horvath. In second place, Emma Tall. In third place, Paige Semenza. In fourth place, Danielle Brandon. And in the fifth and final qualifying spot, Dana Perrin.
There you have it, the top 5 women. After this, it's going to be a head-to-head battle for the event win. Laura Horvath had the top time out of the last round, got even faster, 36.26 seconds. Emma Tall, Paige Semenza, and Danielle Brandon all right around 38 seconds. And then Dana Perrin by a 1/10 of a second, 0.14 seconds over Gazan. So Alex Gazan is going to finish 6th in the event. Tia Toomey's going to take 8th.
Wow. Tight race. The duel is always good for some shaking up on the leaderboard, to say the least.
And Gabby McGow, who's currently seeking medical attention, is going to take 10th. We're set to bring the next 5, the final 5 out. And I don't know how much Laura Horvath can continue to squeeze out of these events, but she's gotten faster each time. It's been impressive.
That's right. As cool as a cucumber, some would say. She finds her ability to remain calm amidst all this chaos of moving full speed, and I think that's a unique skill set that she has, honestly. We've seen it in a duel from her in the past. I'm really impressed with Dana Perrin taking the floor here. Going to have a top 5 finish. Not seen her at the games, not seen her at Rogue Invitational, but I'll tell you what, a background in basketball and Olympic weightlifting, those things blend pretty well for a CrossFit / strongman showdown in Duel 4.
Yeah, Dana Perrin is going to get her best finish of the competition. She started out with a 20th and then took 8th in event 2. That's the best finish she's had so far, but guaranteeing herself a spot inside the top 5 here in event 6. There's Laura Horvath, who is building momentum here on day number 2. Has a 2nd and a 1st today.
And I'm really excited. I mean, it's going to be back and forth. We're going to see Danielle Brandon come out hot, come out fast off these up and overs, but then it's the 2 best sled pushers in the game with Laura Horvath and Emma Tall side by side in lane 3 and 2, and that's where they've been closing the gap on Danielle Brandon, who's coming out quick. And then, of course, we'll see what Dana and Paige can bring to the table in lanes 4 and 5 here and how they'll finish out in this race.
Danielle Brandon has been one of the fastest athletes that we have seen on those up and overs, but as you mentioned, with Horvath on the sled, who's been making up a lot of time there. Certainly do not count out Emma Tall and Paige Semenza. Semi-final heat is underway. And it's going to be Danielle Brandon off first. Laura Horvath the second, followed by Paige Semenza, Dana Perrin, and then Emma Tall. Brandon to the sled. Just ahead of of Laura Horvath. And Horvath once again making up some ground. Horvath's going to be done first. It's neck and neck. Horvath has a slight lead over Tall and Brandon. Laura Horvath is going to take her heat And it's going to be Emma Tall in second, followed by Brandon Paran and Semenza. So it's going to be Emma Tall and Laura Horvath for the event win.
Wow.
Your 1 and 2s. We're going to confirm. And then we'll be set for the...
What an event, what an event. What a day for Emma Tall, making some serious moves up the leaderboard. Wow.
Just like Laura Horvath, Emma Tall has had a great day too. A 7th and a 4th, and now looking at worst, a 2nd place finish.
That's right. I mean, this really started the way we thought it would. Danielle Brandon doing what she does, sprawling over those up and overs. I mean, people are going to need to go back and watch her film and try to mimic what she was able to do there. And then, of course, it was Emma and Laura really making some ground right there on the sled, as both of those women have throughout the other heats throughout the day. And then it was a clean run here on those power stairs. Laura, like we mentioned, cool as a cucumber there. Not letting the moment get the best of her. Emma Tall, Danielle right on their heels.
Danielle Brandon is going to finish 3rd in the event. That's her best finish of the competition. She came in 13th place overall with 225 points. She was 35 points out of a spot inside the top 10 was Brandon. So it's going to be Horvath taking on Emma Tall for the win. Whew. Laura Horvath, as I mentioned, having a great day too. Started out on day 1 with a 4th, then took a 3rd, had a hiccup in a damage control event for her with those wall-facing handstand push-ups in the wall walk complex in event number 3. That was the 14th place, but today a 2nd, and then she ended Tia Toomey's 4-event winning streak with a win in event 5. Let's go back and watch that final heat just one more time.
Yeah, in the live action, you get to see it right here. Great view. Watch Danielle have a few steps on the rest of the heat. Paige even right there on Laura's heels. This sled has been such a differentiator for Emma Tall. She was dead last getting to that sled. And then look at the ground she's able to make up. All that power and strength right into that sled. And then it was the top 3 the rest of the way. It was Laura Horvath on that clean run, though.
Yeah, Laura, I was just going to say, she's done a great job of not having any hiccups on those power stairs.
None.
Now she's another heat win away from her 2nd win of the day and her 2nd straight event win.
That's right. And even when you think about how does Emma try to overtake Laura here in this final heat? Where does she have the opportunity? Well, what you can't count on is Laura messing up. So you've got to try to be a little bit more risky in this run. You're already going to get top 2. If she can find a way to navigate those up and overs a little faster, to be closer to Laura on that sled, she'll have a chance at making a move on those power stairs.
I think that's probably, you're absolutely right, the only spot in this event where Emma can gain some ground is on the first portion, because Laura's been great on the sled and she's been picture perfect on that 225-pound weight on the power stairs.
Yeah, and perhaps you just stay a little close a little earlier in that race, and maybe that forces an error on Laura's part. Makes her find that threshold a little sooner in the race, and you never know.
This has been fun to watch, and we talked about this at the beginning. We got strongmen, strong women here. That's been a fun competition. But to mix the two and see the power stairs that the strongmen and strong women did in their prior event, to leave those out here, see how CrossFit athletes navigate that. They've never done this. I haven't seen anything like this in a competition before.
No, never. I've never seen it, and I love it so much, and I guarantee all the athletes do as well. It's that exciting draw. They get to be companions here throughout the Rogue Invitational all the time, and then to get to share some of the specific equipment that's specifically new to CrossFitters, man, it's always exciting. That's why they want to come enjoy this experience. That's one of the reasons.
See Jeff Adler, the overall leader for the men, warming up. Picking up some of those kettlebells back there. They got a really nice warm-up area. I was able to take the tour the other night and see what they had back there. It was a lot of fun. Some of the Legends athletes were there talking to people. It was a really fun experience if you have a chance to do it.
Yeah, you look at even just the area where these athletes get to prepare themselves physically and mentally for the task ahead. I mean, every resource you could ever dream of there, Sean.
Yeah, Chris Kleber and Tanya Wagner were a part of that tour, and they were saying, yeah, when we warmed up for these events, we had like one barbell we had to share, a couple weights we had to dig up, and maybe 2 spots to do something on a rig.
Yeah, times have changed a little. Times have changed as they should. I look at that atmosphere back there, and I'm just like, oh, a playground. That's what this is. It's an adult playground to me. I want to go have some fun.
And this venue is fantastic.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, even having I got to enjoy part of the spectator experience as the strongmen were going. I went down there and sat by my wife for a couple of the heats, and it's just like, there's not a bad seat in the house. Yeah. The environment is electric.
It's been a lot of fun so far these 2 days. Fans have been outstanding. And now we get one final head-to-head matchup between Laura Horvath and Emma Tall for the event win in the Duel 4.
Yeah, part of this experience coming over here, Sean, I mean, we've talked about adapting to the time change. Makes me so appreciative for what athletes historically do come and do the USA to compete.
We're set for the finals. Laura Horvath and Emma Tall. 100 points on the line. Laura Horvath looking for her 2nd straight event win. Emma Tall looking for the 1st event win of her career here at the Rogue Invitational.
Oh, it turned up real quick in here. Here we go.
Laura Horvath has been great on the second 2 movements here, the sled and the power stairs. Emma Tall has been fantastic on the sled.
Can she get there faster on this run?
Here we go, Tall versus Horvath for the win. 5 up and overs to start.
Laura stole a page from Danielle Brandon's book. She did that up and over faster than any other round so far.
Horvath off first. Let's see if Emma Tall can once again make up some ground on the sled. Tall doing a good job of staying right in Horvath's back pocket, and now onto the power stairs. 225 pounds has got to be moved to the top. Horvath is on a lead here. And now it's double for Tall. That's going to open the door for Laura Horvath. 2nd straight event win. Emma Tall is going to take 2nd.
Wow. What a show.
36.15 seconds for Laura Horvath, who was picture perfect through every single run here and picks up her 2nd straight event win. Called her shot earlier, said she's not going to be in 3rd for long. And she was right.
We're going to change that. Were exactly her words. And here's what I love. Laura doing Laura things. She's a veteran. She's a champion. She's the defending champ. She took that element that she was monitoring and being slowest at, and she made it faster by doing the rebound up and overs like we saw Danielle doing in all the former rounds. Laura kept that in her back pocket through the finale because she knew other competitors wouldn't realize that she was going to only go faster every time she stepped out on the floor.
9th career event win at the Rogue Invitational for your defending champion, Laura Horvath. Takes the head-to-head battle with Emma Tall. And let's send it down to Kiki Dixon.
Laura, congratulations on your event win.
Thank you.
On our last interview, you said that you were about ready to change that leaderboard. Apparently, you're a woman of your word. What were the ingredients that went into that manifestation right there?
You know, it's just the mentality, show up and hunt them down.
You definitely went hunting and came back victorious. With this type of event, you can make adaptations as you go. What adjustments were you making on the fly between the rounds?
Yeah, definitely. Like, we didn't have all the implements inside the warm-up area, so you get to feel the hay bale and then the alpaca too. So thankfully, I figured them out and went faster and faster every round, so it paid off.
And which implement did you like the best out of the three?
Well, I really enjoyed the staircase. It's cool. We've never seen before. Only Strongman did this, so I'm glad we got to do this as well.
We just wrapped up day 2 of competition. One more day to go. How hungry are you?
Oh, you'll see. Bring the cutlery.
We will. Thank you so much, Laura.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Well, Laura Horvath has a knack for finishing interviews and has a knack for finishing off events. Second straight event win. She goes second, first on day number 2 to set herself up nicely for the final 3 events on Sunday. The event results for the final heat, it's Horvath, 36.15 seconds. Emma Tull had that stumble. That's what cost her 39.79 seconds for her to take 95 points, her best finish of the competition. Second straight inside the top 4. Laura Horvath on the charge here in Aberdeen, Scotland. Picks up her second straight event win, the 9th of her career, and adds 100 points to her total. And looking to move up the overall standings. Men coming up next as they take on the Dual 4 here at the 2024 Rogue Invitational. The men are up next to take on the Dual 4 here as they close out their second day of competition at the 2024 Rogue Invitational inside P&J Live in beautiful Aberdeen, Scotland. Dual 4 presented by Strongest. I'm Sean Woodland alongside former affiliate cup winner Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon has us covered down there on the competition floor. Overall standings coming into this event, Jeff Adler has yet to finish lower than 5th, and he won event 3. He has 460 total points. Rookie Gerard sits in 2nd place with 415 points, and Dallin Pepper sits in 3rd. Brent Fikowski's 50 points out of a spot on the podium. And Jason Hopper currently above his over-under line of 7th place. He's 2 points places clear of 7th. He's been here 3 prior times and finished 7th every single time. Moved up from 9th place in the last event. The dual 4, you got to be perfect if you want to win this thing.
Man, you're so right about that. This event specifically leaves no room for error. It is over in the blink of an eye for sure. And what these athletes are going to be asked to do is 4 time 5 up and overs, that the hay bale, 50-foot sled push at 180 pounds, and 4 power stair steps at 300 pounds for the men.
What are the keys to this event?
You know, the keys are going to be the same as we initially listed. It's know your race. There's some new implementations, a different type of flow. They've got to understand where they're at and what they need to be doing next to anticipate it. And they've got to finish the pull on the power stairs. We saw on the women's side, this catches athletes up if you don't stand tall before you try to get that apparatus to the next level.
4 heats here in the opening round. Top 15 times moving on. Saxon Panchik, Jonakoski, Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, Noah Olsen, and Georges Karavis to kick things off. Karavis coming in 20th place overall, but does have an 11th place finish. That's his best of the competition. Took that in event number 2.
Yeah, Karavis, one of those athletes who is a first-time qualifier here to Rogue, but had some soccer in his athletic background. And we've seen it pays to be able to move from point A to point B in this one. Let's see if it shines here.
First heat underway. 5 up and overs. And Noah Olsen's going to be off first, along with Jonakoski, Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson, and Saxon Panchik. Karavis bringing up the rear. Olsen on the sled push. Koski is slightly ahead of him. Koski's going to be the first man to make the turn, but Gudmundsson and Olsen are right behind him. 300 pounds now on the weight. Got to move it to the top of the steps. Noah Olsen looks like he's retaking the lead here. Olsen up first. He'll make the touch. Gudmundsson, then Koski. Saxon Panchik is in, and Georges Karavis.
Wow.
Noah Olsen putting on a late charge, 35.98 seconds to win his heat.
Noah got some of his bounce back after that Ironman, Sean. He came out, he was like, hey, I'm a little tired. Legs are a little heavy. I'm getting back into moving weights. Well, it didn't show there as he used the touch and go method on the up and overs that we've seen from Danielle Brandon on the women's side, and then Laura Horvath to win. That got him that slight edge going to the sled. And I'll tell you what, his legs looked nothing but fresh here as he stayed ahead of the pack just enough to earn himself the lead going into the power stairs. And he had no hesitation here moving from stair to stair. That gave him no problem.
Let's go indeed. Noah Olsen overtaking Jonakoski on the final part of that event to take the heat win. Looks to be one of the 15 men to move on to round 2. Noah Olsen, 19th place overall, but as you said, coming off that Ironman, and hasn't had a lot of time to prepare for this. 35.98 seconds for Olsen. The only man to go sub 36 on that. Gudmundsson and Koski extremely close. And Saxon Panchik at 38.43 finishes in 4th. Heat number 2 up next. Haapalainen, Medeiros, Crouch, Sprague, and Quant, the next 5 men out.
A loaded field here. I feel like every time these athletes take the floor, of course, being at the Rogue Invitational, it's all loaded. Jake Crouch, I'm watching closely.
Heinrich Haapalainen, one of the tallest guys out there.
Jay with a background in Australian rules football, basketball, and motocross. He's got that right mix of hopefully some agility and that bent mindset to be reckless and go fast, but it's Haapalainen. Like you said,
sometimes it pays to be tall, and Heinrich Haapalainen is going to be the first man done with the sled push. He's neck and neck with Jay Crouch, followed by Sprague and Quant. And then Medeiros is in 5th. Quant just ahead of Crouch. And I think it's Crouch who made the touch first, just ahead of Quant. Sprague, Quant, and then Medeiros. So Jay Crouch by 0.12 seconds.
It's that, I told you, man, he's got that athletic background, but then it's the motocross mindset. He like went just enough reckless abandon.
Heinrich Haapalainen had that lead until the very end, but Jay Crouch hits the buzzer ahead of Haapalainen to take the heat.
We talk about how important it was to finish the pool here. Haapalainen does. He gets a little nudge on that top stair, though, and that was just enough for Jay to be able to sneak through and under that tap. It was smooth to start. Haapalainen, Sean, wow, he's fast up and over. Look at that. He uses the rebound, and then, of course, with his length, he has to really travel a lesser distance over that thing, and these guys, none of them had a problem with the sled. It was pretty even, but I think Jay really did make up some ground here on that loaded push, and then for the most part it was a clean run, but Hendrick standing almost a little too tall on that final stair allowed Jay to sneak in.
Yeah, Justin Medeiros fell off the pace on that 180-pound sled push. He's going to take 5th place in the heat at 36.07 seconds. But Jay Crouch with a blistering time of 33.88. Halfway through the opening round here, Jorge Fernandez, Guy Mayeros, Pat Vellner, Brent Fikowski, and Sam Cornwallier.
Oh, Guy with a whiff here. He tried to go touch and go, but he didn't make contact with it.
His leg slipped off. Fikowski's first off, followed by Vellner and Mayeros.
Oh, wow.
Jorge Fernandez at the bottom of your screen on the sled, and Sam Cornwallier at the top. Fikowski and Vellner at exactly the same time, but Mayeros now in the lead, and Guy looking to make up for that mistake. Mayeros now 1 step to go, and Guy followed by Vellner, and then Fikowski, Jorge Fernandez, and Sam Cornwallier. That was a fast heat. All these men looking like they have a really good chance of making it into the next round.
Yeah, that
Mayeros at 33.79 to take it.
Man, that was wild, Sean. I mean, they all came out, touch and go over. It was Guy, and you know, we love Guy as a favorite anytime it's a power output-based workout, but he missed the box, was able to regather himself, stay focused, make up the ground that he did miss out on from that miss on getting his knee over those up and overs on that hay bale. And then, of course, it was here really that he was able to recapture that lead. Those powerful strides, all these guys really neck and neck there in the middle. Fikowski, Vellner, Malheiros. But it was Guy absolutely manhandling the power stairs. Edging out the dub. And what's unique here, he's gonna have an opportunity to reset, reload, understand what he did wrong there on those up and overs and clean it up. And everyone that advances will get a little faster, as we saw on the women's side as well.
The 4th and final heat of round number 1, and then the top 15 times will move on to round 2. We got Jason Hopper, Ricky Garrard, Jeff Adler, Dallin Pepper, and Chandler Smith out on the floor. Jason Hopper, as I mentioned, move up 4 spots to 5th place after winning event number 5. But Chandler Smith right now sits in 10th place overall with 280 points, but he's 5 points back of Crouch and Medeiros and Mayeros for 7th. Underway. Look at Ricky Garrard in lane 2. Looking extremely smooth here, along with Adler in lane 3.
Adler too.
And Adler's off first. He thought he may have had another rep to go. He paused for a second.
That was one of those aspects of focusing on. You got to know your race.
Jason Hopper and Ricky Garrard are dead even, along with Adler. And here comes Dallin Pepper. So Garrard, first man to get his hands on the 300-pound weight. Keep an eye on Jason Hopper. It's Garrard and Adler at almost the same time, followed by Hopper, Pepper, and then Smith. 5/100ths of a second. That's the second time these guys have been separated by less than a second in an event. Think back to event number 1 where Garrard edged him out by 0.2 of a second, and now it gets even closer.
Wow, what's impressive here is how Adler was still able to recoup even after that hesitation. And I'm sure he's kind of disappointed in himself, but also he's really got room to improve that score because of that.
Keep an eye on Jeff Adler in the middle as he got off and he looked back just right there.
I almost think he and Ricky both assumed they had one more to go, which is unique for them. Typically, they're both good about knowing where they're at in a race and advancing forward. But that was one of the key focuses here. Of course, it was neck and neck between these two. I was really impressed with the way Adler executed on that first round. Wow, and Ricky just stabbing at the button instead of slapping on top of the button. The details matter.
I love the smile that he gave Adler.
Gotta love it.
Those two have had a really great battle so far over these past 2 days. And now we're going to figure out who the 15 men are who will move on to round 2. It's always a fun format, the duel at the Rogue Invitational.
Oh my goodness. This one may be my favorite version yet.
And it's always fun to watch these men take on new implements. The power stairs, something that the strongmen and strongwomen use.
Yeah, and
event 5 for them.
And you know what changes this from what we watched with the women is that they're going over the same diameter and height of hay bale. And so the men typically being a little taller, bounding just a touch higher, they really have to be aggressive there. There's less room for them to figure it out. And if they get too far behind on that particular apparatus right there, you can't dig yourself out of that deficit. At least it doesn't seem to have presented itself in that way yet.
Smart people are going to do some math and figure out who the 15 athletes are. They're going to move on to round number 2. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll have the second round of the Duel 4 presented by Strongest here at the 2024 Rogue Invitational. We now know the 15 men who will be advancing into round number 2 here in the Duel 4, the 6th event of the 2024 Rogue Invitational as we wrap up the second day of competition here in Aberdeen, Scotland. Let's go down to the floor. Joshy G with the names of the 15 men who are moving on.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are your top 15 moving on to the quarterfinals. Guy Marieros, Ricky Gerard, Jeff Adler, Jay Crouch, Patrick Vellner, Henrik Hoppalainen, Jason Hopper, Brent Fikowski, James Sprague, Jorge Fernandez, and your final 5 qualifying spots are Dallin Pepper, Samuel Quantz, Noah Olson, Justin Medeiros, and BKG, Bjorgen Carl Gudmundsson.
Field is now set for round 2, 15 men, 3 heats of 5, and then we're going to cut down again to 10. Guy Marieros, despite that stumble, had the top time by 3/100ths of a second over Ricky Gerard, who edged out Jeff Adler by 5/100ths of a second. I mean, look how close it is 1 through 5.
What? Yeah, man. I mean, 1 through 10 is a second, so it's like
unbelievable.
I love it.
Jonakoski, the first man out at 36.82
Yeah.
seconds. Saxon Panchik, Chandler Smith, Georges Karavis, and Sam Cornwallier sitting this one out. Man, that is unbelievable how tight it is.
Yeah, we're in store for a really great show here into the second round. A lot like the women, what we can expect is that athletes will make adjustments. Some of them that came out maybe really high on the emotional scale, maybe made some errors early. Hopefully they can come out more composed and clean those up.
Medeiros, Quant, Pepper, Olson, and Gudmundsson to kick things off here in the first of 3 heats before we cut down to 10 athletes. Justin Medeiros coming in 8th place overall to this event. His best finish was 2nd place to close out night number 1. There is Dallin Pepper, who currently is hanging on to the 3rd spot on the podium. And of course, Bjorgen Carl Gudmundsson, one of the most consistent athletes out there. Right now, 16th place overall.
Yeah, and you can't really count him out ever, Sean. I mean, he's the most experienced guy out there. He's got that killer instinct where something like this, he might just pull something out of his back pocket that we haven't seen yet. As he's visualizing already, you can see him making the arm gestures for those up and overs.
Justin Medeiros right now in 8th place, but his last 3 finishes have all been 8th or better. Heat 1 of 3 underway. 5 up and overs to start.
Wow.
And everybody done it about the same time. Justin Medeiros and BKG, the first man on the sled, but BKG got hung up. His sled spiked into the ground. That delayed him. Now it's Quant and Pepper off first. Medeiros in 3rd, followed by Olson and Gudmundsson. Dallin Pepper making it to the top. Pepper makes a touch. Then Quant, Medeiros, Olson, then Bjorgen Carl Gudmundsson.
I'll be honest, it was like watching a different athlete take the field there for Dallin. Compared to his first run, there was so much more confidence and aggression there, and I don't know if that was a part of the initial game plan, but wow. Very different look from his everything, the way he took the floor, body language, all the way through his execution. Clean run.
Athletes go sub 34.
We talked about how the experience going through the first wave would change it for them. We noticed all the men basically executing some form of touch and go. So it was neck and neck here, but it's how you move the sled. BKG at the top of your screen. He got too high on those handles and it dug the far end of the sled into the ground. This can happen often. You got to grab it at the right spot and, of course, be able to put in the right forces that you want in order for it to go forward, not up. And it was Pepper that's going to edge out the field here.
And a good late charge from Justin Medeiros to get himself inside the top 3 in that heat. Dallin Pepper sub 33 along with Sam Kwan. Those two separated by a half second. Justin Medeiros at 33.79 seconds, looking to move into round number 3. And then Olsen and Bjorgvin Carl Gudmundsson. The second of 3 heats is ready to go. James Sprague, Jason Hopper, Heinrich Happelainen, Brent Fikowski, and Jorge Fernandez. So they're putting the 3 tallest guys right in the middle.
Wow.
Heinrich Happelainen is looking at his foot. James Sprague is going to be the first man to the sled, followed by Fikowski and Hopper. Sprague first man to the weight, followed closely by Fikowski and Hopper. Jorge Fernandez making a charge. And it's going to be Sprague, Fikowski, Hopper, and Fernandez.
31.64. Wow. Sprague focused and hungry. What a clean run, what a fast run. Able to use his length on those up and overs. I mean, it was obvious right out of the gate. He almost had a change in his leverage. On those up and overs, he was farther away from the rig, and it allowed him. Look at the attack on the sled there. Lower body posture, great horizontal pushing, nothing up and down, no movement unnecessary of the sled. And it was a clean run on the power stairs. It got him right to that button.
I hope Heinrich Happelainen was all right. He's getting helped off by the medical staff, but it's going to be heat number 3 up next. Got Jay Crouch, Ricky Garrard, Guy Maieros, Jeff Adler, and Pat Vellner. And we'll see if Maieros and Adler can clean things up here in round 2. The two of them had 2 minor mistakes that cost them just a little bit of time there in the prior round.
Yeah, and I mean, this field is absolutely stacked. We know that Ricky particularly has a background in field sports. All these guys have some type of athletic background before they got too deep into CrossFit. Ricky playing a lot of rugby, puts down a lot of miles under his feet. And we know he's a sprinter. We watched him come back from behind on Adler. It's all about how he can navigate these new implements, though, on the strongman side.
He's got 2 wins under his belt. Third and final heat, Guy Maieros launching himself up and over. And Guy's going to be the first man off ahead of Adler and Garrard.
Great job on the sled by Guy. Good accurate hand placement.
Maieros is in. Adler and Crouch, followed by Garrard and Vellner. And Guy Maieros dusts the field, followed by Adler, Crouch, Garrard, and Vellner. It was close between Adler and Crouch. 3/100ths of a second. Guy Maieros, 30.40.
Fast time of 30 seconds.
That is absolutely bananas.
He loves this dual format.
Power and speed. Hey, listen, Guy's working on developing his aerobic capacity. Well, he can pretty much hold his breath for 30 seconds and execute at a high level on this event. So he gets to that sled. Look at his low hand placement, and we know what his legs have the capacity to do. He moves that sled almost like it's empty. And then once he gets to the power stairs, I think he's got it down, Sean, where he doesn't just lift it up. It's almost like he slams it down intentionally to get him to the next step even faster. And man, the fruits were very fast. 30-second time.
2 seconds faster than the top time we saw from the prior heats. Guy Maieros just getting warmed up. He'll definitely be inside the top 10 going into the next round. Yeah, we know, Guy. We know. You're good at this. And now we wait. But Guy Maneros and Jeff Adler, along with Jake Crouch, 3 of the fastest times. Ricky Garrard also a really good time. And Pat Vellner, even though he finished 5th in that heat, this is the fastest heat that we've seen. So very likely all 5 of these men are going to move on. We're through round number 2. We're going to cut down to 10 athletes, and then we'll have 2 heats of 5. After that, 1 heat of 5, and then a final head-to-head matchup. And Guy Maneros looks like he is just getting warmed up here.
Yeah, for athletes that make the cut, Sean, they can all feel that way, but they got to make it first, right? It's like you know you have the chance to get better and better with more clean runs, but you have to earn those reps because you got to have one of the top times in order to advance.
Scores are being tabulated. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll have the 10 athletes who are moving on to round 3. We are set for the next round. 10 men moving on. Pat Vellner, Ricky Garrard, Jason Hopper, Dallin Pepper, and Jorge Fernandez are 5 of them. For the other 5 in the complete rundown of the 10 men who have moved on down to Joshy G.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is no secret. We see our next heat of athletes out on the field. So let me introduce you to our qualifiers. Our top 5 are Guy Marieros, Jeff Adler, James Sprague, Jay Crouch, Brent Fikowski. And the athletes in this heat are Patrick Vellner, Ricky Garrard, Jason Hopper, Dallin Pepper, and Jorge Fernandez.
30 seconds.
Since we've had a couple of injuries on this part, we're going to change the standard. They made an adjustment for athlete safety. Instead of the up and overs, it's now 5 burpee up and overs.
Got it.
On this part. The standard has changed here in round 3 for the men. Vellner, Garrard, Hopper, Pepper, and Fernandez, first of 2 heats. So 5 burpee up and overs.
Changes the approach here, Sean. They got to really be quick to the ground. An explosive burpee is going to pay off. Those athletes who can jump their feet to their hands versus the step up is going to be everything.
It's Pat Vellner off first. He's got a big lead over Ricky Garrard, Jason Hopper, and Jorge Fernandez. Dallin Pepper currently in 5th place in the heat. Vellner first done with the sled push, and he's going to be the first man to the 300-pound weight. And Jason Hopper starting to gain some ground on Vellner. Vellner makes the touch just ahead of Hopper. I think Fernandez got himself in there as well. And this one was close. Fernandez is going to finish 3rd, followed by Garrard and then Dallin Pepper.
I could not believe how much Hopper closed the gap there. I mean, Pat was out to a significant lead.
This is the 4th time we've done the duel. Jason Hopper won this format of the event, the version, the duel 3 last year. So he loves this type of contest.
Hey, look, it's adaptability, right? Unknown and unknowable. It's all for the sake of the athletes, the quality of the competition, and look at the way these athletes adapt quickly. Pat, being the veteran that he is, just sprawling over that hay bale and then making slight work of the sled. This is where the legs get heavy here, that turn and pivot from pushing that load, but it didn't slow him down enough. Hopper tried to get at his heels and try to edge him out, but it was Pat, first to the button.
The top 5 men are moving on, and by winning that heat, Pat Vellner giving himself a really good shot of being one of those 5. Second and final heat out on the field now. Jay Crouch, Jeff Adler, Guy Maieros, James Sprague, and Brent Fikowski. Let's see how adding the burpee in affects Guy Maieros, who also has a dual win under his belt. He won the first version of the duel back in 2021.
I don't see it slowing him down a lot, Sean. His upper body can be just as explosive as his lower, and it'll be about minimizing ground contact time.
He is one giant fast twitch muscle.
That's right.
Guy Maieros already out to a lead here. He's got one more up and over, and then he'll make the trip to the sled. There goes Guy Maieros. Look at the lead he's got over Sprague and Fikowski. Here come Crouch and Adler. Guy's going to be the first man done, and good luck catching him now. Fikowski's now in 2nd place, followed by Sprague. Crouch even with Sprague at the bottom of your screen. Guy is going to take the heat. Fikowski's going to finish 2nd. Crouch and Sprague were photo finish right there, followed by Jeff Adler. Sprague just edging out Crouch by 0.02 of a second. That's a blink of an eye.
Man, I don't even know if it is. I'm blinking slower than that right now. Look, that was a tremendous run by Guy. Very impressive. We wondered, would the burpee slow him down? It did not. Almost exaggerated his ability to perform that movement even more now that the athletes have to travel a greater distance. But it was him being impressive rep after rep. Look at that. I don't even know if he needs to use his hands. He's following the rules.
Well, Guimar Harris, we know, will be in that final heat. We just got to find out who the 4 men are who are going to join him.
Yeah, no slowing down for Guy, and it was up and over again. He almost has to control not lifting up the weights too much on the power stairs and costing himself time just from the lag of separation. But man, what a run by Brent Bukowski as well. Coming up in a close second. Really great to increase his chances to advance. And you love the swag from Guy all the time. Crowd pleaser.
Guimar Harris so far has had the 2 fastest times in the last couple of rounds and looks to be one of the 5 men moving into the semifinals. Once again, the smart people will do their things with the times. And we'll find out who the 5 men are when we return here to the Duel 4 at the Rogue Invitational. We are set to reveal the identities of the 5 men who will be moving on to the semifinals here at the Duel 4. Let's send it down to Joshy G.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here are your athletes advancing. Your top 5 athletes. In first place, Guy Marieros. In second place, Brent Fikowski. Third place, Patrick Vellner. Fourth place, James Sprague. And the last and final qualifying spot goes to Jay Crouch.
Let's look at the times from the prior round and just see how close it was. Crouch, Sprague, Vellner, Fikowski, Maieros moving on to that final round. Jason Hopper was on the wrong side of the cut line by 0.2 of a second. Only 1 second separated Crouch from 10th place Dallin Pepper.
Wow.
Now, this is big for Brent Fikowski, as he is one of the men in this heat, as he's trying to make up points on Dallin Pepper for that third and final spot on the podium. Fikowski came into this event 50 points back of Pepper for third. Guy Maieros will be right in the middle of the floor. He has been hard to catch in this event.
30 seconds.
Speed away from the ground is starting to prove as a very strong deciding point now that we've converted to burpees here.
5 burpee up and overs to start things off. Top 2 times move on to the finals.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Look how low Brent Fikowski is starting there. Looks to get an early jump on these burpees. And Guy Maieros once again is out front early on, making the sprint to the sled. Vellner's right on his heels, followed by Brent Fikowski. Crouch and Sprague neck and neck for fourth. And now Brent Fikowski starting to gain some ground.
Wow.
On Guy Maieros, they're going to be dead even making the turn to the power stairs. 300 pounds has to move to the top. Guy Maieros looking to hold off Fikowski and Vellner. It's Maieros, Vellner, or pardon me, Fikowski, Vellner. I think Sprague may have edged out Crouch. Sprague edges out Vellner.
Wow.
1.2 seconds. That was the difference between first and fifth. Guy Maieros and Brent Fikowski. So Fikowski is going to get at least 95 points here. And he can really carve in to Dallin Pepper's 50-point lead for that third and final spot on the podium. But he put some pressure on Guy Maieros. Guy had to work there.
He did, man. He did. I was so impressed. I mean, Brent got to that sled, man, and immediately you saw a surge of energy, and I was like, where is that coming from, Brent? I mean, you don't look like a guy that should be on the way out of anything. Sign up for the next thing, too. Look at this start, Sean. You mentioned it. Brent Fikowski and Guy both had a lower starting position, and they needed it to edge out Pat Vellner, because look at how fast Vellner is at top of the screen, black t-shirt. He is so fast off the ground and over that thing on Guy's heels, but it was right here that we started to see Fikowski make his charge, going neck and neck with Guy, and then it was a race through the finish line here. Fractions of a second. Oh my goodness.
That's the first time Guy has looked winded after one of these. And he'll go head-to-head with Brent Fikowski for the event win. Guy Maieros trying to win the duel for the second time at the Rogue Invitational. We already had one repeat winner. Laura Horvath won for the women. She also won the duel in 2022.
Now Guy's got an opportunity to do the same thing here. He's got to seal the deal in the head-to-head.
And I guarantee you,
with the professor,
Brent Fikowski is back there plugging some numbers into a spreadsheet to figure out where he can maybe eke out some more time here and catch Guy Maieros.
If he's allowed, he's going to try to get maybe a little lower in the start position, right? A little lower. I mean, this is just a taste of what we're about to get into again as we watch it run back. I mean, the explosivity that is on display here with these athletes off the floor is phenomenal. Remember, that thing is 55 inches tall.
And that sled is 180 pounds, and
That's
Brent
right.
Fikowski just made it look like there was nothing on it.
This is where those legs start to feel a little heavy, but approaching that 300-pound power stair weight stack, I mean, these guys make such light work of this. It's all about accuracy at this point. They don't want to lift it too high and waste time. They keep it too low, they hit the stair. Man, Guy and Brent.
Yeah, one thing that was interesting on that is that Brent is doing that hop up the stairs. Guy is deciding to step.
Yeah. Yeah, naturally, like, you know, you assume jumping's faster, right? And I think for a lot of athletes, it does play out that way, but perhaps the urgency in the step and making it accurate allows you to start driving that thing high, or I'm sorry, off the next step just a little bit sooner.
Now, Guy Maieros is looking to pick up an event win. He started the competition in quicksand with a 20th place. That's dead last. Then got things on track with a second and a third. He has 2 straight 10th place finishes coming into this event. Sits in 7th place overall with 295 points. And Brent Fikowski, as I mentioned before, looking to overtake Dallin Pepper for 3rd place. Fikowski's been extremely consistent. Other than an 18th place finish on Friday night, he's at everything 6th or better.
Consistency at the top, that's what we know Brent for. He may snag an event here or there, but he's known best for his consistency. He's delivering right now.
He trails Pepper by 50 points, and he is going to carve a significant margin off that. I think Pepper's going to finish 10th in the event. So Fikowski at worst is going to pick up 95 points. And I think unofficially that's a 40-point difference between 2nd and 10th. Brent Fikowski, of course, announcing his retirement after this event. So he would love to go out on the podium.
Yeah. And I mean, listen, even as someone covering the sport, it's hard not to root for the guy, right? I mean, what a history in our space, an influence. We've watched him come from being so very close at the regional level all the way back to 2015 and then finally punching his ticket. And boy, when he stepped into the CrossFit space and actually made it to the CrossFit Games, boy, did he blow the doors down.
In 2016, he debuted at the CrossFit Games and won 4 events. It's the rookie record for event wins at the Games. Finished 4th that year, and then got himself on the podium for the first of 3 times in 2017 when he finished 2nd.
Giving both these athletes an adequate time to catch their breath a little, be able to replicate those same types of performances out here on the floor.
Where do you think Fikowski can make up some time here? I don't know how much faster the guy can get, especially on that sled.
Yeah, look, Sean, I was not being sarcastic when I said if they let him stand a little lower before the start, if there's no standard, hey guys, you got to stand this tall, your hip has to be open or whatever. Listen, when I'm going to put my hand on that stall mat behind me and I'm almost on a knee, right? Because the way that Guy navigates these first hay bales is really hard to match. But then, of course, we know where Brent's going to hopefully make up his ground, and that's going to be on that sled. What great come-out music.
Now, the music's been on point this weekend.
Oh, man. I'm waiting for Stone Cold to walk out of the back with 2 beers.
Guy Maieros versus Brent Fikowski for the event win. You know, given this team, I wouldn't be surprised if he was, by God, that's Matt Fraser's music, and he comes out. Maieros versus Fikowski
There they go. They're getting into that crouch position.
Brent was nearly falling over.
Listen, any advantage you can create. Wow.
Well, Fikowski's just got to keep it close here, given the work he did on that 180-pound sled, and it looks like he's closer than he was in the last round. Guy's going to be off just ahead of Brent. Let's see if Brent can still make up that ground on the 180-pound sled.
There he goes. And you never know what can happen on the stairs. Take nothing for granted.
Well, Guy manages to hold off Fikowski. Guy's going to be the first man to the power stairs. Fikowski's right behind him. 300 pounds to the top. And it's Guy Maieros. Second win in the duel. 100 points, first win of the competition for Guy. What a great moment between those two.
Oh, that's so cool, man. Just so fired up to be out there head-to-head, top two. Man, what a performance by Guy, but you'd love to see it from Brent, too. So cool.
Brent Fikowski's going to lock up second place. His fifth finish of sixth or better, and get a lot closer to a spot on the podium. Guy Maieros, meanwhile, earns his first win of the competition and pockets 100 points in the process.
Oh my goodness, a duel is what we settled into watching. A duel is what we got on both sides of the men. The women were very impressive. It was Guy Maieros who continued to awe us with his explosive ability off the ground. Continued to hold off Brent, although he made a strong charge here with this 180-pound sled. And then the icing on the cake is that 300 pounds for Guy, pulling it only 12 inches, that's nothing for that man. And he gives us a celebration every time, one to remember.
Third career event win for Guy Maieros, and both he and Brent Fikowski are with Kiki Dixon.
Guy, congratulations. This event seems like it was a bit of a journey, right? They released the event shortly before you have to execute it. There's new implements. There's a lot of eliminations happening. Why were you able to thrive?
I mean, I love events like this. The first time that I did it was in 2021, the duel, and I won, and it was amazing. So I knew that this kind of event was coming up, so I was getting ready for it. So yeah, I'm very athletic, so I like different stuff, different movements. I can do things fast. And I was just enjoying life, enjoying the crowd, and it was amazing.
You were so explosive throughout the event. Are you training that back home, or is that just something that's just natural?
It's just natural. I'm actually training for a marathon, so the last thing that I'm doing is sprinting, but I'm gifted by God, so I'm just doing whatever my body's capable of.
Well, it's doing quite well. Right behind you was Brent. Brent, apparently you have still got it, but I know... But I know this is your final event. What can you tell me about that decision to retire?
I'm just excited to take on new challenges. Been doing this for a while, and guys like Guy, they're too young, too fast, they're too strong. So give them a chance to have their fun, and I'm just excited to try new things. Yeah.
You've been a staple at the Rogue Invitational. What's your favorite memory?
I don't know, that was up there. Right now, maybe. Yeah, that was great. I'm going to make better ones tomorrow, though.
Awesome. We look forward to seeing it. Ladies and gentlemen, Guy and Brent.
Well, that was a great way to close out day two of competition here at the 2024 Rogue Invitational. Guy Maieros and Brent Fikowski putting on a show for the fans. And Guy, for the second time in his career, wins the duel. Brent Fikowski is going to take second place and earn 95 points. Jay Crouch takes third, followed by Pat Vellner, his best finish of the competition. And then James Sprague rounded out the top five. 35.77 seconds, the winning time for Guy Maieros. Guy Maieros He's good at this stuff. Looking to put himself inside the top 5 heading into the final day. And we're going to have a good battle for the top spot for the men. Ricky Garrard continues to put the pressure on Jeff Adler. They've had a couple close finishes. And on the women's side, Laura Horvath, what a great day, too, for her. 2 event wins, but Tia Toomey still your overall leader. 3 events remain. We're not done. We're going to crown champions for the strong men and the strong women when we come back to the 2024 Rogue Invitational.
The 2024 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Strongest, strongest.com, epic fitness events on tap. Yeti, built for the wild. And Rogue, don't weaken.
It's time to crown champions. We are down to the final event for the Strong Women at the 2024 Rogue Invitational inside P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. The Circus Medley, presented by GoRuck, closes us out here as we get set to crown the winner of the women's competition. And of course, Kristen, there are a lot of women right now thinking about what is on the line here. All the competitors are vying for a share of the total of $1.85 million that's in the prize purse.
And first place for the women is the largest prize purse ever in the history of Strong Women at $121,000. This is what those thousands of hours of training, the highs and the lows, the ups and the downs of competing, it all is going to come down to this one moment for these ladies to make history, and I'm really excited to see what happens.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and the format of the event is going to be a lot of fun to watch as well. But first, let's show you where we stand coming into this event. Inez Carrasquillo has a 4-point lead over Olga Lashuk for first place. Lucy Underdown right now occupies the third and final spot on the podium. She's 5 points clear of the 2024 Arnold Strongwoman Classic champion, Angelica Jardine. Donna Moore currently sits in 10th place, and we just got word that she has withdrawn. But Inez Carrasquillo, let's get back to her. She has been impressive these last 2 days.
She has absolutely dominated this competition this weekend. She won 2 events. She won the grip and press. She won the Inverstone Challenge, 3rd place on 2 other events, and she has just been here all weekend, showing everybody that she deserves to be here, and she's been on fire. It's been really fun to watch and see her headspace is there, and let's see what she does on this last event. Have a very good feeling about this one.
Event description. A lot of stuff on the floor here, Laws.
Yeah, we've got a lot of implements, so being adaptable again, very, very important. We're going to start off with the 124-pound kettlebell. They move on to the circus dumbbell, and then we have these 2 circus barbell axles. So the barbell is a little bit thicker than your normal standard Olympic lifting bar, much more awkward to clean to the shoulders. So it's after doing those first 2 implements, you're already fatigued. You've got to get that barbell up to the shoulders and then press it overhead.
Inez Carrasquillo, as I mentioned, first place overall, 4 points up on Olga Lashuk, and the 2 of them will be paired together in the final heat as the athletes will go in reverse order of the overall standings.
And both of them are fabulous overhead pressers, but Inez, I give the nod to Inez on this one. She is the current world record holder in the log. She's continually proven over and over that she is one of the best, if not the best, overhead presser.
She is a superb overhead presser. You're absolutely right.
So good.
Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon, the 4th member of our broadcast team on the competition floor.
I had the pleasure of speaking with Lucy, and guys, she is nervous. She says that pressing isn't necessarily something that she would consider a strength of hers. So she's ending on a weak event, but she's going to do what she can. Whatever happens, happens, and she's feeling really good about her prep and says, hey, today I am actually feeling good about this. So it should be exciting to watch.
Thank you, Kiki. Sam Beliveau is going to be up first by herself. As we mentioned earlier, Donna Moore has withdrawn.
Now, Sam is the world record holder in the circus dumbbell. Let's see how she copes with this kettlebell. Gets it, no problem. Now, she'll make short work of this event.
No problem for the dumbbell. This is just a warm-up for Sam Beliveau.
Locks it in. Great technique. She's got great balance. Look how explosive she is on that the dumbbell. Now, this will be interesting. This is more of a challenge for her. She's got to really drive hard to get that barbell over the stomach. Now she's going to need to pop with the hips. Gets it in the rack position.
She's got it up.
This is good. She needs to stabilize here. Take a deep breath. Now use that leg power to execute.
Big drive. There.
It's a massive weight, 235 pounds, Kristen. And that barbell just doesn't give at all. The thickness of the handle, there's no flex, there's no rotation of the bar.
I was just going to say there's no rotation. It makes it very hard to press.
Second attempt here at 235 pounds.
Big pop.
100.
There we go.
Slimmer athlete
kilos
as well.
here.
She doesn't have a big midsection like some of the athletes have. Much, much harder to get that pop from the midsection up to the shoulders. But she was very fast through the first 2, and that's going to be key.
Absolutely. They're going to take splits on these, and her kettlebell and her sear bell were very, very quick.
Sam Beliveau taking her time to recoup and make another run at this 235-pound axle.
You can can see how much effort goes into this clean. That drains you before you even get to the press.
She's still smiling.
She's such a great competitor. She's always smiling, even when breaking records, even when things don't go her way. She's still a competitor. Still loves to be out there.
She loves to be out
entertaining.
there, celebrate, entertain. She always has a smile. She's a lot of fun to watch.
Sam Beliveau, who had a great showing in the prior event, picked up her first win of the competition. Not able to get through all the pressing.
She was very quick on those first two, though. She made very quick work of those.
And I'll tell you what, it'll be hard for many people to go quicker than her on the first two implements. They're going to really have to get that third implement, the 235-pound axle, if they want to beat Sam.
Well, the single-hand overhead pressing is her specialty.
Yeah, as we mentioned, she's the world record holder in the dumbbell.
Yeah, she's hit a 185-pound world record for two.
Yeah, she did a great job of fighting that thing up to her shoulders, but just not able to lock it out on that final press.
Yeah, fantastic effort there.
Hannah Lindsay is going to be going up against Andrea Thompson here.
So this overhead medley, it's such a tricky one because it's a combination of events, and we saw there with our last athlete how good you can be at one implement and not so good at the other. But leg power is key, stability in the rack position, and trying to get through these as quick as possible. You know, if you can only get two implements, it's about who does it the fastest. So you want to be quick through those first few implements.
Andrea Thompson had a great start to the competition, back-to-back second place finishes, and Hannah Lindsay getting to work on that kettlebell along with Thompson, the two of them neck and neck to that point, but Thompson getting hung up here a little bit.
She's struggling with this kettlebell. We saw how good she was on the log yesterday. Completely different overhead event. Requires a lot more stability with the one arm. I think if Andrea can get to these axles, she'll do well, but the dumbbell and the kettlebell, more of an issue.
Well, Lindsay now getting hung up where we saw Sam Beliveau struggle, and Andrea's having trouble getting the kettlebell figured out. It's 124 pounds, 56 kilos.
It's the awkwardness, the size of it, and that stability on the wrist as well. You've got to be explosive on the kettlebell and the dumbbell. It's not like a log where you can require that shoulder and tricep strength, is it?
Right, and then you just roll it up and you're able to press it. Right now she's struggling getting in position.
That was a great clean there by Hannah Lindsay.
There we go.
And Lindsay is going to make that count.
That was awesome.
And she'll move on
so good.
to the final axle at 250 pounds as Andrea Thompson is now making her way to the dumbbell.
Come on, Andrea. You got this. Come on. There.
She's just not able to get that explosive drive out of her legs right now.
Yeah, it seems like her legs are a little tired, a little fatigued from the whole competition. It's been a lot.
Oh, it's been a tough contest. It's about 10, 11 events into 6.
It's a lot of medleys, a lot of combined events this time.
Less than 30 seconds to go now for Lindsay as she looks to clear this ladder.
That was a very impressive clean on the 235-pound axle. Can she do it? With the 250, she can.
Come on, Hannah.
Go on, Hannah.
Oh, just cannot lock it out, but so close for Hannah Lindsay.
Good effort.
Oh, that was a great effort. I thought that was going to go. She's happy.
That was so good by Hannah there.
The swamp monster almost completely swamped. That was good.
Always fun to watch Hannah Lindsay. I mean, she brings a lot of intensity, but a fan favorite because she shows a lot of gratitude to the crowd every time she's out on the competition floor.
She's so fun.
And again, it's not been her contest. We've seen better from her in the past, but she kept fighting till the very end. And that could be a hard time to beat with the third axle.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually super impressed with her performance on this event. That's really big for her. Hannah, I'm proud of you.
Definitely.
Just got super close on that final axle bar. Well, great competition for Andrea Thompson and Hannah Lindsay as they exit the floor, and it's going to bring out Rebecca Roberts and Melissa Peacock.
And this opportunity means so much to these women, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, just being here, being on this stage, having Rogue absolutely 100% be behind them and believe in them, it's huge.
And Melissa Peacock comes in 5th place overall, coming off a 2nd place finish in the prior event.
Now, this is an athlete I'm looking forward to watching. I know Mel destroys overhead, and I've seen her complete this in training. I'm excited to see what she does here. She could really shake up some points right now.
First up, that 124-pound kettlebell.
Just came straight back down. She locked out, but it came straight back down.
Roberts missed her attempt as well.
This kettlebell is causing problems for some of these athletes.
It's just so round. It's wide.
It's huge, and all the weight is on one side.
Correct.
Unlike the dumbbell, where it's a bit more evenly balanced. Nope. All right. Can they figure this out?
Rebecca Roberts now with another attempt along with Melissa Peacock.
And Rebecca gets the down signal.
She's got it. Oh, come on, Mel.
Mel, every time she's getting it there, but she just can't hold it.
Yep, it's pulling her out
the
to the side.
size of the implement is just pulling her away.
Roberts to the 150-pound dumbbell.
That just looks heavy.
She had quite a fight trying to lift that kettlebell. Not sure how much either one of these athletes have left at this point. So Peacock continuing to work here.
And it's so interesting with overhead events because sometimes you'll think someone's a great log presser, they must be good at every type of overhead. It's not always the way.
They're all so different. The different placements, different the way that you shift your hip, the different way that you lock your shoulders, pack your lats. It's all so different.
Dumbbell is less about shoulder and tricep power, more about balance
and leg
drive.
Leg drive. Yep, absolutely.
Roberts unable to lock that out. Melissa Peacock just trying to get a good rep in here on this 124-pound, 56-kilo.
You can see the power's there. She gets her arm extended, just cannot fix it.
It's the balance. It's just like it's pulling her over.
And she's one of the shorter, smaller athletes. That limb is just being pulled away.
That's it.
Kept fighting to the end, but not
I love that she kept fighting.
That's not how Mel wanted to finish this contest.
Rebecca Roberts was able to get through the kettlebell, but she got hung up on the dumbbell. Melissa Peacock definitely disappointed with that performance, but put up a great fight.
So both of our athletes struggled with this kettlebell, but Rebecca did manage to get a good rep. Nice drive, gets the lockout, and she got the down signal. You can see how unstable it is. This is a very, very difficult implement to start this overhead with.
It's round, it's wide, it's unstable, it's pulling you over. If you don't go straight up, that thing's gonna pull you out.
Next up, Angelica Jardine and Lucy Underdown.
There's that war cry from Angelica Jardine, still giving everything.
She's just so happy. She's always so happy. I love it.
Lucy Underdown, 3rd place overall, 36 points. She's only 3 back of Lashuk for 2nd place. And she is 5 up on Jardine for that final spot on the podium. Here we go. Underdown.
She's got it. No.
I don't think she
did not get the down signal.
But
Jardine is through.
That's better there.
There we go.
Good
Jardine
press.
has it.
Yeah, let's go.
So Jardine is onto the first of our axles. Lucy onto the dumbbell.
150.
Oh, she worked
great fight for Underdown to get that rep.
I said it's not about tricep, but that was all tricep power.
Come on, Angelica.
Jardine now starting to struggle with that 235-pound axle.
Now, can we see one of these ladies lift this 235-pound axle? We've only seen one athlete do it so far, Hannah Lindsay. Only one that's managed to press this weight. Angelica's got it to the shoulders.
And that was easy. What a press from Jardine.
Huge pressing power there by Jardine.
She has about 50 seconds to go before we hit the time cap.
Come on, Lucy.
And she needs to pop through more of those hips. She's pulling a bit too much just with the arms. She can generate, she's such a good deadlifter. She's got great power through those hips. She needs to utilize them.
Pop those hips, it'll pop into your shoulders.
250 is the weight on the final axle. Angelica Jardine looking to be the first woman to finish this event.
Come on.
Big pop from the hips, Angelica. Come on, there you go.
There we go, there we go.
She's gonna press this.
Come on.
She's got the power, come on.
Get steady, come on.
Trying to make it count, and she does. Angelica Jardine finishes up the circus medley. And she's given herself a chance to wind up on the podium because Lucy Underdown got stuck on the first axle.
She has given herself an amazing chance there. And look what it means to her. The Arnold champion.
Both Arnold champions.
Yeah.
Arnold UK and the Arnold Ohio.
We were saying off air how it's been so exciting in the women's side where we're getting a different winner of every single competition.
Yeah, it's been somebody different every time. But here's your Arnold champion right here.
Doing a really nice job, as you said, Laz, getting the legs involved in the lift there.
Absolutely, it's vital. You know, it's not about shoulder power. You've got to use your whole body in these implements, and she did that exceptionally well. Look at this. Once it was up to the shoulders, it was just easy bread and butter.
And she really wasn't even resting it on her clavicle. I mean, she had that thing held. You could see there was some space between her body and the axle. And timed this exactly right.
Those globes look so cool, don't they?
So cool. This was so fun to watch for me. That was amazing. I'm so proud of her.
Brilliant effort there by Angelica Jardine. First athlete to complete the circus medley.
Pressure's on for these two.
Indeed.
Now the top two women are on the competition floor. Olga Lashuk, who currently sits in second place with 39 points, and Inez Carrasquillo, 4 points up. She's just got to stay close to Lashuk here in this heat.
And Inez is one of the best overhead lifters, but she will be thinking about that prize money.
Absolutely.
You know, it's a huge opportunity. As long as she executes, this is one of her favorite events.
She's got it. She's on a one.
That's a perfect start. That would have probably been the most nerve-wracking event for her.
Come on, Olga. Got it.
Gets the dumbbell.
2 for 2.
And I think now moving onto the axle, she'll feel confident. Her closest rival still stuck on the kettlebell. Referee gives the down signal.
Let's go, Inez. Come on, get steady.
She didn't waste any
Big
time
drive.
getting that to her shoulder.
Easy.
And that
There
was
you go.
perfect. The time to beat at the bottom left-hand part of your screen is Olga Lashuk.
There we go.
Gets the down signal. She's going to get to the first axle as Carrasquillo.
Let's go, Inez.
Come on, Inez. Finish
That's
strong.
250 pounds between her and a Rogue Invitational Championship.
Come on.
She has been incredible all contest. Can she finish with
And
the win?
that is it.
There we go.
And Inez Carrasquillo is your 2024 Rogue Invitational Champion.
Go, Olga. There we go. Come on, Olga, finish this.
Olga has been fantastic as well. Neither of these athletes have finished outside the top 4 in a single event, but Inez has had moments of supreme performance.
All weekend.
Embracing her coach there. She deserves it this weekend. She's just really not put a foot wrong.
This
Inez
is the
Carrasquillo.
Best I've ever seen her.
I totally agree with you.
Best I've ever seen her.
Third event win
Come on, Olga.
of the competition, and she never finished lower than 4th.
That's amazing.
That's a champion's performance.
Come on, Olga. Finish this.
Come on,
There we
Olga.
go. Come on. Come on.
She is an absolute warrior. Olga also been top 4 on every single event. Can she finish strong?
Yes!
She does.
And that is going to count for Lashuk, who gets inside the 2-minute time cap, and that is also big for Angelica Jardine, because she's getting some help right now as far as erasing that 5-point deficit to Lucy Underdown, but we'll see if she got enough.
These women were just incredible all weekend. It was just so much fun to watch.
Look at that. I'm going to tell you something. The men won't be doing that.
I don't think there's going to be a group hug.
It's so good. But again, it comes back to it's how much it means to them all.
Yes.
Not just the winners. I mean, Inez has been incredible, but every single one of these women, this is a massive opportunity to show what they can do and grow this sport.
Unbelievable. This venue, this platform, Rogue supporting it, like everybody getting behind them. The women finally, they're I mean, they've been there, but to be here on this big stage just means so much to everybody. Yeah.
Let's go down to the floor for the official announcement of your 2024 Rogue Invitational champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet and make some noise for your inaugural Rogue Invitational Strong Women. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your Rogue Invitational champion, Inez Carrasquillo.
Well, what a great moment for Inez Carrasquillo. 3 event wins. And Lucy Underdown has been fantastic to watch as well, and all the support that she's given all the athletes. We talked at the beginning on Friday about the role, Kristen, that you've had in helping me build this sport. And now seeing these women on this stage, and now that you've seen it play out, what's going through your mind?
I'm just, it's the things that you dream about. It does make me emotional because I saw this coming for so long, and to actually see this come to fruition and see the support of the fans. This whole crowd is on their feet, cheering, standing ovation for these women. Oh my gosh, it's just absolutely incredible. And thank you to everybody for the support. Thank you.
It's so good.
Yeah.
So good to see. I've seen so many strong women in the crowd coming to support this competition. That's what it needs if we want the women to be on the same platform as the men. Rogue Invitational have made it happen, and that is your champion for 2024.
Kiki Dixon is with your 2024 Rogue Invitational champion, Inez Carrasquillo.
Inez, congratulations. You are the champion. You have put thousands of hours into this sport training, and you just won the biggest payout for strong women ever. What does that mean to you?
Absolutely everything. And to put Puerto Rico on the map for strong women, I think that's just amazing.
It's been a wild 2 days. What are your biggest takeaways from the Rogue Invitational?
Don't get in your head. I think mentally I came in more prepared than I've ever been before, and that paid off.
It seemed like your fellow competitors were also your biggest supporters. Tell me a little bit about that camaraderie that you share.
We all love each other. We message each other all the time, comment on each other's videos, and we're just good friends. So, yeah, it's just how it should be.
And I gotta know, how are you celebrating tonight?
I'm getting drunk.
All right, how about it? Congratulations. Your Rogue Invitational Strongwoman champion, ladies and gentlemen.
There's a bar in Aberdeen that's going to be closing early tonight. Congratulations to Inez Carrasquillo. First ever Rogue Invitational Strongwoman champion. What impressed you the most about her performance?
Just the way she delivered. Inez has always had the ability, but she's often made mistakes when she's competed in the past. This contest, I think the preparation must have been incredible. She's come in with the perfect headspace and the execution. Look at the results. Every single event she was in the top 4. It's just the deadlift where she came fourth, but even that was a PB. And then since then, it's been wins, second places, third places, consistency. And we always talk about that on the men's side, how that's important to win contests. That's what she's done. She looked like a champion all the way through.
Absolutely agree with you. I mean, from start to finish all weekend long, she was consistent. And all of the women were honestly, like, they were all of them were just so much fun to watch this weekend. A lot of inspiring performances.
Inez Carrasquillo puts the finishing touches on her championship. We'll crown another one coming up next. The men take the floor when we return. A moose faces a mountain, and an albatross is trying to do battle with a T-Rex. We're down to the final event here for the Strongmen at the 2024 Rogue Invitational at P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. The Circus Medley, presented by GoRuck, is going to close things out here. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Kristen Rhodes and Lawrence Chalet and Laws. Mitchell Hooper has had a very Mitchell Hooper-like competition. He looks poised to win this whole thing, but plenty that needs to be decided behind him.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Mitch has done extremely well. He's probably done enough as long as he executes to take the win and become a defending champion. However, second, third place, that is still a battle. We've got Evan Singleton is still within striking distance, and this is a great event for him. Tom Stoltman's looked like that confidence has grown as the contest has come on. And Hafthor Bjornsson, the first time he's been here, he wants to at least take second place. It's a pressing event. Wasn't so good yesterday. He needs to perform if he wants to take that second place trophy.
Let's take a look at the overall standings coming into the sixth and a final event. And as I mentioned, Mitch Hooper has been extremely consistent. What else is new throughout this competition? 45 total points. He's got a 7-point lead on Hafthor Bjornsson. Tom Stoltman currently sits in the third and final spot on the podium, but he's only 1.5 points up on Evan Singleton for that last spot in the top three. Mitch Hooper, I don't know what more you can say about this guy, Laws, but he is just hard to beat because of how consistent he is.
He's just a phenomenal athlete, and even though he's made a couple of mistakes, they didn't cost him too much in the end. He could have been better. However, he's consistently been in those top three. 3 second place finishes, 1 third place, and in the last event, the yoke escalator, he took a win. He's given himself a 7-point lead, and we're going into one of his favorite events. So I expect him, as long as all goes well, to take the win. He really is just a phenomenal athlete.
The athletes will be lifting 4 implements, the 210-pound kettlebell, 253-pound sear dumbbell, and they have 2 circus axles, the first one at 375 pounds, the second one at 405 pounds.
Who are we keeping an eye on here? Who do you like?
Mitch Hooper is the world record holder when it comes to the axle. I expect him to take the win on this one. He doesn't need the win, but you want to finish strong at the Rogue Invitational. He won the title last year. To become a back-to-back winner would mean the world to him, and I'm sure he wants to go out winning the final event.
Let's bring in Kiki Dixon down on the floor.
Guys, when I was back talking with the strongmen earlier, there was a bit of buzz about the kettlebell, right? It's that new implement here. There is a learning curve with this particular implement. Mitch said that there's some tips and tricks you have to have in order to get it up, but he wasn't willing to share what those tips and tricks were. He said that his source was Brent Fikowski, and unfortunately for Mitch, there was Brent talking with a lot of strongmen after that, so we'll see if it pays off.
Well, if you don't know much about Brent Fikowski and you're not very familiar with the CrossFit world, his nickname is the Professor. So if you're looking for someone to coach you, that's one of the guys you want to go to.
Especially on an event they're not used to doing as well. Mitch is smart. He'll go and talk to the right people. But another person to watch on this event could be Pavlo Kordiaka, and also Tom Stoltman is great when it comes to a event. He won the log lift last year in the final.
Here we go. First up, the 210-pound, 95-kilo kettlebell.
Tristan looks like he's struggling big time with that kettlebell. What can Pablo do? It's hard to lock this implement out. 210 pounds, that's 95 kilograms. One hand, and you can see they lock it up, but it's just pulling your wrist away.
It's pulling them back. It's just, it's so big and so round.
Well, you really have to groove that thing perfectly in order for it not to knock you off balance.
I've never seen this kind of weight pressed on a kettlebell before. Huge weight. You can see they've got the power to get it to arm's length. It's then holding it locked out. Because you're asking the wrist to hold 95 kilos, 210 pounds.
Kordiaka is getting close on this thing. He just can't lock it out long enough.
Kordiaka is such an explosive overhead lifter. You know, if he gets to those axles, I'm convinced he'll put them both overhead. He's so strong, so explosive. He just can't keep this kettlebell in place. And Tristan having the same issue. He's got it locked out a few times. There you go, but straight back down. And whichever side that kettlebell goes, it just seems to pull their arm out of place.
It's almost like if you notice it's hitting their elbow and it's just kind of knocking their elbow back down.
Final 30 seconds here before we hit the 2-minute time cap of both Hoth and Kordiaka.
I'm convinced if Kordiaka moved on to the dumbbell and the kettle and the axles, he gets these reps. But this is a new implement that's just throwing these athletes off. If anyone can come out and do this, it's going to be supreme.
Kordiaka was close.
That was great.
So
I'd be giving
close.
him that. Again, Tristan gets it up, but is not able to stabilize. He must have pressed that thing about 10 times.
Well, neither Kordiaka nor Hoth can press the 210-pound kettlebell. And that'll do it for their 2024 Rogue Invitational. Both of them making their first appearances here. With leg power, something that's going to be very crucial as these men work their way through this event.
Yeah, unlike a log lift, which really requires that shoulder and tricep strength, these implements are a bit more about leg power. Stability is key. That was the big issue there on the kettlebell. And then obviously if you can get through these implements as quick as possible, it's a massive advantage, because at the end of the day, it is who can do them the fastest.
Right, absolutely.
Bobby Thompson and Luke Stoltman will be up next.
Now, Bobby and Luke, two massive log presses. How does that transfer to these implements?
Well, and like we said, it's so different, the log press versus, you know, a single arm press. It's definitely very different, the way that you brace, the stability, all of it.
Let's see. Love to see these guys get through this kettlebell and show us what they can do on the dumbbell and the axle. Both supremely strong overhead presses. Luke is up to the shoulder. And he gets it. There we go. That's how to do it.
And Thompson.
And Bobby Thompson gets it as well.
And now moving on to the dumbbell.
Now we have a contest.
253 pounds on the dumbbell, 115 kilos.
Great dumbbell press there by Luke Stoltman. Can Bobby match him?
And Thompson
can't. Come on, Bobby. Right, Luke is taking on the 375-pound, 170-kilo axle.
Still has more than a minute to go here, does Luke Stoltman.
Pops to the stomach. Big, that's good. He's going to get this. He's got the power now to press this overhead. There you go.
Stoltman has that. He'll move on to the final axle.
That was quick.
405 pounds, 184 kilos for the Highland Oak. Looking to bring all these fans out of their seats if he hits this.
This place is going to go electric if Luke Stoltman can get this axle. Bobby Thompson still not giving up. Let's see what Luke Stoltman can do. 405 pounds, 184 kilos.
Stoltman now with his hands on the axle, right side of your screen.
Come on, Luke. Big pop, come on.
There we go, come on. There we go.
Let's help him.
Come on.
Yes! Does he? Yes, he does!
That was amazing, that was amazing. This crowd is going crazy.
Luke Stoltman finishes with a bang, and listen to this crowd.
What a finish for the Highland Oak. Luke Stoltman, first of our male athletes to finish this final event. And look at him, he is pumped up. Bobby Thompson, the first man to congratulate him. Great sportsmanship. What power.
145.69 seconds for Luke Stoltman, who was perfect on every single attempt.
And after the first two athletes really struggling, he made easy work of that kettlebell. It was good to see. If you're strong enough, it's not a problem.
Exactly. You can't lift it, get stronger.
Absolutely. Look at that, he worked hard for that last rep. Down signal, he's happy.
And he's going to be happy anytime he finishes something like this, but the fact that it's here in his home country just elevates that to the next level.
So much.
Well, next up, Matthew Ragg and Thomas Evans. Good luck following that, guys.
Yeah. So we saw Thomas Evans on the grip into the press. His log lifting was superb.
Picked up the event win in grip and press to Stolman. Matthew Ragg's best finish was in the deadlift when he pulled 950 pounds to take third.
Heavily strapped arm there of Thomas Evans. How does that impact his circus medley?
10 seconds. Stand by.
Luke Stolman is not far behind these two athletes. They need to really perform and keep him behind them. Otherwise, Luke could certainly shoot up that leaderboard.
Tom made quick work of that 210-pound kettlebell, now onto the 253-pound, 150-kilo dumbbell. That is fantastic.
And Matt Ragg gets the kettlebell as well.
Well, Thomas Evans is assaulting this right now, onto the 375-pound axle.
Come on.
Both arms on this one.
Just can't lock that one out. Almost had it.
That heavily strapped arm was just lagging a little bit. It's quick through those first two. That could be points for him.
He's very quick.
And he's going to come back and have another attempt at this axle. Matt Ragg on the dumbbell, 253 pounds, 115 kilos. These are massive weights. And he gets
great
it.
Fight for Matthew Ragg as Evans makes his second attempt.
There we go.
He's got it.
There we go.
I think he forgot about the pain on that one. He was just blocking it out. What a warrior.
And now Evans will step up to the 405-pound, 184-kilo axle as Ragg is on the 375-pound bar. Well, Evans is going to have time for probably just one attempt here. And he's stepping up to go. Luke Stolman has the time to beat. That's going to stand.
And he's not going to beat Luke, though.
Evans is not going to make another attempt. Good competition for Thomas Evans. Has an event win yesterday, and Matthew Ragg's going to call it as well. And that leaves us down to our final two heats. So far, Luke Stolman, the only man to finish, and his brother Tom is coming up next.
And Luke's time could play a role in deciding podium positions here. You look at how close the top are. 38 points for Hafthor Bjornsson, 36 for Tom, and Evan Singleton only 1.5 points behind there in fourth.
And Evans got off to a great start. He was quick through those first two.
Very, very fast. You could see the arm affecting him a little bit on this, but he came back and he pressed it anyway.
And this was his second attempt.
Look at that.
First one, he just missed the press and just didn't have enough in the tank to go after 405. A good showing for Evans and his final event here. And now Tom Stolman, coming in third place overall, is going to take on the man who's directly behind him, just 1.5 points back, Evan Singleton.
Now, both these guys are very good overhead. Both good on dumbbells, both good at axles, both fast. This could be exciting. They need to put the pressure onto Hafthor Bjornsson.
Hafthor's only, as you mentioned, 2 points up on Stolman for second place.
I've been impressed with Evan Singleton this week. His year's not been the greatest for him, but he is finishing this year strong. He's looking a bit calmer, a little bit more focused, and it's paying off. He's been very consistent as well.
I'm just going to say he's stayed in the middle of the pack pretty much this whole time.
Yeah, only he and Hooper are the only two athletes who haven't finished lower than fifth.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
The T-Rex against the Albatross. This could decide who winds up on the podium.
Easy.
Singleton threw that quickly. Stoltman now struggling on the kettlebell. This is big for Evan Singleton. Stoltman has it locked out.
Lift.
And now Singleton has trouble at 253. Here comes Stoltman to the dumbbell. And Tom locking that out. Singleton locks out that out. We're neck and neck.
Tom
going to 375.
Got to keep an eye on the clock as well as the lifts.
And Tom will lock that out. Singleton has got to get this if he wants a chance of winding up in the top 3.
Stabilizes.
And he will make it. And now both men moving on to 405.
Now can he match Big Brother Luke and get this 405-pound axle? He mistimed his drive on the 375.
Singleton has yet to get his hands on the axle.
Come on, Tom. Adjust. Now big pop from those hips. He needs more leg drive this time. He used it, just kind of utilized his upper body on the last lift. He's got to use that leg power. That's better.
Stoltman is not going to lock it out. Singleton going after it. Stoltman can't get it.
But if it stays like this, Tom will stay ahead of Evan Singleton.
Singleton has got to hit this if he wants a chance of passing Stoltman, as he said, Lodge. This is a huge attempt for him. He's got 30 seconds left. He's only going to get one chance. He better hurry here.
We still have Hafthor Bjornsson to come. Hafthor will be watching this, thinking there's a chance.
Singleton needs this rep. He better get started quickly here.
Gonna go for it. One last effort from Evan Singleton. Can he get it? Oh, he couldn't quite get it to the shoulders.
The Singleton and Stoltman will tie.
And Tom Stoltman was slightly faster through the first 3 implements.
Let me do the thing.
Two fantastic athletes.
And now we'll see what happens in the final heat. But
you look at this replay, the first attempt at the kettlebell, Tom got that one wrong, but he came back and does what a champion does, figures it out, executed well on that second attempt.
That was a nice, quick correction, because that first lift, you sort of think, uh-oh.
Yes.
And
You can panic as well. You know, when you get it wrong,
sure,
panic sets in, but he didn't let that happen.
Well, especially when the guy who's trying to beat you is on the floor at the same time.
Singleton made short work of the kettlebell, but then he made the mistake on the dumbbell.
That was the fastest attempt we've seen so far.
Yep. That was the second attempt where he got it right. Big pop up to the shoulders. But you could see Tom had already locked out. Good press there from Evan. Needed to stabilize the feet. Gets the down signal. But it's Luke Stoltman who is in the lead.
He is the only man who's finished this event. And Evan Singleton making sure the crowd knows who came out on top in that battle.
Now the good thing for Hafthor on these first 2 implements, the pec shouldn't affect the pressing. It's going to come down to that axle. How much has he got left?
And he's got to get at least through the 375-pound axle to make sure he holds off Stoltman.
Yeah, and that's going to be his goal. I don't think he's going to worry about finishing this. He wants to be quick and efficient on these first 3 implements.
And Hooper just needs to avoid a total disaster here.
Yeah, Hooper needs to make sure he gets his first kettlebell. You saw in the video he's been trying to get all the advice and keep it to himself, but that didn't happen. But he is the world record holder when it comes to the axle, so he's going to want to finish this. And Hafthor wants to prove that his pressing is coming back. He'd been looking good in training, didn't execute on the log, but these are different implements.
210 pounds on the shoulder for both Bjornsson and Hooper. Hooper gets that no problem. And Hafthor did not lock that out, didn't show control enough.
Pressed it easily, but just needs to make sure he holds it for a moment for the down signal.
So the coaching for Mitch Hooper pays off, and now this is his first dumbbell attempt.
There, that's better by Hafthor. Mitch holds it this time.
And now onto the axle, so Mitch Hooper.
I think Mitch is broken.
Understands
Even
it.
Mitch,
He knows where he is.
Come on, Thor, press it out.
Come on, there we go.
That's impressive tricep strength to do that.
Both men to the 375-pound axle. Hafthor trying to get the crowd behind him here.
It's been a brutal contest for these athletes. They are feeling it.
Hooper has that.
Can Hafthor get this axle?
That's a big lift for Bjornsson.
Come on. There we go.
Yes, come on, Hafthor.
There we go.
And he has it.
That's
huge for Bjornsson as he looks to stay in second place.
What happened there?
You can't step over it. You have to go around it.
Okay, so well pointed out.
Yeah.
So it looks like, unless I think Luke Stoltman might take the win on this, but can we see any other athletes finish this circus medley?
Both men getting their hands on the axle at the same time. Mitch Hooper looking to put some finishing touches on his championship run. Hafthor looking to stay in second place. Mitch Hooper has it. Repeat champion.
That is your 2024 Invitational champion.
If you were with us earlier, he said that he got a video from his wife as his 8-month-old son saying the word dada for the first time. Daughter, pardon me.
Yeah.
Oh, now you better teach her how to say champion.
Oh, she'll be saying champion for sure. Very proud of her dada. Hafthor Bjornsson showing tremendous respect there. A great champion in his own right. But today is Mitchell Hooper's day.
He's just always so much fun to watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your Rogue Invitational Strongman Champion, Mitchell Hooper!
He hasn't had it all his own way this time. He's had to work hard. He's only got one event win, but it's that consistency that we talk about all the time. Second place, second place, second place, third place, first place, and finally one more second place. That is hard to beat when you're never outside the top 3 on an event. We've seen incredible performances from other athletes. Thomas Evans in the farmers into the log lift. Hafthor Bjornsson winning a number of events. Tom Stoltman and Luke Stoltman winning this final event. But the consistency of the Canadian is what makes him the great champion he is. And now he is the 2-time Rogue Invitational champion.
Bringing home a gold medal to his daughter. As he blocks out that last press, only he and Luke Stoltman finished this event inside the 2-minute time cap. And just another incredible performance from the Moose. Let's go down to Kiki Dixon with your champion.
Mitch, congratulations on becoming 2-time Rogue Invitational Strongman champion. Please share your secrets with us. How do you keep dominating?
I don't know. Actually, this weekend it popped up a big deadlift that got me invited to World's Strongest Man, and that was only 4 years ago. 2.5 years ago, no one knew who I was, and frankly, if you lined the 10 strongmen up and you just had any ordinary person pick the winner, no one's putting me top 3. So either this is incredible or I have a dream to wake up from. Either way, I'll ride the wave.
Ride the wave, keep the dream alive. You do make it look so easy, but what was your biggest mental or physical challenge during this competition, and how did you overcome it?
I think just staying in the moment. When you get off to a good start and you build any sort of lead, it's easy to become complacent. But say that kettlebell, for example, we saw guys not able to complete it. I was struggling with that kettlebell. In fact, I said, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to do that. And I watched 6 guys go out and do it. So I think, okay, I guess this is going to have to happen now. So yeah, really just staying in the moment, especially with family back home. Ash, Peyton, everyone watching at home, love you guys. I appreciate the support from afar. And yeah, it's time to soak it in now.
There's been a lot of friendly trash talking amongst you and the fellow competitors. Any final words for the fellas?
No, we'll let it speak for itself, and it all is friendly. It's funny. We might be big dudes, but in the end, we got into this because we like just lifting weights by ourselves, and more of us are shy than not. So, no legitimate, no real trash talk, but happy to take home first prize.
Congratulations, Mitch Hooper.
I don't know if you're someone who's looking to dethrone Mitch Hooper, how you're going to do it, because as you mentioned, just the consistency, you're not going to be able to do it by yourself. You got to get help. You need more than one person to knock this guy off.
Well, there's some fantastic athletes out there. Mitch Hooper is riding a wave right now, and it is that, you know, he looks at every aspect of the sport, and if the other guys want to catch up, they need to look at what he's doing. He's taken the sport to another level, but we do have so many fantastic strongmen out there that will no doubt be training hard over the winter to come back and really challenge in the big contests next year.
For the second year in a row, Mitch Hooper is your Rogue Invitational champion. Inez Carrasquillo takes it for the women. Thanks for being with us, everybody. That's going to do it for the Strongman and Strongwoman competitions here in Aberdeen, Scotland. We are ready for the official awards ceremony for the strong men and the strong women. So let's go down to the competition floor.
Good evening, Aberdeen. We've seen some absolutely amazing strength in the strong women competition this week, as well as our strong men. These competitors left it all out on the competition floor through 6 events. We hope you enjoyed heading to Scotland for this year's Invitational, filled with so much heritage in strength and stone lifting. Thank you to our partners and sponsors who helped make this event possible: BTWB, GoRuck, Mod Tub, Rogue, Concept 2, Crocs, Strongest, and Yeti. Let's make some noise for our sponsors. And now on to the athletes. We will start with the strong women. In 10th place with 10 points, make some noise for Donna Moore. Tied for 8th place with 26 points. Put your hands together for Andrea Thompson and Samantha Bellevue. Samantha Bellevue and Andrea Thompson tied with 8th place with both 26 points. Give it up one more time for Samantha Bellevue and Andrea Thompson. Tied for 6th place with 28.5 points. Make some noise for Mel Peacock. Tied for 6th place with 28.5 points, Rebecca Roberts. In 5th place with 29 points, Hannah Lindsay. And in 4th place with 40 points, Angelica Jardine. And now on to your 2024 Rogue Invitational Strong Women Podium Finishers. In 3rd place with 41 points, placing first in 2 events, Lucy Underdown. In 2nd place with 47 points, with 1 2nd place finish and 3 3rd place finishers, Olga Ushcha. And in 1st place, taking home over $120,000, give it up for your inaugural champion with 3 1st place finishes, Inez Carrasquillo. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, make some noise and let's hear it for the 2024 Rogue Invitational Strong Woman Podium Finishers. There they are, ladies and gentlemen, making history in Aberdeen, your Rogue Invitational Strong Woman competitors and your Strong Woman champions.
Together. And now for the strongman results. In 10th place, with 14 points, Tristan Hoth. In 9th place, with 21 points, Pablo Kurdiaka. In 8th place, with 23.5 points, Bobby Thompson. In 7th place, with 27 points, Matthew Ragg. In 6th place, with 30 points, Thomas Evans. In 5th place, with 32 points, Luke Stoltman. In 4th place, with 41.5 points, Evan Singleton. And now, ladies and gentlemen, on to your 2024 Rogue Invitational Strongman Podium finishers. Tied for 2nd place with 44 points and 1 first place event, Tom Stoltman. Tied for 2nd place with 44 points also. 2 events in 1st place and 2nd place in 1 event. Hafor the Thor Bjornsson. In 1st place and taking home more than $120,000 with 54 points, 1 first place and 4 second place finishes, the Moose Mitchell Hooper. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the 2024 Rogue Invitational Strongman Podium finishers.
It's been a fun 2 days here at the 2024 Rogue Invitational in Aberdeen, Scotland, as we wrap up the Strongman and Strongwomen competitions. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. Sean Woodland with Kristen Rhodes and Lawrence Chalet. And before we get to a recap, let's just one more time take a look at the final standings. For the women, it was Inez Carrasquillo who winds up on top of the overall leaderboard. She had 3 event wins, 53 total points. Olga Lashuk is in second, and it's Lucy Underdown who holds off Angelica Jardine by 1 point for that final spot on the podium. And on the men's side, we'll get to that in a second, but first, Inez Carrasquillo, we talk about consistency. She was certainly that, but she was also dominant
She absolutely dominated this weekend. She was consistent throughout the whole weekend. She stayed in the top. We've spoken about how consistency wins a contest. She came in, you could tell she was absolutely mentally ready, and it was just really, really fun to watch her be in her element and really enjoy this competition.
And this was one of the most impressive performances that she had in that invert challenge, and then just rocketed through this event.
Yeah, she really, like you said, she just rocketed through everything. She finished it, she executed, she did what she had to do. She hit that buzzer, which was a fun element to this weekend.
And then this was the finishing touch on her championship run.
And she knew right then and there. That was it.
Nez Carrasquillo, 2024 Rogue Invitational champion. First time the women have competed here, certainly will not be the last. On the men's side, Mitch Hooper wins for the second straight year. Hathor Bjornsson and Tom Stoltman tie at 44 points. Evan Singleton and Luke Stoltman, courtesy of that event win in event number 6, he winds up in 5th place, just 2 spots behind his brother Tom. And Laws, I don't know what more we're going to say about Mitch Hooper and how many different ways we can say it, but he just does not have any weaknesses.
No, and that's why he's been so dominant this year. He really is a supreme athlete. There is no weak area. Another athlete is going to have to put in something special to beat this man, because even with the contest this weekend, he made small mistakes, but he never makes a big mistake, and that is key. Top 3 position on every single event. He is the most consistent athlete we have right now, and he is the 2024 Rogue Invitational champion.
A first, 4 seconds, and a third. And Mitch Hooper, for the second year in a row, is your Rogue Invitational champion. Pressing out that 4:05 and locking up the title. Thanks so much for joining us this entire weekend, everybody. We really appreciate it. We hope you had as much fun as we did. For Kristen Rhodes and Lauren Chalet and Kiki Dixon, as well as our entire hardworking crew here in Aberdeen, Scotland, thanks so much for joining us. We still have more action coming tomorrow. We're not done yet at the 2024 Rogue Invitational. We're going to crown the champions for the men and women's CrossFit competitions. 3 events remain for them. That is going to do it for us on this Saturday in Aberdeen. We'll see you back here tomorrow as we conclude the 2024 Rogue Invitational.
Good job, guys.